All right. Hey everyone, how you guys all doing? Welcome to the Twilight Princess 100% TAS reveal. It's gonna be a good, fun, and exciting time. And, yeah, we got some lovely people here to help commentate the run today. If we want to first start off with the man himself, the author of the TASMaster. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. I hope everyone in chat is excited because this was a long time project. I guess just for perspective, I started this task back in December of 2022, and I finished it on March 3rd of this year. So this was a project over a year in the works, and I hope you guys are excited to watch it. And for those of you who are interested, the re-record count for this task was 548,085.
Yeah, so basically, during the making of this task, the TASMaster clicked the reload save state button over 500,000 times.
Yes.
Uh,
Okay.
oh yeah, I guess if you Beast and Teabag, you guys want to introduce yourselves?
Sure. Hi, I'm Bewildebeest. I run this game, and I have the record, or the RTA world record for this category 6 hours, 14 minutes, and 15 seconds, which hopefully Taskmaster will be able to beat today. We'll see. I also helped out with routing for this task, though the route was pretty similar to the Hundo route at the time that Taskmaster started, so it wasn't a big deal.
And I'm Teabag. I also run this game. I do not have the world record, but
Yeah.
I've ran I've ran Hundo 80% kind of for the last like 2.5 years. And yeah, I've kind of helped out where I can.
All right, well, if everything's all set and ready to go, we will hit the play button. So here we go.
I'm ready.
All right.
Oh, that's not the beginning of the video. Hold on. Let's try that again. Now we'll hit
Whoops.
play.
Splice.
There we go. This is spliced. I can't believe it. But yeah, so this is a tool-assisted speedrun. If anyone is unfamiliar with what a TAS is, basically the run is going to be using, or the run did use, there's a past tense, a bunch of emulator tools such as save states, frame advance, TAS input, to be able to essentially create what is more or less a perfect speedrun in quotes. If you want more information as to how all that works, you can type !TAS in chat, but we are off.
Yeah, even the movement, like, even just rolling and dashing as Wolf is going to be different. Everything's different in a task. So the task, the rev for 100% has to start off with doing all of Ordon Village. If you've seen TP speedruns before, you're probably familiar with Back in Time. A lot of categories start off by jumping off a bridge, which really sets the tone for the run. But not in this category, because if you do that trick, the idea is that you're saving on the title screen with a set of properties that doesn't work for 100% because it locks you out of a few items. So yeah, he's doing Ordon Village, so he's just starting off by getting some rupees that he'll use for the slingshot later.
Yeah, I noticed that you ran over a little patch of grass before you got here, and you got 16 rupees in the patch of grass, I believe?
Yes. So those rupees are obviously complete RNG. And I would say around the first month of the task was dedicated to getting those rupees. They took so long to get. But it is important to have a lot of rupees during Ordon Day 1 so we don't have to get as many in Day 2. Because we'll need 30 for the slingshot, and yeah, it'll just save it just saves time having to go to like the roof of Russell's house and get 2 yellow rupees.
Oh, I forgot to look forward to Cat Warp.
Yeah, so, Beast, would you be able to give us the, all of the requirements that are necessary for the 100% speedrun of this
Oh,
game?
yeah. Also, I just saw someone ask in chat. English is fastest for 100%, mostly because of golden bug text. So speaking of which, for 100%ing this game, you need to get all of the mirror shards and fused shadows from the dungeons, all of the hearts, so heart containers and heart pieces. There are 45 heart pieces, all 60 pose, all 25 golden bugs, all upgrades, so wallet upgrades and quiver upgrades, all armor, shields, tunics. Let's see, something in every slot on the pause menu. So we'll come back to that in a minute. What am I missing? Warp portals, hidden skills. I think that's about it. Yeah, so notably, and someone always asks about this, the fishing journal does not need to be filled out. The rules require, that was such a sick backflip.
Yeah, that was really cool.
The rules require having something in every slot on the pause screen, not necessarily something totally filled. So you don't need to get all of the scents, and you don't need to get every fish in the fishing journal. Just need one of each. And that's basically for sanity reasons.
I guess also with that, it's probably worth knowing that in the dungeons you don't have to get the dungeon map and you don't have to get the compass as well.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, items. I didn't say that. You need to get all the items. And actually,
those are kind of important.
Actually, this run ends with one more item than a casual playthrough would end with. So that makes up for all the missing fish.
Oh, you threw
You
the
threw
cradle.
the baby. How could you?
I can't believe you would do this.
Hey, what can I say? I had to do something entertaining.
Yeah, so, what, I did not realize you could fish over here for this. This is new information to me.
Yeah, this is prepping for cat warp. So
Okay.
you're supposed to get 2 fish for the cat. And normally you would just go fish by the cat because that's where the cat will notice you. But with good RNG, you can actually get the cat to notice you over here. Oh, need extra rupees. Nice. So the cat just warped over here from the dock that you could see on the right. And it takes a little bit longer for the fish to get to the rod this way.
Oh, he's
But
coming,
Yep.
making his way over.
But the cat cutscene afterwards is going to be shorter as a result, because the cat just has less distance to go. And it's cool that it actually works that way. Like, you'd think it was just a set cutscene, but no, the cat stays over here.
I should also mention that when I got that blue rupee, I did a side hop. The reason I did that was to avoid a rupee text box. Every rupee that's not green, so like blue, yellow, red, those rupees have a text box associated with them. So entering an aerial animation will allow me to skip those text boxes.
Yeah, or swimming or riding a Epona also.
Right.
Which is why he didn't get any text boxes for riding through the grass earlier. He's also going to make a save here, probably because he's afraid of, or turning off and losing his progress. Or it's in preparation for a trick later.
Yeah, I'm scared.
You have made a lot of progress so far. We're nearly 5 minutes in. Nearly 6 minutes in, even.
Yeah. I have not noticed any mistakes so far, so it's going good.
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
said
yeah,
someone... Oh, you
Go ahead. I think we
I
were
was
going to say the
just-
same thing.
I was going to talk about cat warp still.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Just something I want to clarify. Someone in chat asked if cat warp was available, if you could do cat warp RTA. You can, but basically there's no way to control it with the RNG. So you have to make sure that to make it worthwhile, you have to make sure that you get blue rupees on the way into Ordon, and then also there's no way to kind of guarantee that the cat will transport over.
Yeah, it's literally RNG.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, looks like we got a glitch here.
Ooh, nice glitch.
Oh yeah. So yeah, this is the first major glitch of the run, known as gate clip. We use a rock to give us a little bit of extra height with our side hop to actually side hop into the gate. And then if we roll in a specific way, we can clip out on the other side. And this allows us to access Faron Woods early.
Yeah, and this just skips getting the wooden sword and doing the wooden sword and slingshot tutorials, as well as a cutscene with the kids and some music. unfortunately, we don't have the chase music here. And that was something I had actually wanted to mention. It seems counterintuitive that a 100% run would skip the wooden sword. But as I mentioned earlier, the requirements are based on filling the pause menu. And in, like, even in a casual playthrough, when you get the Ordon sword, eventually that replaces the wooden sword in the menu. So it would be gone anyway. We're not missing anything. But that does mean that, oh, this is so
Oh,
cool.
that's so cool.
That's so funny.
So that is an Epona slide. If you, I believe it's if you're holding R and on the very first frame you let go, you press A. You can do the animation to get off Epona and still maintain your momentum. And then if you do a break slide out of that, you can maintain your momentum for a much longer period of time. And we'll be seeing that a few times throughout the course of the run.
Yeah, and the speed you get coming out of an Epona slide, or like the speed you get in an Epona slide is Epona's speed before that. The Epona isn't at full speed in Faron, but if you were to do an Epona slide, say in like in Hyrule Field, where Epona's speed is at its maximum, you can get some serious speed.
Yeah. Oh yeah, so a break slide is a movement technique where you essentially convert Link's velocity value to a negative value, and that allows you to actually go up slopes without losing a ton of your speed. It's not terribly useful as human because you can't maintain your full roll speed out of a break slide because it does drop down towards the final frames of the roll. But as Wolf, we'll be seeing break sliding a lot because you can maintain your full speed with a break slide.
Also, there's a question in chat. Did you time getting the slow walk into the first tunnel? Like after the Epona slide?
I did not time that, no.
Okay. Yeah, 'cause I don't know whether that actually costs or saves time. It looked cool regardless. Oh, and the lantern put away. Oh yeah, so I was
You can go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I was starting to say earlier, we're not really gonna be missing the wooden sword for the most part, but here it's a little bit awkward not to have it because to finish this sequence, he's got to break the cage and kill the two bokoblins. And in a category where you don't have the slingshot either, this is extremely awkward. You've got to push the bokoblins. Actually, this would be really cool to see tasked, just because you can drown them. But you'd have to push the bokoblins all the way across the area and get Trill to kill them. But no, he's got the slingshot, so it's not going to be too awkward.
I guess
Nice
also the thing
quick cage
with the Bokos is that the Bokos there either have a downwards animation or a sideways animation, and basically when you get them to swing the club over their head, you get double the hits on the cage, which obviously perfect there.
So that
10
bonk
cage
number
break.
one.
Sorry, Jim.
No, I just said sub 10 cage break.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
the best you can get RTA wise is probably like a high 10 4x.
That sounds right.
Yeah, so already saving about 45 seconds over RTA.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, feel free to keep track of the number of bonks throughout the run as well, chat.
Well, we're into everyone's favorite guessing game of what we'll get for the Goats time. Got Goats 2. On
This
feeling...
is the Goats world record, right? Or no, was Goats 3 the world record?
No, this one is.
This one is?
Oh.
Yeah.
So the RTA Goats world record is 15:31. Pretty
Cool.
quick.
About a second and a half faster than what the RTA Goats record is.
Yep.
For those of you who have never done Goats 2 before, for runners, this is a very painful part of the run because the goats will not always go the way you want them to. Their spawning position is consistent, but the way they respond to like your whooping noise, their kind of levels of sensitivity changes.
I find it helps to make whooping noises in real life.
That would help.
Not just for goats, in general.
Alright, time to start my speed run. Whoop.
And now we're off to be Wolf Link. So it's kind of hard to have any major sequence breaks around the start of the game, just because like the main one being the gate clip we did before, and just because we still have to get all the requirements, so we'll still have to go into Ordon, we'll still have to get the sword and the shield. There's no Hugo in this run, unfortunately.
Well, we'll see him.
We'll still say hi to him.
Yeah, we'll give him a brief visit.
Yeah, when we
I
get
guess-
to that point, we'll be doing a trick known as sword and shield skip, wherein we don't do sword and shield skip.
It's a good trick. Should try that sometime.
Yeah.
I guess while we're kind of going through the wolf portion, do you want me to explain the general structure of a Hundo run? Would that be?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, cool. So basically, the way RTA Hundo runs work is that we split them up into day-night cycles. So normally we have 3 day-night cycles, and we'll have one after MDH, so Midna's Desperate Hour. We have one after Arbiter's Grounds, and then we'll have one after Temple of Time. And from the 3 of those, the Temple of Time cycle is normally the hardest, and there's a lot to collect. And basically, the general premise of a day-night cycle is that you finish a sequence in the game, which will set the clock to a standardized time, and then you basically have to get from A to B and collect a bunch of items before it turns back to daytime. So for the post MDH cycle, you have to get from just after MDH into Arbiter's Grounds while still collecting all of the pose that are there, and all the other items before it ticks over to the morning time. Time of day in this game kind of has a bunch of different criteria to it. It can go faster in certain areas, slower in other areas. It pauses in certain areas as well. So basically, it's just something we have to manage when we're doing the routing, and that's something that was basically taken into consideration heavily based on how fast we knew the TAS would be. It's something that we had to consider a lot of being almost too fast for the game.
And the TAS was still faster.
Yep.
So we'll talk about that more when we get there.
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah, I was gonna ask, how long is a day-night cycle normally in this game? 'Cause I actually don't know.
I don't remember the exact number. It's like 16 or 17 minutes.
Oh, okay, yeah. So,
Yep.
in an RTA run, missing a day-night cycle is very bad.
Yeah. Yeah, if you ever end up in a situation like there isn't really going to be a situation where you have to just wait out a part of the day and wait for it to be night. But if you ever did have to do that, it would cost you like 7 minutes. Or no, it was like 8 minutes. I don't remember exactly.
We had a point with an old Hundo route where a discovery got made in the Eyes of One mini game, and then we actually ended up being too fast for it. So I think the worst scenario was having to sit around for 24 seconds when we found a Reddit user, I think it was, found the Eyes of One skip.
What?
Do you remember the old route?
Wait. I think you're mixing up two things. The person who found the faster ISO 1 skip is a rando player.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Reddit one was
LHS.
Splitter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sick jump.
Cool movement.
Yeah, so we've been been talking about other things during this, but this has been a showcase of basic wolf movement here. You see a lot of break sliding, like TasMaster mentioned earlier, and there's a lot of dash canceling as well. If you interrupt a dash within the first 10 frames, by jumping off a ledge, or B-attacking, or bonking, then you can dash again immediately without having to wait out the timer. So you'll notice in the movement that there'll be timing dashes to occur either when he'll be able to get the full dash length out, or when he's about to run off a ledge or do an attack right afterwards so he can dash again after.
I guess it's
that was a funny little reverse movement into that trigger.
Yeah, I did a break slide right before that trigger, and that allows that to happen.
I think you see that during a lot of the loading zones you go into, like when we start getting into the Twilights and stuff like that. Just like
Yeah.
the very last input before the loading zone.
Yeah, I do that quite a lot in this task. All right, so here's sword and shield skip. We're just gonna run past Hugo.
See ya.
See ya.
I see a question in chat. Why is it quicker to collect the pose later? Actually, there are a few poses that don't spawn in the overworld until after MDH. So after roughly when you're supposed to get the Master Sword. There are a bunch of poses in dungeons, so those are going to be when we go to the dungeons, and then there are some pose you can get early, but it just doesn't make sense to. Like things are routed so that this is gonna be cool. He's gonna skip a mid jump here. Whee! Things are just routed so that we get all the things in one area at once, and it usually just makes more sense to do that. Oh, right.
I had no idea that was a thing.
Yeah, I didn't know about that either.
No.
Oh yeah, jumping down from that platform.
Yeah.
It makes
Yeah,
sense.
that saved a very small amount of time. I don't remember exactly how much, but
Oh wow, you can bonk that jump there from the table up to that ledge shouldn't be difficult, but it unfortunately is that if you don't stand in exactly the right spot, the Midna jump will just fail.
Yeah.
It is an infuriating jump, and it really shouldn't be.
not gonna lie, I got that jump first try.
What a flex.
Only took one re-record.
Yeah, so there was the Ordon Shield. Technically, the Ordon Shield isn't required for Hundo because the same slot is filled with a wooden shield, like if you burn the Ordon Shield. But getting the Ordon Shield is required for getting the Ordon Sword, which we do need, if we're not getting the wooden sword. And both of those are required for getting the Ordon Warp Portal, which is where we're headed next. So we had to get both. And surely
Yeah,
the Ordon Sword will get at least one use, right? We'll swing it once?
Surely.
Surely.
Maybe. Yeah, one interesting thing, if you just straight up don't collect the Ordon Shield, the Ordon Sword just won't spawn.
Yeah.
So, and
Yeah,
for the purposes of this run, we do need to collect both.
Someone in chat was asking when is it better to dash cancel. I guess the general question for it is quite situational. So it's really good for spacing when you know that you could basically get a dash and a little bit more. There's also times where you'll press a B press as the first input and then follow that up with a dash. So it's all kind of situational movement. Dash canceling around the map would be in general slower than dashing because the values aren't the same.
Well, and how about specifically in water? I see a question about that. I don't actually know the answer to that.
I'd say it's also situational. I think like coming out of the water in Zora's Domain, I think maybe.
Well, TASMaster, did you do any C up dash canceling in water?
No, I don't think so. In fact, I didn't even know that was a thing until now.
Whoops.
It's a very minuscule thing. You press A and then flick C up and C down, and then it'll reset your
okay.
dash. But there's not many situations where it would have been applicable anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I don't imagine there's very many times where you're moving around in water as Wolf Link.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's
Oh,
Sword and
you
Shield
found-
skip.
Yep. And now we're on the first Twilight.
Oh yeah, interferon sub 20 interferon.
Yeah. Yeah, just comparing the RTA times as we gradually progress through the run, just to see how far ahead we are. I guess something to know here is that we're going to be getting the Midna charge, which we'll use for a couple of fun tricks later on. But just kind of a general rule with the Midna charge that if you basically target the enemy's ABC, it'll come back CBA. So you'll kill them in a reverse order to what you targeted them in.
Yeah. And it is actually possible now to skip getting the Midna charge. There's a way to kill Shadow Beasts, a set of Shadow Beasts without Midna on your back, which isn't supposed to be possible. I skipped a leg of the charge attack by only tagging 2 of them. But that's not a good idea, because skipping Midna charge would actually soft lock you. You can't finish Lenneru Twilight. Oh, also, I didn't mention before, because it's not in their Hundo requirements, you don't strictly have to finish the Twilights. Like, those aren't explicit requirements for Hundo, but all the Twilights are required for opening up the open. So we will be doing them.
So the whole way through Faron here basically follows kind of the conventional, actually all bar one, I nearly contradicted myself. Here normally in an RTA route, we would actually go to the bug on the far side of Koro's house first. But just because the movement is so clean, it's actually faster to do this way. You'll see what happens in a moment. But you'll see that TTM's leaving a bunch of the bugs behind him. And basically the reason for that is rather than waiting in the SD version of this game, the bugs have like a couple of seconds before you can actually collect the items, which isn't a thing in HD, a great quality of life enhancement. So basically, we're going to kill those bugs, and because we have to track back through here later anyway, we can get them then. But that is, yeah,
Oh man.
that is the reason it is faster to do it, because, yeah.
Also,
And, like-
gates don't exist.
Yeah, that
Nope,
gate doesn't
TP.
exist.
Yep, TP gates are optional.
So we had to wait there for a second before hitting the load zone so that the bugs would explode, so that they stayed dead next time he's coming back through the area. Oh, the bug push.
I guess also something to note is that coming out of all the animations, so you'll see coming out of the dig animation there, there's basically a 1-frame window where you can get a dash off. And if you do that, it stops Link from basically shaking his head around. So there's a lot of 1-framers, another one perfectly right there. So they save so much time across the run.
Yeah.
Especially
Oh.
when you follow it up with that movement.
Oh,
yeah, I
you
don't
skipped the next
think-
one too, right?
Yeah. I don't think we mentioned it with Midna jumps, specifically with Midna jumps that have a text box before them. There's a 1-frame window where you can do the jump without having to wait the small period of time you would normally. With one exception that we'll
Yep.
get to later on in the run. Also,
That's
here's some
cool.
keys, long
That's
jump attacks.
ridiculous.
Wait, you forgot the bugs. What are you doing?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Invalid TAS.
Oh boy.
No, we'll make
Well,
up for it by
we'll
going
make
out of
up for
bounds
it.
here.
Sounds
I was
good.
literally just about to say that. So here is early Master Sword, where we use the Shadow Beast to, we use a super jump with the Shadow Beast to get up onto that ledge and jump to the entrance of Sacred Grove. So one of the reasons why, or I guess we could get into it now, the reasons why we're getting the Master Sword early, it helps a lot with combat. It does, I believe, twice the amount of damage of the Ordon Sword. So it allows us to 1-cycle mini bosses and 2-cycle some main bosses. But it also allows us to transform at will between human and wolf, which will be fantastic for movement. And it also allows us to warp pretty much anywhere we want to at any time, because we have access to warping.
Yeah, another big one is that it lets you get into Lakebed early without the
Yes.
Zora armor. Just because it sets the save warp point to some land so you don't drown on the way in, which we'll be making use of.
Also, a really small thing of note there, just before, just as TTM jumped down there, that jump down to the stone actually has a massive void plane around it.
Yeah.
So jumping in that close left-hand angle, I don't think I've ever seen an RTA runner like consistently go for that in runs. If you jump kind of anywhere near the ledge remotely, you will just void out.
Yeah, it's incredibly risky to go for that jump there.
Yep. And now we have a backup save in case you game over.
Yeah.
Our second file.
That'll be useful later too. And also, for anyone watching who doesn't know, the first Howling Stone that he just howled at is to spawn a Golden Wolf on the map, and the Golden Wolves teach you the hidden skills. Each Howling Stone on the map spawns a specific Golden Wolf at a specific location, but the Golden Wolves can be visited in any order, and they'll always teach you the 7 hidden skills in the same order, regardless of which order you visit them in. There's a pretty cool glitch that you can do with them called Golden Wolf Wrong Warping as well, which we won't see in this run, though it is in every any percent run, actually. Which hopefully will make it into some speedruns someday. It'll be pretty cool. Well, make it into some speedruns in a useful way. Oh yeah, how many
I
frames
love
did
that
save?
fast.
You remember?
I don't actually know. I know.
I think you
Ekke
said it at some
timed
point.
Yeah, I know Ekke timed it at some point, but I forget the timing, what the numbers were.
Oh yeah, maybe I was remembering saying a specific number during the last commentary.
Yeah.
Remember that?
I guess something also worth noting, kind of while we're going through Sacred Grove. Basically, rupees are going to play a massive role in this run, as you can assume with any Zelda run. I think I've done the maths in it before. I think there's about 3,700 rupees spent across the run.
Something like that.
So there's a lot of buying and a lot of selling of bugs. But obviously, getting good RNG for the rupees as we go through the run, that'll make life a whole lot easier.
So I have the number. It's 3,743 rupees over the course of the run.
Yep.
Nice.
Checks out. So with the Skull Kid fight here, basically what you want to do is you want to try and kill one of the, correct me if I'm wrong, from a tasking side, but basically you want to kill one of these puppets as fast as you can, because that will basically then start the clock on when it's going to do his blowing the horn animation. But you just want to kill one of them, because if you kill multiple of them, I think it's like 3 frames lost per puppet, or something like that.
Sounds
just
about
It's
right.
5 frames hit stun animation.
Okay. Oh yeah, so with the hit stun animation, in certain cases where we actually have to hit multiple enemies at the same time, well, actually, we'll be hitting most enemies at the same time to mitigate the hit stun effect. If you hit 2 enemies on the same exact frame, it combines their hit stun effect just to be 1, which will save a lot of time.
Yeah.
Now it's time for the fastest Master Sword puzzle you've ever seen.
Yeah, this
My
is
body
this
is
is the
ready.
hardest puzzle.
Probably the hardest part to task. Have to figure
Definitely.
out the whole puzzle optimally.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, F-Tab. I missed the bonk through that loading zone.
Redo the whole thing.
Yep.
So the sense presses here, there's just a 2-frame window where you can press sense in the air on each of these jumps, and it's totally pointless, and some of us do it all the time.
I'm just looking at what time we're going to come out with getting Master Sword.
Oh yeah.
That's the sub 29 Master Sword.
Honestly, I'm more impressed by how clean that puzzle was. It was excellent.
That was pretty clean.
Yeah. And actually, the reason I did those senses during the jumps was because Ekke didn't do any in the All Dungeons task.
That makes sense, right.
Gotta differentiate somehow.
Exactly.
Also, we've come across one of the only like significantly long unskippable cutscenes in the game right here. So, I'm sure this part was easy to task.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Someone in the chat was wondering if every solution for the puzzle is known. I believe someone ran a simulation of it. And yes, that you can go left or right, but that's the only difference. But that is, I can confirm that is the fastest puzzle. Kip has a question for you and TTM, just because I guess some people may, if for people who haven't been across tasking, I've personally never been exposed to tasking myself. They're basically asking, if you wanted to change something within a task, would you have to go back and go through the whole process?
It depends on like which section you want to redo. If there's something found at the very beginning of the run that would save a lot of time, if you made a lot of progress since then yes, you would have to redo basically everything you did up to that point. And it's actually different for different emulators. With Dolphin specifically, which was used to task this game, if you want to redo something, you would have to redo everything by hand. But in other cases, there's tools that you can use to like copy and paste inputs from other task files to your current file. So, yeah.
Speaking of doing things by hand, did you do all of this with like an interface on a computer, or did you do any of it with a controller?
This was all on a computer.
Makes sense. So yeah, now we've got the Master Sword, and we're gonna show it off right away. Show off the capabilities by warping back to South Faron. And now he's gonna go through and get all the tiers that he skipped earlier to finish the Twilight. And this will immediately be saving time after the Twilight. I guess that's not immediate, is it? Immediately after the Twilight, it'll start saving time because there's a scripted sequence where you're supposed to go escort the monkey with the lantern through the purple mist, and you can just warp to the other side instead. It's pretty nice.
Shoutouts to that gate not existing again.
Yep.
Yep.
You said that you did the sense presses in response to XTAS. It'd be really funny if in response to XTAS you clipped through the gate the first time and didn't the second time.
Actually, yeah, that would have been a good troll.
That would have been a good joke, yeah.
Very true reference.
So something cool here. So basically, even though it looks like we should be kind of drowning in the fog, if you roll through it and space out your lantern swings, you can basically run through it because it still changes the properties of the fog. You just can't visually see it.
And this is why he didn't kill these bugs earlier. Earlier, when their cutscene played, they dug underground, so it would have taken them a little bit longer to kill them. But when he came back, they were above ground. And here's one little optimization. I kind of mentioned this earlier. Instead of tagging all 3 shadow beasts, he just tagged 2 so fast you can even see it. But one of the legs of the attack hit 2 of them, and that just skipped Wolflink jumping one more time, because even if all 3 of them are dead, he'll jump the number of times, or the number of times he jumps is the same as the number of targets he targeted.
It's also amazing how far it brought the Shadow Beast across towards Forest Temple. Because I know from an RTA perspective, like the Shadow Beasts feel like they have zones that they can't escape.
Yeah.
Like that Shadow Beast that we use for EMS just never seems to wander over.
Seahorse.
Yep.
Yeah, there's Seahorse Link.
Link is doing his stretches. So there's the Faron Twilight. Also, you'll notice that he's already holding the Master Sword, and we will actually never use the Ordon Sword.
Yeah.
So that backflip was to skip some Midna text, and now we can just warp directly to North Faron without doing the whole monkey escort. This also skips getting a key from Koro.
That backflip for run saves like 5 to 6 seconds because basically you have like the Midna text, and then Midna text afterwards has a cooldown before you can press Z again. So it saves a surprising amount of time for runs.
Yeah, really annoying to miss it. It's frame perfect.
Somebody asked how skipping gates works. So specifically with gates that like you can open with a key. If you bonk into the gate, it enters like a swinging animation, and then during a specific part of that swinging animation, you can either side hop or dash straight through it. There's probably a more technical explanation of that.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm aware, like the collision of the gates just splits apart just enough that if you're over a certain threshold of speed, you just go in the little seam that appears.
Right.
And at like, you know, the precise position you would need to be, which only a TAS can really do for the Faron gates. Nice little brake slide on the way over to the hero shade.
I had to play around here somehow. I think it's important during like when making a task to find like places where you can just, you know, mess around. Adds a lot of entertainment value.
You did find an optimization, at least one optimization in the hidden skill sequences too.
Oh right, was that the jump strike?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I guess comes up again in the next hidden skill sequence because you redo that.
Yeah.
We'll get there in 4 hours or something.
All right, Beast, do you want to run with Forest Bit?
Oh yeah, Force Bit. So he's about to do some weird stuff, and the whole goal here is to be able to go get the boomerang really early. So the whole shtick in Forest Temple is that you have to go save a bunch of monkeys, and they bring you over to the mini boss, and then eventually over to the boss. But there's this glitch you can do with Back in Time that he's doing right now that gives you monkeys. And basically what's going on is he's using an application of Back in Time to wrong warp. Let me restart. Using an application of Back in Time to wrong warp into the King Bulblin cutscene. You just saw the intro of that. Into the King Bulblin fight. You just saw the intro of the cutscene. He started skipping the cutscene, and that set a value in memory that corresponds to boss sequences in general. It does a few different things, and one of the things it controls is how many monkeys you have. Basically what it's supposed to do is make it so when you're in a boss room, it doesn't replay the intro cutscene over and over again right after you've skipped it. But yeah, he just set that, and that flag doesn't get reset when you reset the game. So it's still set, and that means the game thinks he has monkeys. Also, check this out.
Double spider skip.
RTA runners in shambles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that trick actually makes it impossible to save all of the monkeys normally and make the whole monkey chain to get to Diababa. But he'll just have to figure out some other way to do that, I suppose.
I guess also something kind of within Forest bit there is that normally within RTA runs, when you're in the title screen and you jump off, the audio cue we normally look for is Link screaming. Link will scream into the title, into the menu as you go through.
He unfortunately doesn't scream the title.
No, he doesn't.
Twilight Princess. Yeah, so anyway, he's got a bunch of monkeys now.
And he gets to fight an even bigger one now.
That was the best I could do explaining EBF in like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
It's complicated.
So here's an example of the Master Sword being useful for mini bosses. We can actually one-cycle Ook with a jump attack, spin attack, and do a stab. And that is only possible because of the Master Sword.
Yeah, so if you really like the Ook music, which is great, you need to watch an HD run or a glitchless run.
Yeah, you can watch my recent attempt that I did where I got 18 total hops on Ook.
Amazing.
Wow, shameless plug.
speaking of,
Twitch.tv/gymnast86.
Yeah, so Ook, the number of hops that he does on each cycle, he has to do at least 2 hops. Any more than that is RNG, so obviously the TAS here only gets 2. Yeah, and now we have our good old classic Twilight Princess friendly item, the Gale Boomerang. Nice roll.
Yep.
Yeah, it'll be pretty useful. Actually, now that we're in a dungeon, I do want to mention that in general, for every dungeon, we're going to be getting the dungeon item, getting the collectibles, which are 2 heart pieces per dungeon, and a variable number of pose for the dungeons after Lakebed. So no pose in this one. Going to be getting the boss key with one exception, and then going and fighting the boss. That's pretty much invariable. So right now he's just going to go get the heart pieces before he can, before he goes and gets the boss key.
It hurts
Some
to
people
watch
in-
a second time.
It doesn't even
someone-
save that much time in Hundo.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
true, because you,
unbelievable.
you do have the Gale Boomerang and the Slingshot that you could just...
Jump on the left.
Did you pull out the lantern? What?
Yeah, I pulled out the lantern before I grabbed the monkey.
Oh, so this is a strat that that cool pickup with the boomerang. That's something we incorporated RTA that TASMaster found. It's pretty cool.
This whole room got a rework.
and putting
Yeah.
away the sword that's clean.
Actually, the whole second half of the Forest Temple pretty much got redone because of a optimization I missed the first time.
Like the side hop.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's heart piece number 1, and this is supposed to be backtracking. This is the 3rd monkey you're supposed to get. So, like in a casual playthrough, you would have already been here, and this is just coming back.
Is that sequence of side hops actually faster?
Yeah, it's very, very slightly faster than just rolling,
Right,
because
okay.
you lose a lot of roll speed when you jump onto that log.
This is so cool. The fact that
Yeah,
it
so
didn't blow
this-
up.
Yeah, this is the reason I redid the second half, because this you can grab that bombling from the 2nd floor, and then just throw it into the Deku light.
I totally forgot about that. I'm pretty sure I was the one who brought that up, but it's been so long since you did this.
Yeah, I think you did bring it up as well, and I was like, oh, interesting.
I think when you were in testing for that room, yeah, the strat that you used before that one, we actually now use in RTA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're glad that you had to do it twice,
Yep.
but sorry. So it's just going to do a nifty jump here. Whee! Skips running around half the room. And the cleanest roll of all time to the boss key.
Yep. I've never seen an RTA runner be able to open the chest directly out of the roll.
Yeah, I don't
so
think I have either.
The boomerang thing, like getting the bombling that we were just talking about, it is RTA viable. It's just stupid. Like, I've timed myself doing it, and was doing like reasonable attempts, but you have to aim so precisely to do it reliably that every time I did it, it was actually slower than just doing the strat we do now. Even
Yeah,
though it is theoretically faster for a TAS.
Yeah, the TAS doesn't convey this, but bomblings and the Gale Boomerang are very finicky.
Yeah.
You try to do anything even remotely precise with them.
Oh yeah,
So,
skipping turning the bridge here.
Yeah, that's a long jump attack. Very useful tech in Twilight Princess, and is why the Gale Boomerang is such a friendly item to us. I believe going to be used up here again just now to
Yeah, the roll.
skip having to get all the monkeys, which we can't get anyway, as what was mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
That second LJ is actually very precise because you have such little room to actually throw the boomerang. So yeah, that one took a while to get.
I was gonna say it wasn't because like normally the properties for like why the LJ works is like it's either ground higher than Link's feet position or it's for a void. Those would be like the main ones, or out of bounds.
Yeah, a void. Because out of bounds puts the boomerang over a void.
Yeah.
Or over a surface
In
that's
most
higher
cases,
than
yeah.
his feet.
Yeah.
So
got a bit of Upless.
yeah. So this boss fight, you may have noticed the boss fight started immediately. When he walked in the room, there was no intro cutscene. This is going back to what I was saying before about the trick he did to set the value in memory to have monkeys having to do with boss intro cutscenes. There wasn't one. So he saved up 2 bombs here for the second phase, just by being careful with them. And now he's got to wait for a second, I guess. I'm not really sure why he had to wait. Was that just he wasn't vulnerable yet?
That was just to get into position for the boomerang throw.
Oh, gotcha. And then, yeah, do a really quick 2-cycle here. It's a trick called Ookless, because Ook never shows up. And that is
I
RTA.
didn't even hit the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think when you were tasking it, you mentioned that basically if you do a jump attack into an instant spin, you save like lag frames over doing a B attack that we do in RTA, like tiny optimizations.
Yeah, it gets rid of the hit stun effect when you hit the enemy.
Yep.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
So
Yeah.
that is RTA viable, and it'll save you about 40 seconds. I think is a good ballpark.
Yeah, it's a bit slower RTA because we have to be very careful in setting it up. Again, bomblings and the boomerang are hard to control.
And the reason that strat is possible is because when you throw the boomerang, or when you pick up a bomb with the boomerang, it resets the explosion timer, so
Yep.
it gives you more time to throw the bombs.
Casual 44-minute Forest Temple.
44.
44 minutes.
Yeah,
I think
so
the
for
best-
reference, RTA Forest Temple times, like the best RTA Forest Temple times are barely sub 48.
Yep.
Also, I will be making up for all the times Ekke missed our container
What?
in the all dungeons task.
Oh, Ekman, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Really tiny thing there. Again, with the one framers out of cutscenes, basically TTM there was able to get an angle change. So basically facing towards the way we want to go and pressing A. Super tiny thing. But all helps in a task. Alright, it's time to head off to Elden for our first experience of Hyrule Field.
Somebody just said I've been gone for 2 minutes and Forest Temple's already been completed.
Yeah.
That's about how it works.
Yep.
Literally,
There's-
don't blink.
There's very few dungeons even in Hundo. There's not many dungeons that we actually work the whole. There's normally some form of manipulation that we can do, like Forest Temple, Lakebed, Snowpeak. The ones that we have to kind of work our way through mostly are like City in the Sky and Arbiters and stuff like that. There's normally a manip of some kind that we can do.
So Teabag mentioned earlier, like, a rough outline of the route, how most of the collection is going to be done during day-night cycles since we can work pose in. Actually, I don't remember whether you mentioned, most pose in the game are only available at night. So that's why nighttime matters. But in terms of, like, the outline of the entire run and how those fit in, It is in large part like the same order as things in a casual playthrough. All of the dungeons are going to be in the intended order, even though they don't have to be. It just ends up. Well, some of them have to be for hundo, so they don't have to be for any percent, but it just ends up being like it's more optimal to do them in that order, or you can't do them out of order in hundo because it locks you out of something. Twilights are going to be in the intended order too, though there is one visit to Lakebed that's early.
Gorge
So now we're
Nice
just heading to
be
Elden
impressed.
like you normally would do.
Yeah, just barely did Gorge Void.
Yep. Be attack Gorge Void. It's there have been some ideas for doing hundo without getting the bridge, but it's pretty awkward.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, there's a lot of ways that you'd have to like work around getting across the gorge, and it just wouldn't be worth it.
yeah, I've played with a few ideas for it, and I've never found anything even close to worth it.
Yeah, I guess
Or not
something.
just-
Oh, there you go.
Not just getting like around the gorge, getting around the gorge multiple times,
Yeah,
which we would do.
Yeah, the gorge in one of the day-night cycles plays like a pivotal role in the post-TOT cycle. So for RTA, this is kind of a big change we have whenever we've rerouted hundo has been at what point do we go to Cat Gorge, and basically can we complete it all in one split, or do we have to basically take it over two components?
what's crazy is that it all really just comes down to horse grass.
Yeah,
If this weren't the only convenient place to get horse grass at that time, then we
Yep.
could do things in a different order, and it would probably work out. But no.
fantastic gate.
Yep.
Yep. You will find throughout this task that gates have a lot of stuff in common, and being absolutely broken is one of those things.
Yeah, so for this Shadow Beast fight, no matter what you do, you can't get all three of the Shadow Beasts to get together, because that one that's closer to the center of the village just will never come near the other two, so... Has to be done in 2 Midna charge attacks.
That gate clip is possible if the King Bulblin 1 trigger is there. You just have to run around the trigger. And actually, I think the any percent task does that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because as soon as like you get halfway through the also nice. As soon as you get halfway through the gate, you can just turn to the side and avoid the trigger.
Right.
Oh, that was a nice LJA.
Yeah, a little Keys LJA. And then we can clip into the well.
The only trick in the game whose instructions are its name. How do you do well clip? Well, clip.
Exactly.
How long have you been sitting on that one?
I tell it all the time. I think I stole it from Sky, actually. Shoutouts
Yeah,
to
with-
Sky Rion.
We love Sky.
Yeah, so
yeah.
Because this is one nice thing about having the Master Sword, there are a few things like that you can do that the game just doesn't expect you to be able to even attempt. So because he was able to turn human, he was able to just side hop into the well. The collision is really only made for Wolf, I guess. And that skipped a whole sequence of going into the sanctuary and lighting some torches.
Love that bug comes down to you.
Yeah. So if you bonk after entering this shop and you stand at a very specific spot, the bug will actually just come down to you instead of you having to chase it around, and that saves quite a bit of time.
Oh, this is great. I love this. That's so
Yeah.
great.
The sign jump.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that actually saves any time, but it's cool. So
No, it definitely does. It looks great. It definitely saves time.
Yeah, if it looks cool, it has to save time. That's the rule.
Yeah.
obviously,
Someone was asking if it's possible to leave rooms early. And I guess that's kind of going in line with what B said earlier. Basically, for the tiers to spawn, you want to basically hear this ding sound, and then in the same way, you want that for when you're collecting it. So you can leave without the full animation being completed, but as long as you hear that ding, you'll be all right. Sorry, I know I just talked over some great in movement.
Yeah, that was awesome. Keys LJs.
Yep.
So something fun that we're gonna have coming up after this. We're gonna have bomb house skip. That is,
I love bug pushing so much.
yeah, and a yellow rupee in there as well.
Yeah.
So you're already up to 40 rupees, which is yeah. But we have bomb house skip coming up here, and basically what happened, that is ridiculous. But basically, when you normally get to the top of Barnes' bomb shop, there's a bug that'll spawn and it'll run into the house. And in a casual playthrough, you run in, you chase after it, the house gets lit on fire, big boom, the whole thing goes up. But basically what we can do here is if we intercept the bug before the bug makes it into the house and we kill it, then the game basically says, oh, well, the bug is dead, the house must be gone. So you'll see the house basically just disintegrate in front of your eyes. That is amazing movement.
That takes a little bit longer RTA.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, that's a lot more precise than what it might look like.
And then there's a really precise text skip too. There's a Midna text trigger that appears after you've blown up the house, and he just went around it.
And even though oh sorry, I was just gonna say that even though the house disintegrates there, the collision of the house is still there. So if your movement isn't precise, you can actually you can get crush voided.
Didn't you get like 25 rupees?
Yeah.
I think it's 20, either 22 or 23 rupees you can get.
Amazing.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I remember when you were around this part in the TAS, and I was wondering how, like, because I didn't know how many RNG rupees you were going to be able to get. I had just kind of planned around a number I thought was reasonable, and then you had, I think by Zora Armor, you had like 30 to 50 more than I thought you could have.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Something around that.
I think for context, a good RTA run has around 20 by this point. If you've gotten the ones in the abandoned house and in the watchtower.
So here's some examples of brake sliding, saving some time. So that moonwalking movement is brake sliding. In this area, there are a lot of slopes, so we can use that to just mitigate the effects of the slope and preserve almost all of our speed.
Question about rupee RNG. Yeah, can you talk a little bit about RNG manip?
Okay, so for RNG manipulation in general in Twilight Princess, certain things that you do, like turning the camera, or even just moving in a specific way, can influence the RNG values in ways that could be advantageous. And it takes a lot of trial and error to try to manipulate the RNG in such a way that you get exactly what you're looking for. And there's a lot of it over the course of this run.
So yeah, it's all based on inputs. It's not like hacking in and saying, I'm going to get a bunch of blue rupees.
Yeah.
Right.
Give me a purple.
It's also one of the reasons that, you can't really go back and, redo just, a single part of the task, because any change that you make to a previous part of the task will then affect all of the RNG that happens later on, pretty much.
Yeah, so you would essentially have to manipulate all of the RNG.
Something I had a question about. When you were killing all the bugs as you go through the Twilight, as the frame you were hitting the bug, you're turning off your senses. Does that save you time? Does that kind of shorten the death lag thing you were talking about, or is that just personal preference?
I think no, it doesn't save any time. I just did it just to be funny, I guess.
Yeah.
Yo, a heart drop.
Yep.
It's already healthy enough.
Actually, for people who play it casually, every time you get one of the tiers, actually gives you a heart back as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that last Shadow Beast was not in the Midna charge. I targeted the two behind me, or I can't remember actually.
Yeah, it's been a trend
that's
across
gonna
the
happen
run
for every Shadow Beast fight as Wolf.
Yeah, if you
Just to shorten
target 2 instead of 3, then basically you don't have to do the third jumping animation. Because in this game, if you target 10 shadow beasts and you kill them after 2 hits, you still have to do the rest of the 10. Targeting 10 shadow beasts would be very impressive.
Yeah, there are a few sections or segments in this task that can be improved. Somebody just asked if I redid this, do I know some improvable segments? And there are a few time savers that I missed, but
I mean, it's not so much that you missed them. It's
Yeah.
like there are a few little things that you did miss, yeah, but mostly like he was working on this for over a year, so we found new things and rerouted things. And
right.
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But
Oh no, it's
I'm
fine.
just defending your honor.
Beast, do you want to explain DF walking just as a thing, just while?
Well, I feel like
cutscene roll?
TASMaster would be better explaining that.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so DF walking is a movement technique where if you hold L to target and then you hold any diagonal direction or even just left or right on the control stick, if you hold either of those directions for 2 frames and then let go of
Wait.
L.
Sorry, I actually do mean to cut you off this time. There's a cutscene coming up with a bunch of flashing lights. If that's bad for you, you should look away. If that's good
It's
for
not.
you, or if it's not bad for you, you should look at it because it'll be good for you.
It's not as bad as RTA's flashing. I checked this yesterday. But I
Oh,
don't
is
know
it?
if the way I don't know if it's
Yeah.
the way like the angle you enter the cutscene. It doesn't flash as much as it does in RTA because it doesn't show like the main body of Kakariko. And you still
Okay,
get
sorry.
it
I just
here
wanted
and there, but
to play that safe.
Yeah, so the game trying to map Wolf Link's model to Human Link's animations doesn't really work very well, so this is the result of that.
This is how I tame horses.
Yep. Also enjoy
sorry,
this
you-
camera angle.
Yeah, that's not how it normally faces.
yeah, if
I
you see this in an RTA run, there's like beams of light going across the screen.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a lot more flashy.
Yeah.
I think the angle, the camera angle you have is based on the angle you had before you entered the cutscene trigger.
Makes
That's
sense.
what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah. But earlier I was explaining DF walking.
Yeah, sorry
So
about
if
that.
you, yeah, it's fine. So when you hold L and you hold diagonal or left or right on the control stick, if you hold that for 2 frames and then let go of L, it actually allows you to build up your walking speed a little bit faster. So in certain situations, you might see me target first and then run forward, or in other cases, target and then run to the side to build up some speed before I start rolling. And that's particularly useful for going up slopes. If you DF walk perpendicular to the slope, you can actually start rolling up it with more speed.
And we're on
And
to
then-
hidden skill 2.
Yeah, hidden skill 2. He warps to Ordon, which saves a long horse ride. It's pretty nice.
And I guess it's important to note that basically you'll get shield attack. I think it's the technical term. I was going to call it shield bash. And basically then this will play a role in a hidden skill later down the line, which we actually get to use for some really fun movement in a Temple of Time.
Yes.
It's actually one of my favorite things about Hundo developments in the past, I guess 2 years or whatever since I started running it, is that we use all the hidden skills now.
Yeah.
Like they had uses before, but they were for like slower strats that we didn't end up actually using. But there's it's not new anymore, but a newer use for Helm Splitter. We use Shield Bash and Palace. Like everything gets a little roll in the run, which is pretty cool.
Jump Strike has some super fun movement associated to it with Moon Boots, which you'll see in a couple of hours.
And yeah, all hidden skills are required. Someone asked
Sorry,
me.
this movement here is really, really fun. I've played around with it. It's entirely not possible, but it is amazing.
Oh, God.
That basically in an RTA run you normally go to a corner, and you will rang to get an 100 rupee from behind. I think it's Russell's house. But if I'm correct, you had to run into the fence at the end of that there, because if you enter the bow cutscene before the rupee touches you, it won't count. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. It's so good.
Yeah, we usually ride all the way over to the house just to make sure we actually get the rupee.
And now we've got a bit of RNG for RTA runners. RTA runners are quaking at the sight of bow. Basically, it's a big game of rock paper scissors. You effectively want to try and slap him once, and then you want to mash. I think it's 12 or 13 mashes per second to push him off the edge in one cycle. But there's different RNG values for component 1 and component 2. So I think the start is like a 50-50, and then phase 2 is like 25%. So you basically have a 1 in 8 chance of getting perfect RNG.
I heard this really cool TP speedrunner waterproof teabag has a video on this.
He might. I'm not a big fan of him, but he might.
Wow, beef within the community.
I know. Toxic community.
I think we should settle this with wrestling.
That is really good
IRL
RNG.
community meetups to use the wrestling
Yeah.
champion.
That would be great.
So that's the best RNG you can get for Bo. If you slap him and then push him off of the arena. I believe it takes a minimum of 13 button presses per second to push him off in one go. But if you press A 15 times a second, which is frame perfect, then you can push him off a little bit faster.
I think the thing with bow isn't even the fact that like it's hard to get RNG off of the get-go. It's the fact that when you get bad RNG, it snowballs really fast. So
Yeah.
the second you
Yeah.
fail the first one with him, then he pushes you back a little bit, which means you need 2 good ones in a row. And it just kind of there's a fancy math term and I can't think of it, but basically it just ramps up really quickly.
And speaking of frame perfect things, I don't think we mentioned this. This game runs at 30 frames per second. And if you're like mashing for something, for example, the fastest you can mash is 15 times per second. Otherwise, if you mash any faster, the game will read your inputs as holding down the button. Like if you press it on 2 adjacent frames. So that's why the 15 frames per second came up earlier.
Not even a sub 14.
Wow.
Yeah.
Reset.
So the thing about goats is the time that you get isn't actually the most important aspect. It's actually how long the minigame takes to end after
Yeah.
you get all the goats into the barn. That time I actually got a really good fade out, and that goat's only ended up being like 6 frames slower than the 1384. So that one I was willing to move with that.
I'm not gonna lie, I've fanboyed about this whole sequence going up to Lakebed 1. I just think it's the small things, but like when you see the different changes of stuff that like I could just never do with the controller, it's just it's amazing to see. Like 170 rupees at this point is normally what we have entering Goron Mines in an hour's time. We have to get the 3 yellows outside of Goron Mines, but yeah, it's crazy.
I believe what controls how long the fade out is. I believe that's when all of the goats enter the barn. I'm not 100% sure on that. Do you guys know anything about that?
Yeah, they can kind of back up. So if 9 goats are trying to get in, they kind of have to tick one after another. So sometimes you'll see that they all get to the door, but the timer doesn't go straight away, because they basically have to go in one by one.
They have to like make it a certain distance into the pen after they've already been counted before like the game is like, okay, this is done. We can do the fade out.
Gotcha.
Oh,
Another Epona slide and a gate clip.
Yeah.
Yep. And so normally in an RTA run, what you see here is you'll see someone transform after clipping through that gate, and because you want to enter Lake Hylia as human Link. But we're going to do something really fun here, which I don't fully understand, as our way into Lakebed. If you want to explain that, TTM.
I think we can let it play out first, and then I can
Sure.
try to explain it.
We're gonna get a rupee, I think.
Is this
see.
the first rupee text this run?
I believe so, yeah.
Nice. I can't believe you didn't skip it. What a time loss.
Yeah, definitely.
Down he goes.
There we go. So that is a trick known as rupee dive. Basically, if you boomerang the rupee on the very edge of the lake and then do a slash. I believe I don't know if it's frame perfect or not, but right before the boomerang actually touches Link, that causes Link to just fall straight through the water, and it also allows him to clip out of bounds and enter Lakebed early.
So now he's loading the wrong file. This is not exactly the same thing, but a very, very similar thing to what he did earlier with wrong warping into the King Bulblin fight to set a flag in memory that has to do with bosses and mini-bosses. He's doing this basically so that he can enter the Deku Toad fight from the back, because, again, the intro cutscene is skipped, so he can just look up at the ceiling to start the fight.
Yes, the TAS with just the audio will be uploaded to my channel.
Some really great movement here. Another gate.
Oh, yeah.
Another clip. That's actually I think some IL runners were doing that for a bit. Yeah, you'll see there's actually a really small piece of movement here, but you'll see when he jumps up on this ledge, just as he rolls over a little gap on the side and equips the iron boots.
Yeah.
Just
So silly.
that really made me nerd out. That was really cool.
It actually kind of sucks though, because when going back, that actually ended up being like 3 frames slower.
I noticed you
just
didn't do it.
opening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't do it the second time. Also, that LJA onto the staircase railing is incredibly precise, because I'm trying to avoid hitting the railing as I land,
Yeah.
and you need a very specific angle and position.
So the real reason he's here is for getting the claw shot. Well, and Uku, but we determined later that the TAS didn't actually need Uku. Whoops. But for getting the claw shot, it does save some time. And while he's here, he can go ahead and get this heart piece early with a couple of LJAs and a pot. And the fastest way to get back to the next area he wants to go to is simply to void out.
Yeah, but you can use that gate just to push you out of bounds.
Yeah, respawns you back up here, no climbing vines.
We actually use that void in RTA just because the spacing between the chest and the gate is perfect for, I think it's 2 shield bashes in a row.
Yeah, we have a nice setup for it.
Yeah. As long as you kill the Lizalfos beforehand.
So for fighting Deku Toad, you're not supposed to be able to start the fight from this side, but as I said earlier, the intro cutscene is skipped. And after the intro cutscene is when you can just look up at the ceiling to start the fight, so he just looked up at the ceiling from the exit, and now the fight has started. There's a really cool strat you can do here with bombs, but we don't have bombs yet, so that's unfortunate.
So what we want to do with the Toad is basically we don't want to continue our attacks the whole way through. You'll see this in a bunch of times throughout the run. So basically doing a full combo is gonna wreck it up. So we'll see it a couple of times later in the run.
And this is another one you can only one cycle that mini boss because of Master Sword.
Yep.
I did have a couple of desyncs throughout this task, but it wasn't horrible. I think total I only got like 3 desyncs.
Yeah, this version of Dolphin is pretty good about not really desyncing, thankfully.
Yeah. Oh yeah, by the way, this was actually made on an official version of Dolphin. I think the last 2 TP tasks were made on Dolphin Zelda Edition, which was created by Dragonbane. Because at the time, Dolphin, the official versions of Dolphin were just horrible to use for both Twilight Princess and Wind Waker, because they would just desync constantly. But this version actually did very well.
So yeah, now he's going to get Uku because he wants to come back here later, and it's going to be the fastest way to do it. He'll also use it for a trick, but again, we'll talk about that more when we get there. It wasn't actually needed. Oh yeah, breaking the pop.
This is a great movement.
And the boots, oh, that's so good.
Yeah.
I realize, as I mentioned, not having bombs yet before, that there are so many things that we're not even talking about skipping. Like, he's obviously skipped getting the Zora armor to get here. You're not supposed to be able to do that. You're not supposed to be able to get here without water bombs or bombs in general. He doesn't have any of those yet. You're supposed to have the bow here so that you can shoot down the stalactites. He doesn't have that yet. There's a lot of skipping going on in there, which we kind of take for granted at this point because we've been doing it in RTA runs for a very long time.
Yeah. Yeah, this still does follow kind of the sequence of RTA runs. Just the way we get into Lakebed, we don't do the rupee dive, we do pillar clip, which is this underwater pillar, which if you go up to the side of it, and you call Midna at a certain point, you'll clip into it.
It's grass.
It is grass. So this here is Kargrok drowning. So what we want to do is basically enemies in this game don't like water. They're just not big fans of it. So what we can do is that if we can get the Kargrok rider here to touch water, it will drown, and the cutscene will then play. The only fear with this RTA is that if the Kargrok grabs you, it plays an animation, like a cutscene of him grabbing you. And basically, if he touches the water at the same time he grabs you, it will crash your game. Because basically, it tries to play both cutscenes at the same time, and it can't pick which one. So in an RTA run, if you fail that, it can lose you a fair amount of time, probably about 2 minutes, to 2.5 minutes, because you have to full reset your console.
Yeah. I guess it depends on whether you're on a Wii or a GameCube.
Yeah,
Also,
and if you can get in before the Wii goes burr. Yeah.
TASMaster, I don't remember whether we talked about this one. Did you find this side to be faster than the other side? Because I remember talking to Ekke about it, and he did this side and then realized afterwards that the other side was faster. I think.
Yeah, I think I do remember us talking about that. At the time I did this section, I didn't think about doing it through the left side, but yeah, by the time we realized it, I'd already finished Linear Twilight, so.
Oh, okay. I couldn't remember.
Yeah, so this Zora's River kind of like has a bunch of twists and turns normally that you'd have to go up. So by clipping out of bounds, you can travel in a straighter line to the end of the area instead of having to go through those twists and turns.
And we'll actually see this clip get used later on for another trick, but we'll explain when we get there. Explaining tricks and then calling back to them an hour later doesn't do anyone any favors. Great one-framer.
Oh, we're coming up on the one text box. The very important text box that doesn't give you a one-framer.
Yes, so Midna jump that we're about to, that we're approaching. This is the only Midna jump in the game where you can't get a first frame jump for some reason. There's the cutscene for it is slightly longer than the other ones.
The key sound jazz is so cool.
Here it is. No one frame.
Yep.
Everyone
I
enjoy
have
that
no
frame.
idea why that one is different, but it just is.
I enjoyed Midna yawning right before that. Like she was bored that you weren't going to do it.
That movement up the snow was so cool.
Yeah. Just backwards sliding the whole way up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I had wanted to mention. I said before we were getting the claw shot, and that was good for routing. The claw shot's basically good for like 3 things in terms of hundo routing, and it essentially, well, okay. So the 3 things are getting the shrine, the Lanayru Shrine heart piece right after Lanayru Twilight, which is just convenient because you're already there. You're not supposed to have the claw shot yet at that point because you haven't, gotten the Zora armor or anything. So that's nice. It works well for a skip in Goron Mines, though we have a way to do that anyway. It's just a little bit faster than LJing. And then it's also really good right after Goron Mines for getting a heart piece high up on a cliff that you don't actually need the claw shot for. It just saves like a minute or something. So it saves a return trip later or doing that slowly.
Sorry, I nerded out about the fact that you got 2 rupees from those rocks. I've very rarely got 1 rupee. I've never seen 2.
Yeah, funnily enough, getting 2 rupees from those rocks actually took me a while to do because it is actually very rare to get like more than 1 or any at all from those rocks.
And this is something that we kind of break away from RTA a little bit here, because normally you'd be like, okay, cool, we're going back, we're going to go get the vessel for Lanayru Twilight, but you actually kill one of the bugs here before we go to the vessel. If you watch this now, basically when he lands underneath it. So normally in an RTA run, what we do is we would just jump in the water, put on iron boots, and sink underneath. because that skips the Rutella cutscene. But the fact that you managed to merge a bug kill with the Rutella cutscene skip is, yeah, that's great.
Yeah, so the story behind that is that it was discovered RTA, actually, but it's never done intentionally in RTA runs because it saves a tiny amount of time and is very hard to control.
Yeah.
Shoutouts to Hobreno.
Was it? It saves like a transform, I'm guessing.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I guess it saves 2 transforms and the amount of time the tier takes to form.
Yeah.
You can't pick
And-
up the tiers without
yeah.
the vessel. You just run into them and nothing happens.
And now we're on to our third Twilight. Some people complain about linear Twilight because they think there's a lot of running. Some of the
There's a
bugs
lot of brake
in-
sliding.
There is a load of brake sliding.
Yeah, have you considered that these Twilight sections being long is actually good because then you can get to see cool pass movement?
And
That's
the bug
exactly what they
pushing-
thought when
That's
they
a
made
good
it.
point.
Yep.
The bug pushing is so good.
The bug pushing is amazing. So basically, you got a bunch of bugs that you need to collect around Lake Hylia and Zora's Domain, and then they decided to put one bug in Castletown. It's to do with this whole storyline, but from a speedrunning perspective, it's not ideal. I can tell you the test is at least an hour and 17 minutes.
Here's a pretty
118
cool
incoming.
jump.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
That's a cool one.
There are a couple of people who do that RTA, but it saves like half a second. So
And
it's
yeah.
not very common. And it
it's a
costs about
massive-
30 seconds to fail.
Yeah.
While getting that tier, we can actually dig up a blue rupee, and then collect them both at the same time while also skipping the rupee text.
And then you also warped away before you had actually collected the tier, but then the tier collected on the one frame after warping.
Yeah. All right, so here we actually have to turn into human to do Rutella skip a second time,
Oh, this trick is
Um,
awesome.
but
Yeah.
this trick coming up is insane.
So in RTA we have waterfall side hop, and in TAS we have something different.
Twilight Princess
Yeah, waterfall
passes
claw
are insane
shot.
in 2024.
Yep.
Oh, and the sideways climb. That's great.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's a slight optimization with climbing in this game, or climbing up a ledge. If you're pretty much as high up on the ledge as you can be, if you climb to the side, you can actually get up the ledge a little bit faster. We do that a couple times throughout the run. Also, those lily pad bugs were a nightmare to manipulate.
Oh my god,
They are the worst
rupees.
bugs in the game. There's a tier list that goes around of all the different Twilight bugs, and what is the worst? That is consistently voted the worst bug, I think, by every runner.
Get it? A tier
I would
list?
agree.
Ah,
Ah, yeah.
I wish
the
I was
tier
smart enough
list.
for that.
You're a funny guy.
Yeah. That's why we bring them around.
Yep. Just here for cracking jokes. Yeah, so he's gonna get the Howling Stone now. Yeah, he's gonna get the Howling Stone now.
I love you playing with the Howling Stone.
Yep.
Did you
I gotta
actually,
get
like,
in
try to
that.
Test how much you could, like, how far you could go from the intended path?
Yes.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much for every single Howling Stone, I went to see how often I could do the vibrato.
Yeah. I'm keen for Hidden Village one. That'd be great.
Oh yeah.
I think I saw just before you went into this cutscene. I think you have about 200 rupees or something already, which is just
I think it was 202.
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, 202.
I think from an RTA perspective, I think if you're over 150 by this point, you're doing well. Like, the RNG has been kind to you. It's something we always have to take into consideration. Like, when you're doing runs, you basically have to think, like, okay, how many do I need? Can I skip any rupees? Like, is there any way I can make, like, tiny improvements and tiny shortcuts? But the rupee routing is so tight normally, that you're kind of at the mercy of what the game gives you. That's so plain.
Yeah, and like in RTA runs, we pretty much go for all of these RNG rupees, but we just don't get all good RNG
Yeah.
because we're not TASes. There are a few that we don't go for, like the dig spot one before warping to Zora's Domain. I don't think many people go for.
There will be a Skyward Sword 100% TAS when Skyward Sword actually becomes TASable.
Oh, do I have news for you?
Yeah, hasn't someone been working
Oh.
on some Skyward Sword TAS?
There is a Skyward Sword any percent task currently being worked on, I believe by
Oh, okay.
Darkmoppy, I think is their username.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at the sliding.
Interesting. I'll have
Yeah,
to
you just
check that
committed
out.
yourself to that.
Yeah. You ready to start
see-
work tomorrow, TTM?
I don't know about that, but we'll see.
I'll put it
Okay,
in the calendar. We'll
break
see you in 2
sliding
years.
still exists.
Yep.
Yes.
So break sliding is something that a couple of people go for here and there, never to this extent. It's more something you can use if you know you can't get another roll in and you're going to hit a door. It's pretty good to do them. We actually use it for one piece of really cool movement in Arbiter's Grounds, because basically if you break slide through sand, again we'll see it
Or
when we
deep
get there.
snow.
And deep snow, yeah. So there's a bit of movement there, but we never use it to this extent.
Interesting that the side hop there was faster instead of just running.
Yeah, I didn't have. I had to wait for the dash to recover there. So
Oh, that
I
makes
needed
sense. Yeah.
I needed another form of faster movement. And side hop speed is 33, which is also in most areas Wolflink's dash speed. However, in Hyrule Field or like any bigger areas, his dash speed is actually 45.
I think what's a weird thing is also I think his dash speed is 45 in Ordon Village for some
Yeah.
reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
And then
I
in
remember-
Castletown, it's like 28 or
Yeah.
something
Yeah,
really
it's
low,
really slow.
which is why the
So we're
movement
doing-
here is just constant dash canceling.
Yeah.
I remember actually when you were tassing this, and there was a point in time where I was like,
Yeah.
maybe side hopping through Castletown is fastest.
Yeah, I
Oh,
did.
that
I
wasn't
did
so
test
bad.
that, and it ended up being like literally a few frames slower.
Yeah, that would have been so
Unfortunate.
funny. You just skipping through Castletown.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty funny as is. We're just used to it.
Yeah. Getting towards the end of Linearu, that single bug just adds an extra minute and a half to Linearu. I
Yeah,
think,
a couple more
correct me if I'm wrong, Jim, is that one still
Oh.
in HD?
No, yeah, they kept that one in HD because
They kept that one.
Yeah, they still need to force you to go get that portal. 'Cause I don't think
yeah, I
that,
know-
that portal doesn't exist in the non-Twilight states.
Yeah. I know they removed some like as a quality of life thing, but yeah. Back to being Cargo.
Not gonna clip this time.
No.
Will not be helpful.
That would have been
Got 4
amazing
bucks
if you
here.
could clip out and then come back in, and that was somehow faster.
I mean, you can do it.
Yeah,
Yes.
I wouldn't recommend it. But just the freehand movement of not like the first bug you still haven't gotten. There he is.
Yeah.
Yep.
He got back up.
It's ever so slightly to skip that first bug and then go for the second one.
Yeah.
You were terrifyingly close to that wall.
I was never.
I
worried.
tried to cut corners as well as I could.
Oh, that's
Needless to
so
bump.
good. Yeah, getting the bug into the bong.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that RTA, but I don't know if it's actually RNG how long it takes for the tier to collect. Like, I know part of it isn't. Part of it's based on how far away you get from it.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure whether part of it is or what. But it's very risky to do that RTA because if you don't collect the tier by the time you void out, then you have to. Like, that was actually a really good example. You got really far away from the tier, and so it took longer to collect.
Yeah.
It feels like RNG, but
Oh yeah. Sorry, TGD. I didn't do the clip through that rock.
alright, boss bug.
I don't
time.
remember that.
Yeah, that was a big old swing and a miss by the boss bug.
Yeah.
So was it something? Was it in this task, or was it a different one where we learned that if you keep him on screen the whole time, you save a bit of time? Was
I think that must have been different tasks.
Yeah, I don't think
Basically,
that's related to a task.
Okay.
Yeah, because
I just remember
I
it
because
was found.
yeah, because I already knew about that for this fight, so that's why I'm keeping him on camera.
Gotcha. Yeah, we used to RTA. We used to basically just see up to force him to come at you from a certain angle, and then someone learned that if you keep him on camera the whole time, he attacks quicker. But on the other side of it, if you keep him permanently off camera, he will just sink to the bottom of Lake Hylia.
Yeah. The reason it saves time is that the boss bug won't attack when it's off camera. So if you just keep facing away from it, it'll just keep going around and around. It goes slightly lower every rep. So yeah, you can get it to sink pretty far down.
There was a lot of the same message in chat. For people who are wondering why that worked, basically when you're on the boss bug's stomach, if it's got a bit of a curve to it. So if you attack through it and bonk off of the... Sorry?
His stomach's got a bit of a curve to it.
His stomach is a bit of a... I'm not shaming. It's 2024. But basically, you can kill him and also then cancel the animation by bonking off of it. You made me question how I say that now. I'm going to be careful of my phrasing.
This is one of the reasons Claw Shot's useful to have early, because we're never going to come back to the Lanayru Shrine. But technically, we're back for like a few frames in one cutscene, but that doesn't count. So yeah, we can get this heart piece now. And
I've
now
got
it's
a fun
time for
segment coming up.
Zorarmor.
Yeah, it's Zorarmor is a bit of an auto scroll, but you can do fun things in the meantime while it's going on. That's so far forward. I had a moment where I was like, oh my god, he's gonna talk to the mailman.
It'd be amazing if you just failed a mailman skip.
Yeah. So there's a mailman trigger there. So I think there's a mailman trigger basically. It pops up after every dungeon, if I'm correct.
It's certain
maybe a couple
throughout the game. It's
Yeah.
not just dungeons.
And basically there, because you can see the boomerang jump he did, the LJ, you do that there, you jump over the mailman trigger. We will talk to him once throughout the run, so look forward to that. We get to hear him scream hey at us. But yeah, we do not talk to him very often.
Yeah, even in RTA runs, we only talk to him once now, which is nice.
Yep.
A nice job not accidentally talking to any NPCs there.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh
So
yeah,
this
we
is-
already got the tree HP Jaquaid.
Yeah, I don't even remember whether I thought about that. It's basically free to get during Escort. Well, no, because we have to get the rupees. Never mind, that's why.
Yeah.
Sorry, this upcoming is really cool. I remember when you found this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is gonna look. I mean, it's gonna look weird, but it skips a fight. This is King Bulblin 2 skip. So there's the King Bulblin 2 fight you're supposed to do to get across the bridge and get 2 small keys. And if you void out, it just gives you the small keys and puts you across the bridge. Because basically you're not supposed to be able to void out in this area except after you've beaten King Bulblin and like when you're crossing the bridge or something. So I guess the game just assumes that it needs to give you back the keys so you can reopen the gate, and it's here. And that's actually a really important thing for routing, because we don't have a way to kill King Bulblin 2.
Oh my god, the grass.
Amazing.
These rupee showers that are happening here.
Yeah.
Yeah, to fight KB2 you need either the bow or bombs, and we don't have either.
There is an RTA
So this-
setup for it. It's just not nowhere near as fast as the one you showed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this section is just an auto scroller essentially. We just have to wait for the wagon to make it to Kakariko, so we can use this time to get some rupees and mess around a little bit.
Can you do KB2 as Wolf? I didn't know that. I know you can do KB1 Part 1 as Wolf. Yeah, right.
Oh wow.
So I-
Oh yeah, the steam clip. So you can do an Epona steam clip there. I just did that for fun.
Oh, right. You're not even getting the rupees.
No, don't need it.
Yeah, we have enough rupees at this point where we can
Oh.
skip the orange.
To be fair, he's got about 25 from the grass just in this segment.
Yeah.
So in an RTA run, we would get there's an 100 rupee chest underneath the bridge in there, and that's really important because we need 100 rupees for something that's coming up in a bit.
Let me see. Yeah, in the route I have you at 233 rupees here. 52 ahead.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so he hasn't done the King Bulblin 1 fight yet, so he had to jump over a trigger at the end, and then there's also a Midna trigger right after that saying, "Hey, you didn't actually, save the wagon." He had to jump over that too.
And the really fun thing is if you hit the Midna trigger will walk you back into the King Bulblin trigger. Which
Costs
is
like 5
which is
minutes.
really fun. In runs, it's like you have to do the entire wagon escort segment again. It's basically a run killer.
Yeah.
So there's a safer setup using wolf side hops and stuff like that.
So to sort of explain the King Bulblin 2 skip, the clip to actually clip out of bounds with Epona in that area is incredibly precise. Epona needs to be in a very specific position so that she can push you through the wall at a very specific angle. If I remember correctly, that clip took me 3 straight days to get.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's some dedication.
Yeah, I wanted to save time.
So getting Zora armor is something that can really happen at any point between beating Lanayru Twilight and beating Lakebed. Didn't have to be right now. Really, actually, for our purposes, it could have been anywhere, because usually in an RTA setting, we'd want it to be right where it was just now for rupee reasons. But you didn't even need the 100 rupees. So. No, you didn't even need them for Koro. Man, I don't know.
Yeah.
So, next is a trick called Koro TD. This is something we didn't mention earlier. When you get the Master Sword early, one of the unfortunate effects is that it doesn't let you into into Goron Mines the normal way. It really breaks the cutscene. So he's going to do a trick here where he ukos away after buying this bottle of oil. And what that does is it interrupts Koro's text and leaves, some area of memory in the game thinking that it's partway through a conversation, basically. It keeps track of how far you are in a conversation. And now he's going to go apply that to one of the Gorons blocking Goron Mines, Goron. And that puts him basically partway through a conversation you could have with him. And that conversation is the one that lets you into Goron Mines. So he's just applying one conversation to another, and he'll be able to get in. And this is one of the unfortunate things in this task that we have a better way of doing now. It turns out there's a trick called Universal Map Delay that we will... Actually, wait, do we use UMD in this?
No, not that I know of.
No. Yeah, I guess
We
not.
do use it for Poe collection a couple times, but
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I thought of that like very late into the task. So
Yeah, there were shoutouts to Muffin, who thought of using this for Koro TD, but basically he didn't need to use the Yuku there. It could have done something like frame perfect inputs for, I want to say, like 5 seconds there ish, like all the way through the text. Something very not RTA viable, but basically would have had the same effect and saved like 30 seconds. But we didn't know about it at the time. Oh, the Goron dodging. So good.
Bringing him with you.
yep.
Yeah, I think Koro, correct me if I'm wrong, Beast, I think like in the context of TP Hundo, I think Koro TD was basically the next push on from Yeda TD. Yeah, which was in an old, which basically, before we knew what we could do with Koro, what we had to do was we'd have to go to Snowpeak, and then basically you would talk to Yeda, who's sick in Snowpeak Ruins, and basically you would use her as your text displacement. So it's a big change for the route.
So he's not wrestling Gorkoron as you usually would do here. He's just talking to him a few times to finish out the text from a cutscene where he lets you through. And then I know it looked like he just went past those Gorons anyway, like talking to Gorkoron didn't actually do anything, but it removed a giant invisible wall there.
Ooh, love it.
Nice jump.
Yep.
That jump is way more difficult than it looks.
Oh, that was cool.
Nice.
Yeah, I thought about doing that side up.
The trudge.
Yep.
Risky but time saver to note, saves 4 seconds only.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm very keen for the magnet roofs. The best
Yeah.
magnet roof we'll ever see.
The swag.
Yeah, I
It
hope you
is-
guys are excited for the magnets.
So it's actually just like a little side note. There was a community race that happened, or a community tournament that happened for for Goron Mines RTA, and basically on the Wii version of this game, you can skip the magnet floors. You can just run on them like the normal floors, and you just would watch the runs just balance out at that point. So the Wii run, the magnet floors aren't a thing.
Man, I forgot you didn't kill that Dodongo. That's so cool.
Yeah. This task took about 1 year and 3 months to make.
Even these stabs here, I tried doing them, and it's actually so confusing because it flips at a point where basically your
Yeah.
down becomes your up.
Yeah, I noticed that when I was doing this section too, so it was a little awkward doing the slashes. So on magnet ceilings, walking is incredibly slow, and the only way you can really speed it up is just by doing slashes. There is actually a glitch on, I believe, the Wii version of the game, where if you force unequip the iron boots, which basically means equipping something over the iron boots to unequip them in the game, while you're being pulled up to the magnet ceiling, you can actually walk on the magnets at full speed. Unfortunately, that is not in this game, or this version.
Nope, but we gotta do some fun slashing instead.
Yep.
There are some situations where I just can't get slashes in because I'm like too close to the wall.
Yeah.
But
But you get to
And
the
then
jump attack
rather
on the
than-
end of it. That's pretty cool.
Rather than walking all the way across the magnet ceiling, it's just going to void out. It's faster than walking back.
So that he did it. You'll see when he took off his boots there. Excuse me. Basically, he did like a mid-air jump attack. Basically, that I don't fully understand how it works. It's not just like, hey, you point in a straight line. It's something to do with, I don't even know, because the second one here is quite hard for RTA runners. You'll see when we take the corner.
The next corner.
The next corner. One big corner.
Oh, something else I wanted to mention about Koro TD. Well, I forgot to mention earlier. It involved buying the bottle from Koro, which is one of the Hundo requirements, and that's why it's pretty. I don't see it ever being replaced as the best way of getting TD in Hundo, unless we find a new way of getting TD. Like, all the other methods are just not as good because they're not fulfilling a Hundo requirement at the same time. So
I guess-
we
I
kind of
guess for
glossed
RT
over that, but
Yeah.
What?
With RTA runs also with Koro TD, it's basically you should save before it. You should save before, because basically you can only do that with Koro once. So the whole idea is that you save beforehand. If you fail it, you give it another go, and it's about a 40-second time loss.
incredible.
And it is frame power. I think it's an A followed by I think Uku's 9 frames later. So a lot of runners opt to use metronomes for it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, so this is what I was getting at before, and then I forgot to actually say it. Getting Zora armor for Goron Mines is basically just for this tiny amount of movement in the water.
Yep.
I mean,
And
actually,
again-
didn't you redo this section? Because you had
Yeah,
forgotten.
yeah, I was just about to say that. I actually redid almost the entire second half of Goron Mines as well, because I just forgot to equip Zora armor. And equipping it actually ended up saving about 8 frames. So,
Nice.
yeah. But then I also got a better Dengora fight. I saved about a second on that, so it was actually pretty good
yeah,
that I
good.
got to redo it.
This is such
like
a
the
cool
process.
LJ.
Very
That's
nice.
such a specific LJ.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's gotten both the heart pieces already. In this dungeon, there isn't a normal boss key. It's divided into 3 parts. He's already gotten one of them, but he's actually going to completely skip the second one. The only one that actually matters is the third one. That's kind of a trend in this game. If there are multiple things you have to get, or rather a series of things that you have to get in order to unlock something, then you really only need the last component. Oh yeah, that saves like a frame, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Very nice. So the only reason he got the first part of the boss key is because he didn't have a way to avoid it. We can skip it, but it requires things that this run doesn't have. So if you want to see a skip for that, you can watch an IL. It's actually pretty crazy. But
It is an insane jump.
yeah, requires hidden skills that we don't have yet. So I was going to do a fast Dangoro fight here by grabbing the ledge out of this animation. Dangoro does an extra cycle's worth of damage on the lava before popping back up, and then we can get a quick third cycle too.
So that was the earliest opportunity that I had to spin attack Dangoro, and actually the improvement for this fight was in the first version of this dungeon. I actually did the spin attack like one bounce later, and
yeah.
somebody, I think it was Simi or
It's got to be
somebody,
Simi.
It would
yeah,
be similar.
he pointed out you could hit it like before he bounces.
So we
That is
can
the
actually,
most Simi thing to know.
yeah, Simi loves a bit of Goron Mines. You can actually do that 2-cycle in RTA, but we use a consistent setup that actually only works with the Master Sword. So because the Master Sword is just a little bit longer than the Ordon Sword, basically you can do a certain amount of jump attacks from the point that the fight starts to do a setup.
Check out this sick aim.
What by sick jump?
Oh yeah.
I don't know why jumping through that bridge is possible, but it's fast, so.
That's an insane shot. Didn't even see it on my
so
screen.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's the third boss key shard.
For those of you asking, yeah, if you're wearing the Zor armor and basically you get hit by either fire or by ice, it does a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's 10 times damage.
Yeah. So you can see it later on when we're in Temple of Time, I believe, and if you take damage from the boss, it's basically a one-hit kill, even though you have like 14 hearts at the time or whatever.
Yeah, it does 10 hearts,
Yeah.
whereas it would normally do 1, hence the 10 times.
Yep.
Dangoro LJI. And you can't actually see it because he's doing it so fast, but he had to slash right before rolling while going by Dangoro in order to prevent Link from talking to him.
Yeah.
Cool LJA coming up. Oh wow,
No target.
I like that you turned the camera so you could actually see the Rang over the platform too.
Yeah.
That was cool. And here's the second use for the claw shot.
Skip's having to turn on a magnet,
Well, or more realistically, LJAing past it.
or yeah, that too.
We do have a way to skip it, but it's not as fast as claw.
I was sitting there having a
Oh,
moment. being
this
like,
though.
Why aren't boots equipped? And I was like, oh yeah, never mind.
That LJA is ridiculously precise.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's risky too because there's always a chance that you'll get hit by one of the Bulblin archers. In fact, you probably saw I barely just the arrow landed like directly in front of me.
Yeah, when you're
So
on your way over to that archery room, I was like, oh, like normally we put on boots and we normally like it helps with falling faster, and I was like, oh yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
Small thing with this fight, basically, well, taking off the boots as the pulling animation is one thing. That's definitely not an RTA thing that we do. But basically, if you walk over to Fire Sun, you'll call them Dangoro, and basically you pull the chain a certain way, you'll do a quick pull animation, which basically stops him from walking as much. So if you walk a bit further back, you can see it's about 2 pulls. To get the quick kill.
And the boots on equips are frame perfect, which is why we don't go for the RTA, because if you go too early, then you really screw up the cycle.
So during this
Hot
fight,
man.
there's a lot of downtime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
It's kind of the most primitive boss in the game. There aren't even 2 phases. It's just 3 cycles of the same thing. Also, fun fact.
I don't know, I was gonna say, I love that. Just the idea of, oh, I'm at 28 hours, I need an extra 2. Let me bring this pot over here.
Just in case.
Yep.
That's brilliant.
Fun fact about this fight is that you can do it without sword. If you shoot Dangoro with the arrow, then he starts like flailing around, and then eventually he'll stop if you haven't tugged him. And then if you shoot him and make him flail a total of 10 times, then he'll just fall over without you tugging him down. Because clearly you don't get the concept and the game has to do it for you. And then after that, each time you shoot him in the forehead, he'll just fall immediately. So this takes a while, and that's why we don't do it in speedruns, but it is possible.
Just for our RTA comparers out there, we're about to have a 147 Goron Mines.
Ugh. It's disgusting.
I think the best, like, what, 155? 156?
I think 156.
Yeah.
So 9 minutes ahead.
Yep.
Yep.
Don't forget the heart container.
Don't worry.
So I want to talk a little bit about dungeon requirements. I mentioned earlier that all the dungeons are going to be in the intended order for this. And theoretically, we could have done Forest Temple and Goron Mines out of order. It just ends up not being faster to. But for all the others, there are requirements, either hunter requirements or just limitations we have that prevent us from doing them out of order. And the limitation that Forest Temple is supposed to have is that without being Forest Temple, you can't warp the bridge to the gorge. We didn't have to do that, like we were talking about earlier. We could have skipped it. It just would have been kind of slow, so we didn't. You're also not supposed to be able to leave Faron, but we can do that easily with an LJS. And then, nice getting off opponent. And the limitation on Goron Mines is that you can't get the bomb bag from Barnes until you have both beaten Goron Mines and beaten King Bulblin 1, which is why we're fighting King Bulblin 1 now. The reason we didn't fight King Bulblin 1 earlier, by the way, is just because fighting King Bulblin with the bow, you're not supposed to have the bow yet, and you'll see why in just a second. In fact, I'll stop talking for this. It makes the fight kind of trivial.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh. And then you go fight him on the bridge.
Yeah, so you're supposed to need bombs to get to Lanayru. Of course, we can get around that too.
That I remember seeing
Arrow
that.
shot.
I remember, you know, I nearly screamed. That's why you want those extra 2 arrows. Now it all makes sense.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
that's right.
There we go.
Anyway, so now he's going to get the bomb bag, and there are a couple of things around this point in the game that are real, like, bottlenecks, real constraints. And the bomb bag is one of them, not because we don't have access to other bomb bags. We can get other bomb bags first. Well, really one other bomb bag first with glitches. But for 100%, we need this one first, at least among the permanent bomb bags, because if you don't get this one first, you get permanently locked out of it, which is unfortunate. So got a bomb bag, and then water bombs are going to be... Oh, right. Never mind. There's a cool trick coming up
Yeah,
later.
we skipped getting water bombs.
I nearly said the same thing. I was going to be like, I know we sell them.
This is my idea. I should know better. Yeah, I'll talk about further requirements later, but just know we could have done those 2 dungeons out of order, just didn't end up being faster too.
And so we're going to do a fun little a little shooting mini game.
Yep.
I love the scenic camera.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very cinematic.
I think that's when TAS becomes really fun, like kind of as an RTA, like you're always facing forward. Just watching it spin in circles around you when movement's happening.
Yeah, the TAS being able to do the cinematic camera is nice, and it's actually not that difficult to really do as you might expect. There's actually this like sort of I guess glitch in the game, which we call like analog glitch, which is really annoying for RTA runs because it means that the game is not interpreting the control stick like how you would expect it to. You'll you'll hold forward, but like will like begin or will keep moving in the direction that he's moving, regardless of how the camera's facing. But it actually works really well for the cinematic camera here in TASing because it means that we can just hold the same angle on the control stick, but move the camera around how we want, so that it looks cool.
Here's
Yeah,
the.
before... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, here's the third major thing that early claw shot's good for. Oh my god,
Yeah, I was gonna say this is amazing.
that's not possible.
No,
Yeah.
actually, I
So,
think
yeah.
since you did start doing the task, we have actually started doing that bomb arrow shot. So like doing the bomb arrow shot on horseback, but then parking Epona.
Nice.
Because there was a handful of RTA things that we actually pulled from this task that made life a lot easier.
Yeah, you
I'm
started.
glad
doing
I
that.
could contribute.
Yeah, that's a good one. And then also that disabled the postman trigger here. Yep. I don't know exactly why. Oh yeah, here's a cool trick. Boomerang teleport with these bugs. If you have, I don't actually know why this works either, but if you have these bugs specifically, one of them in the boomerang, and then pick up the other one, then the one in the boomerang will teleport to you. Nice pick up out of the opponent.
So cool.
So yeah, you just got both of them, even though the boomerang hadn't gotten back yet. And again, I'm not sure why that works because you tried doing that for bugs later on because I thought it was going to work for them, and then for whatever reason it didn't.
Yeah, I tried doing that for the bugs on the Great Bridge of Hylia, and for some reason it just didn't work.
Yeah, I could have sworn I had tried that, but I guess not.
Now we know for sure that it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Can I ask something there? When you got the 2 bugs out of that ring before, Epona got scared by the levers on the ground. And it caused Epona to kind of face towards the bridge. Was that something you had to like manipulate, or did it just kind of fall that way?
I think it just happened that way. I don't remember doing any manipulation for that.
Yeah.
It worked out.
Yeah, because she was kind of facing left, and then when she got scared by the levers, she started facing more like towards the bridge. So you were able to get the dash straight out of it.
So these rocks here that you just blew up, these are another important part of hundo routing that's kind of annoying. So these rocks are meant to be the way you access Lanayru for the first time. Obviously, that's not true for us. We already have done Lanayru Twilight and have gotten the Zora armor, but it's supposed to be. And when you blow up those rocks, it spawns this warp portal and moves the bridge over to Gerudo Mesa. But it only works properly when this area of Hyrule Field is in the correct state, the correct game state. And if you've beaten Lakebed Temple already and you blow those up, then the portal doesn't appear, which obviously is a problem for Hundo. We need all portals. And then we also need to be able to warp the bridge later so that we can get into Cave of Ordeals. Oh my god.
I love this so much.
It's really cool.
So an unfortunate amount of routing is done around that bridge. Oh, there was an example of DF walking to the side on a slope, like you were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
So one nice thing about Uku is that while you can't warp in a cave like this, you can Uku out, so he doesn't need to leave on foot. And then there's no reason to continue on into Lanayru because he's already done the Twilight. But yeah, now that you've blown up those rocks, we can finish Lakebed. Art piece number 2.
Here is the only skippable boss key in the game.
Yep. So the way doors work in this game is even if you can get behind them, there isn't like a load zone. You have to actually open the door to get to the next area. And if there's a key, or I'm sorry, a lock on the door, then even if you're behind it, you still have to be able to open the lock, which is actually something we'll do later in Arbiter's Grounds. So even if you can get behind a boss door in this game, you can't actually open it unless you have the boss key. Except, oh yeah, nice cutscene skip.
Yeah. That's
a
insane.
frame perfect claw shot.
Actually,
Yeah,
I think it's
except for
2
Lakebed,
frames
because
for the claw shot.
Oh, really? Okay, I'd
Yeah.
always heard one. But yeah, in the case of Lakebed, the door just leads to an antechamber before the load zone, so you can just skip it.
Time for the most threatening boss in the game.
Oh, by the way, the reason that people basically never see anyone go for that cutscene skip is that if you do it without Zora armor, you die. Because it doesn't refill your health, because there's no cutscene.
Bit of cinematics.
So going for regrabs here, just forced on equipping the iron boots automatically launches you off Morpheal. So you can claw shot back on really fast.
Wow, the fact that the audio cue for you hitting Morpheal played when you were like off, like you were just swimming around, is crazy.
Right.
The weird thing about this is that did we go the cutscene RNG stuff that I don't understand? Can
Oh yeah.
you explain that?
So for some reason, this cutscene, after you actually kill Morpheal, the amount of time she takes to like swim into the wall can vary. And actually, this cutscene length that I got is actually not the fastest you can get. There is an even faster cutscene you can get, but I don't think it was known at the time, so this was the fastest I could get. I think it might be dependent on Morpheal's position during the cutscene, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
I think that makes sense because she always swims into the same wall. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So if she's on that side of the, I don't know, pond, whatever you want to call it. And just like that, we've done Lakebed. A sub 2 hour Lakebed is insane. Normally, like sub 2 Goron Mines is a good run for RTA. Just to kind of put it into perspective. And now that we've done Lakebed, we got to go into Midna's Desperate Hour. So a big wolf sequence. So time for lots of break sliding. Then after we get past MDH, we're gonna have our first day-night cycle. So there's gonna be loads to cover off there. They're really fun. As for a person who runs this game, doing the day-night cycles is probably some of the most fun you'll have in the game. Just the idea of you have to get from A to B and get a load of things in that time period. Yeah, they're really fun to grind. Does SD do star and MDH in this in the new route? Yes. In the route of this time, I don't believe so.
Yeah, no, we don't do star during Midna's Desperate Hour in this TAS.
Yeah, I think that was part of the reroute because yeah, the whole reroute just completely messed up everything. But it's just how it goes with TASes.
Yeah. So here's one slight route difference for the old route, I think we would save this Poe outside of Hyrule Castle for later, but we're actually going to get it now during Midna's Desperate Hour. It just works out better so we don't have to warp here a second time to get this Poe.
Wait, I don't have the route open in front of me. Do you get both golden bugs like right after MDH?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, yeah, that's why. So it actually is faster to warp back later and get the golden bug here with the Poe.
Okay.
But for the purpose of spending in-game time, it's better to get that bug after MDH.
Right.
Or rather, to get it right after MDH rather than later on. Because you can't get it during MDH.
So what I did for that Poe, you might have saw that I was able to dash right after getting the Poe Soul. And basically, if you get hit on the same frame or any frame after you actually collect the Poe Soul, you can dash to get a little bit of movement in.
What's actually really fun is in the RTA route for that exact Poe, you warp away straight afterwards. So I think there's a 5-frame window where if you warp away, you will also collect the Poe Soul and still be able to warp. But
Yeah, it's
obviously
very risky.
if you miss the window, you've got to go back and get a PO. So not really worth, but something you could do in theory. And we've got a bit of cat glitch here. Basically, I don't fully understand how it works, but basically, if you B press into the cutscene at the right position, it basically locks the angle here, and then I think it saves time on lag. Is that correct?
No, it saves time on an animation. It skips a little chunk of the cutscene, 1.7 seconds. I'll go for the perfectly RTA viable rope skip.
Yep.
We'll hop there. It looks a lot easier than it really is.
Yeah. And it's something that if you go for it, basically you have to go for it straight away when you get into the cutscene, because if you go for it after a while, it's like there's a chance the Goron can see you.
I don't think it's RNG. I think it's actually deterministic.
Yeah, I think it's like certain time windows or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. A bit of a wandering sequence here through the sewers, but just really kind of clean. The main thing, because we're kind of restricted in terms of what we can do with Wolflink, it's predominantly, I guess you've got a couple of enemy LJs and also a lot of break sliding.
You can always tell when
Wolflink's-
it's a... Oh, go ahead.
Wolflink's speed in this area is actually very weird. It starts out at 45 and then drops down to, I think, 33. So we can do break slides to preserve the 45 speed.
Yeah, it's like 45 for like half a second or something, and then goes down to 33, which is, I don't think any other area in the game is like that.
Yeah, I can't really think of any other area.
Neither can I. Not killing the archer.
Yeah, very
That's
rare.
something you'll never see RTA, because that guy can shoot you, like, even when you're at the very top of the area, he can shoot you if he's still alive.
We can do a couple LJAs to get off the ropes a little bit faster.
Yeah, normally in RTA, when you go on this roof section, there's a cycle that you're trying to make with the like bridge that floats in the wind here, but the TAS just makes it look like a regular cycle because it's so fast.
You just barely have enough distance to make it.
And we're
Quick
into the day
MDH.
night cycle. Yep.
Yeah. So, as T-Bag was talking about before, this is a section where we really just needed... we don't even strictly need to get to nighttime. Like, we can go to Arbiter's Grounds before... which is the next dungeon, before it turns night. But on the way to Arbiter's Grounds are a ton of POs, and we don't really want to cross the whole big desert multiple times. So we really want it to become nighttime. Well, and some other POs along the way, too. So we really want it to become nighttime before we get there so that we don't end up having to backtrack. So we're going to be routing things so that we spend a lot of in-game time to get to nighttime. And of course, we want to spend that in-game time in efficient ways. So we're getting some bugs, basically clearing this area.
Yeah, so after MDH, the time always gets set to 6 a.m. And then basically we have to make it into Arbiters by 7 p.m. So we have 13 in-game hours.
Well,
Oh, you go.
yeah, well, it turns night at 7 p.m. We
Sorry,
want
yeah.
it to be night well before Arbiters, but
Yeah.
sorry, go ahead.
No, I misspoke. Yeah, you want to get your daytime component by 7 p.m. and then basically you've got till 6 a.m. of the next day to wrap up the night cycle. So for us, the kind of the start of the nighttime will be just after the Isa minigame.
Yeah. Yeah, this is one of the things, I mean, we'll see at the end of the day section, but if this TAS had been made a year later, it would have been based on the current RTA Hundo route, and it would have been just a lot better for the TAS day-night cycles, but comes with the territory of someone making a 6-hour TAS, or however long it is. I don't actually know how long it is. That wasn't to give away.
Just sent chat into a spiral.
Yeah. I have not checked.
Presumably, it will be shorter than the current RTA world record, but that's
hey, I think the world record's pretty good. I don't know, maybe it will be longer.
Beats the world record by 1 second.
Yeah.
I guess we'll see. Yeah,
Yeah, I
chat,
think
write this down. This will be on the test.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think in the last kind of year and a half, so I think we've had about 3 reroutes of Hundo. I think it's been about 3 reroutes.
Yeah, 2 or 3.
Yeah, it's just every time some new technique gets found, then it throws the whole thing into, oh well, can we fit this into the cycle, and kind of moving bits and pieces around.
Yeah, there are so many moving pieces.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what time did you get with this? 20.
So
2306?
7.6.9.
So 6.9, yeah. That's over half a second faster than the record for that. And you're big and quivering.
Indeed. So, whenever I use the claw shot, or in certain situations, you might see me sliding across the ground as I'm using it. That's known as an L slide. If you use the claw shot and then hold L and then a direction on the control stick, it'll cause Link to slide in that direction.
I will actually see that be really useful later on in Palace of Twilight.
Yeah. In an 80% task, you'd see it'd be really useful in Arbiter's Grounds.
Yeah.
Actually, oh, you will see it being really useful in City in the Sky.
Yep.
Oh, true. Yep.
So right now we have a process known as giving bugs to Agatha. So yeah, we have to give Agatha all 24 golden bugs so we can get the Giant's Wallet, which holds 1,000 rupees. And the only way to get that at this current time is to individually give her each bug.
I don't have much hope.
No.
Because the thing is, even if there were a way to skip giving all the bugs, like to somehow get the Giant's Wallet through, text displacement or whatever, which text displacement doesn't work, but as an example, as meticulous as it is, as kind of like annoying as it is, it's actually a pretty fast way of getting rupees, all things considered. So even if we could skip them, we probably wouldn't. The one thing that would work is if we had a way to somehow give all of them at once, which would be amazing.
Yeah, because there was a short period of time we thought we could skip that text box. Well, we technically can. But yeah, the way like the spending in Hundo generally goes is that you make a big purchase and then you go to Agatha, and then you make another big purchase and then you go to Agatha. So yeah, we use it as kind of our way to fill up our wallet really quickly. Because obviously we're capped at that 600 rupee amount. Yeah.
So this area, you actually can like I said earlier, things are routed so that we only have to go through areas once if we can help it, rather than going to them multiple times. This area you can go to only once, and the only time you're really required to come here is after Temple of Time to get the wooden statue. But the reason that we came here now was, one, we were already doing Castletown stuff, so we were already kind of close by, and two, we need this hidden skill, because there's a very important trick later that saves a lot of time that requires having 6 hidden skills earlier than you normally would, unless you're really going out of your way to get hidden skills. So we're getting this hidden skill.
And also, just the way this is learned in the TAS, I've never figured it out RTA. I don't know.
Yeah, one person has done this RTA, I think.
Yeah.
You got a double hit there.
Yeah, getting a double hit there. Normally you have to basically flip over and then just stab. Getting a 2-in-1, just a couple of seconds.
I think that double hit is both angle and position precise because I could not get it like from as far away as possible. I had to be basically right next to him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think G's toyed around with it for a bit and got it.
So there's a convenient. Oh right, you're not even getting the rupee. Anyway, there's a convenient load zone to Lake Hylia here, and there are several things, mostly mini games, that are really good for spending in-game time because they're just long periods where in-game time is passing. And Plum and Isa's mini games are some of those. So he's going to use Plum's mini game to open up Upper Zora's River, and then from there do some Upper Zora's River stuff that also spends in-game time. So in this mini game, you just have to get 10,000 points. Got 3 so far. That's pretty good.
Solid start.
You missed a couple of fruits there.
Yeah.
It's a desync.
Oh no.
All right, there you go. 13. That's not bad.
All
We're
right.
getting there. I think world record is more at this point, but that's okay.
Yeah, I think it's 65,000 or something. By the way, for anyone who doesn't know this, if you do get a perfect score in this minigame, then you get a silver rupee as your reward. Actually, I don't know if you can get that before the heart piece. I assume the heart piece always comes first. But...
I wonder if you get a perfect game on your first try, do you get both?
yeah, I don't know.
I'd be shocked if they do. That sounds like a extra dialogue sequence that they weren't ready for.
Yeah, I'd expect it's just one.
Sounds like a good thing
It's
for
like
the
a-
permanent flags TAS.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even though we are just kind of flying through this, some of the turning and like cutting in of angles is very, like, definitely you couldn't do it in an RTA. The idea, like, the Kargarok wings will clip the wall, and it becomes panic stations a bit.
Yeah,
it's
the
definitely
collision
not.
for the wall. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's definitely not a point you want to be falling, because
No.
it wastes a lot of in-game time, which is great when you only do it once, but not twice.
Oh yeah, I forgot how this bug worked out.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, right.
So what you're going to see here is basically, we'll first pick up a bug, but after we've got Isa one skip. So this is Isa, who gives us the bomb bag, and basically what you're going to see, it's going to look a little bit strange, but we're going to go into the mini game, and then we're immediately going to save and leave the mini game.
Yep.
Although it looks a bit weird, it'll make sense in a couple of minutes when we come back to it.
Such a handy guy. What, you
Until you
slashed Isa?
Had to perform an execution first.
Oh my.
I like how she says bye and then we just leave.
We took
Fitting.
it literally. Yeah.
Yeah, perform an execution and then bonk.
So the save warp conveniently puts you pretty close to the fishing pond, so we'll go ahead and figure that out.
Weird thing about the fishing pond, there's kind of two weird parts about it. One is that each time you enter it, it's a different season.
Yep.
And so just pick your favorite. And the other thing is based on the time of day it is, based on the time of day it is when you enter, the time of day will progress at different speeds. So basically, if you enter at a certain time, it'll be double speed. If you enter at a different time, it could be triple speed. It could be normal speed. I think
But
those
it's
are the
not-
only three variations.
Well, a slight correction of that. It's not just when you enter, it's just whatever in-game time it is. So if it
Yeah.
reaches one of the other ranges while you're inside, then it'll start moving at the other speed.
I will admit, I was
and
like,
then-
why are you leaving the heart piece behind? So I thought it just like was sat next
leave
to
it in the
you
water.
Yeah.
And then here,
so here,
getting the fishing bottle is just a 50-50 chance. It's a coin flip.
Yeah. This is probably, it's quite an annoying part of runs. Basically, if you can just not get the bottle, you can lose a heads or tails a lot of times in a row.
Oh, you're about to get the bomb bag, right?
Yes. So
Yeah.
this task does a trick known as Norgor, where we basically drop a regular bomb into the water and have it sink all the way down to the bottom of domain. And that actually causes the bomb to explode underwater and free the Goron from the rock that's inside. And then we can get the bomb bag from him.
Yeah, so it's called Norgor for normal bombs, Goron bomb bag. And what's weird about this is really two things. One, you're not supposed to be able to use a normal bomb underwater at all, but with a frame-perfect bomb pull as you jump into the water, you can. And then normally the bomb timer isn't long enough, or like a bomb fuse isn't long enough that the bomb can actually sink all the way down. But overlapping it with the cutscene of the chest spawning is what made it possible. The bomb kept sinking during the chest spawn with correct timing.
I guess what's also interesting with this is that this used to be like a key part of the any percent run.
Yeah.
Up until the last kind of, I think, year, 18 months. And basically found a easier way to get the bombs. And a easier way to, go through the route.
Yeah, and it's never been used in Hundo. It's only very slightly faster in Hundo because it just skips buying water bombs.
Yeah. Also, not taking damage on that jump down is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a very specific part of that slope, I think, where you can do a Midna jump that you can land on and you just won't take any damage.
Oh, so just a trick called UMD. Actually, I'll explain what it was for first. So normally you're supposed to be able to get here at this point in the game, but you're not supposed to be able to go this far. You're supposed to void out in the blizzard until you have gotten the Reekfish scent, which you can only get after Arbiter's Grounds. But we're coming here basically to spend some in-game time. And in order to get here, you can do a trick called Map Glitch, where you disable load zones and void planes, or at least most of them. And so the game can't actually void you out. The way he did that was with a glitch called Universal Map Delay. Basically, he pulled the map and chose to warp, but then frame perfectly alternated between pressing A and B until something else interrupted the warp, in this case the intro cutscene for this area. And that caused the warp to try to begin but fail to begin, and that's what caused the load zones void planes to become disabled. Now, very conveniently, there's this Howling Stone up here whose load, or whatever you want to call it, is not disabled. So he can disable Map Glitch with this Howling Stone, and that'll allow him to, keep going through other load zones.
Everyone write that down. That
Yep.
will also be in the quiz.
Yep.
Yes, you see UMD used there in other categories, like it's used in all dungeons, whereas in something like any percent or kind of in an RTA Hundo run, you can just do map glitch as is. So basically, a lot of people unplug the controller, you pull map, and talk to Midna at the same time. I'm trying to think of the inputs now. I'm just used to doing them.
Yeah, you want to hit D-pad right and C on the same frame.
Yeah, and then basically, go to warp away. It gets interrupted, and then you're able to run through. But what's actually interesting there is that if you used one of the dig spots, there's some dig spots in along the climb of Snowpeak. If you have map glitch active and you dig in one of those spots, the game soft locks because basically it's not going to load into that zone because the loading zones are all disabled at the time.
Yeah. And you notice he got a Poe. There are some Poes in the game, like I said before. Well, I said the opposite before, that some Poes require it to be nighttime. Some don't. And there are there are 3 Poes total on the way up Snowpeak, the part he just finished. 2 of them are available during the day, and 1 is available at night. But he only got 1 of them because the second one that's also available during the day is faster to get with the third one that's only available at night.
Yeah, so basically doing this whole process in the post MDH cycle, as B said, is to basically sync time. So we've got a couple of tasks. So climbing Snowpeak, we've got the Eyes of 2 minigame, which are basically big time sinks that we wanna place in sequences where we're trying to wait for it to get to nighttime. So there's a bunch of Poes around Lake Hylia, so we need it to be nighttime before we get there. So it's trying to string all of that together.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning because I don't think we actually said this, but while in other Zelda games there's usually some kind of way to make time pass with a song or something like that, we don't have that in Twilight Princess. That's just not a mechanic. There are a few ways you can manipulate in-game time, but none are great. We kind of just have it built into the routing.
And we're back for our final Cargrock trip.
Yeah, so this is Isa 1 skip. We save warped out of the minigame earlier, and that set the minigame... Well, I don't even know how to phrase this. The minigame thinks it's started, and the goal of the minigame is to get to the end, which normally you'd have to do by blowing up some rocks and then continuing to, like, ride the canoe. But if you void out here out of bounds as opposed to in the water, then you respawn up on this ledge, and then from here you can just swim to the exit. So this finishes the minigame without actually doing it. And this, it's kind of an involved skip. It really only saves a little over 20 seconds over just doing the minigame. But it's nice for in-game time.
So in that minigame, that was the new setup I was discussing earlier. That basically there was a much safer way to do it that was slower, and there was a new method found. And basically, because the new method saves a handful of seconds, then the question becomes, okay, what else can we fit into the route with those handful of seconds? So routing in this game is it can be quite complex. I think Beast and I both spent a lot of time trying to figure it out.
Yep. If you reach the load zone as wolf, well, okay. First off, you can't reach the load zone as wolf. The current is moving too fast, so you actually just soft lock. Well, you can save warp, but you get stuck if you try to go as wolf. But if you do like cheat to do that, then yeah, you end up in the canoe as wolf. It's very similar to the Epona taming cutscene. So yeah, here's Isa's second minigame, which is for... Oh, Isa's first minigame was for a bomb bag. So now we have all 3 bomb bags. And then Isa's second minigame is for the bomb bag upgrade. We'll be able to fit 60 bombs in each bag. Though we never will, unfortunately.
And this minigame actually it's surprisingly hard. The canoe mechanics aren't fantastic. And basically, it's based on where the tide is going, so you kind of want to move with the tide, or the flow of water, I guess. So it actually is. I think for new runners learning Hundo, this is actually a massive blocker.
And it's surprising, like it seems kind of like an auto-scroller too, but your speed actually is controllable. And you can see that he's just flicking into first person just long enough to shoot an arrow and then coming back. When Link is paddling outside of first person, he's actually gaining speed, and when you're not paddling in first person, you're losing speed. So it's very possible to do this very slowly too. It's not an auto-scroller at all.
I guess also probably worth noting that basically you need to get 25 out of 30. I mean, each time you bonk off the wall, you lose a point.
See how many times he bonks. Oh yeah, that's true. There's a Wii only glitch, I guess, at the beginning of this minigame, where if you shoot the pot that you're not supposed to shoot, it's behind you at the start, the game crashes.
That's really funny.
Oh yeah.
And I'm not actually sure whether it's Wii only because we can just aim faster, so it can actually hit the pot, and like GameCube can't actually hit it, or what. I tried getting on GameCube for a while, and I couldn't. Oh yeah, you went for 30... Yeah.
Yeah, I went for 30 pots. And it's specifically because of the daytime or day-night cycle routing.
Yeah.
So this is the most shameful part of the task for me. This has never been tasked before, at least as far as I know. And so when I was making the route for I did my best to like decide on things that would work well for in-game time for the task. But you know, even though I tested things, I didn't have task movement. So unfortunately, I underestimated the TASMaster, and it's daytime still. And we really wanted it to be night here. So there's going to be a little bit of waiting around.
A productive waiting around.
Yeah, it's very flashy waiting around.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can use this time to get some more rupees, and there's a lot of them in this area.
And
Someone's
and
asking. Oh, sorry, you go.
Well, I was just gonna say, as soon as TASMaster got here and said, "Hey, it's still daytime," like we had other things that we could do to spend the daytime, but it would have required him to go back like 20 minutes in the TAS or so, and that's
Yeah.
a lot of tassing. So we just kind of left it as is.
For someone asking if it's faster to skip any particular 5 pots, there's a general route that people will use. It kind of depends on how risky you want to play it.
Three
This is
blues from the grass right there.
Yeah.
Does anyone have a count of what you had before you started this little sequence? Do we know how many you got?
I
Someone
don't
in
remember.
chat will know.
There we go.
And there we go. 435, so an extra 39.
Okay.
Claw shot clip to retrigger.
As
Well, I don't know how that would give you rupees, but you I mean that would pause in game time during the cutscenes. So
I think we only used to do
Hey.
claw shot clip when we had too much time to spare.
You can
Yeah.
do that cool jump again. This time
So-
you get a postal.
The small things you'll see is like when jumping on top of the Poe to take the soul, and basically you want to be backflipping towards the way you're going to end up. So what you'll see a lot of the times is that they'll kill a Poe, kind of run around it a little bit, and then take the soul. It just gives you that extra little bit of free movement. If you're going to be going that way anyway, you may as well get it as part of the animation.
yeah, and then on top of that, you can turn the camera during that animation as well, and Wolflink will turn to face the camera afterwards. So you can make him and it doesn't cost any extra time for him to do that turn. So you can
See
make
a
him
bit,
face
Neji.
whatever direction you're going next.
All right, let's test how dark everyone's monitor is.
Yeah,
Um, this is
Oh, yeah.
Lake Hylia Cave, which
there's some really
basically we go.
wacky directed shots here.
Oh yeah, do you want to go on that? It's so clean. I don't understand how the diagonal shot works. TTM, do you want to explain that?
Oh yeah, so if you cancel, or if you press A to like stop holding the bow in your hand, I believe it's 1 frame before you shoot, or it might be the frame that you shoot. It can just cause the arrow to move diagonally.
Really cool movement. So basically, you go in here. We got a couple of posts to collect. We've got. There's normally. I actually don't think we need the rupee chest. I'm going to assume as much.
Did you get the first Poe? I didn't even notice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so quick.
Ends the run with 59 posts.
Yeah, I assume you checked.
Yes, I did.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I kept track of the bow count throughout the entire test.
So the reason this cave is a bit scary RTA is that if you fall at any point, you get brought back to the start of it. And some of the paths you walk along have really weird collision. So especially when we're getting towards the kind of latter half of it, there's all these wooden planks that you don't properly ledge grab off of. So right here, if you fall here and have to ledge grab, there's a chance you don't. It's got really weird kind of hit reg. There's also a harpies. Yeah, the level of brightness on the screen for that was great.
Yeah, I like the double.
The level of brightness on the screen for Lake Hylia Cave is always something people discuss. Some people have like very bright captures, some people have dark captures. But yeah, the runner can't see much either. Time for more howling. I like that you let go of A and just let it kind of fade out a little bit.
Yeah, I found that was possible, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do this from now on.
Yeah, do everything that RTA can.
Yep.
So now that we're comfortably into the night of the day-night cycle, basically our goal is to get through Gerudo, get everything we have to get in Gerudo, and then make our way into Arbiter's. The entrance outside of Arbiter's grounds has a kind of weird property that basically, if you enter it before a certain time of day, the time of day will stop. So I think it's basically, correct me if I'm wrong, Beast, it's basically that as long as you enter it at a certain time, it won't go past the next hour. So like if you enter it at like 4:30, it won't make it past 5 a.m.
Yeah, so if you get there before 4 a.m., then time will advance really fast to 4 a.m. If you get there between 4 a.m. and 5 a.m., time will stop. And if you get there past 5 a.m., time will advance really fast to the next 4 a.m. So what that means for our purposes is that as long as you get there before 5 a.m., you're fine. Which the TAS, I mean, you know what?
Hopefully.
Who knows? Maybe the TAS will fail to get there before 5 a.m.
I guess we'll see.
Well,
Also,
yeah,
here is the longest ladder to climb.
19 seconds.
Yep. This was a HD quality of life improvement, fast climbing.
Oh, yeah, so T-Bag mentioned we're going to Arbiters next. That's our next thing. And we were talking before about why we're not doing the dungeons out of order. We went most of the way to Snowpeak, and it seemed like maybe we could have just finished Snowpeak there while we were there. There are a couple of reasons that we didn't. One, like I mentioned earlier, we're going to get locked out of Hundo if we do that, because Hundo requires all upgrades, and that includes the fishing rod upgrade, which you get from Rallis after you give him the sketch from Ashe, and Ashe only spawns in Snowpeak to give you the sketch once you have raised the mirror in the mirror chamber, which you can only do after beating Arbiters. So we can't beat that dungeon early for Hundo, even though we can beat that dungeon. In fact, Snowpeak is the second dungeon beaten in... It's very out of order. But yeah, that's why we didn't go there. And then also, we would have had to warp away from the Snowpeak warp portal anyway, because you can't get the fishing rod upgrade from Rallis after you've beaten Snowpeak either. You have to get it between finishing Arbiters and beating Snowpeak. So even though we can skip it on the way there, we have to get it before beating the dungeon, so we might as well get it before entering the dungeon. Which works out nicely because we'll be able to get the Golden Wolf at the same time.
Lots of things to consider.
Yeah. And we've considered most of them.
We like to think.
Yeah. Well, most of the things we know about anyway.
Yeah. Someone will always come in with just a random suggestion of, hey, would this work? And then you never know. Like that's how new things get found. That was really that was cool targeting of the Piat.
Yeah, there was really no way to get a break slide there without targeting the Piat,
Yeah.
so... And unfortunately, that actually causes you to lose a good amount of break slide speed, but there was nothing I could do about it at that point. Oh yeah, I should also mention with break sliding, if you break slide while holding target, your speed will actually fall or decrease faster than if you let go of target. So whenever I break slide, I want to not hold target as much as possible.
I remember when you were first working on this, I saw you do this fight as Wolf, and I was like, wow, I wonder if that's RTA viable. It's entirely not. It is so hard. It is so hard to not hit the barriers there.
So bonkable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great adjective.
Yeah, I think doing that fight as Wolf saved about 29 frames compared to human.
Nearly a second.
Yeah.
You just forget how big Gerudo Desert is.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this applies at nighttime, but I know that if you're playing this game on console, you want to turn the camera down to reduce lag here. But because this is a TAS and it was made on emulator, lag doesn't exist basically.
Yeah, it's a big thing for here, big thing for Hyrule Field, and also Lake Hylia is another one. If you have the waterfall in the back of Lake Hylia in your camera view, it's not a good time. Yeah, it's the same with that messenger fight. Actually, that's why that messenger fight can be so painful because there's so much lag at it.
Yeah, that is such a laggy thing. Yeah. Someone asked if you can get a golden wolf during Twilight. Yes, you can. There are some other requirements for some wolves, some golden wolves, but generally speaking, yeah, if there's a golden wolf that you can see, then you can transform to human and get it, even during Twilight. There's one golden wolf that will only appear after MDH, and then there's one that'll only appear after Faron Twilight, and then there's one that'll only appear after Elden Twilight and King Bulblin.
Oh, I forgot you don't go for the boar.
Yeah, it's not really TAS only, but it's very not great for RTA.
It's very precise.
Yeah. You could do it RTA, it just wouldn't save you time.
Yeah.
That's great movement.
Yeah, I found that you could jump up both of those platforms instead of just the one.
Getting hit by the lever, it's perfect.
Yeah.
Getting hit by those levers was a nightmare. Like they spawn in I think relative to Link's position, and they move in a very weird pattern. So I had to get that Poe in a very strange way. But it ended up being faster overall.
The way lever circles works is very strange. There's one of the floors in Cave of Ordeals, and it's just the way you can get them in a tiny circle, you can get them in a big circle. It's just, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, we got the double hit again.
Yeah. I know everyone's favorite hidden skill, just incredibly overpowered.
Yep.
Get some good use out of this one.
Yeah. And what you see here is actually the animation will be really short. You basically just 360 him. And that's by holding in the ESS zone and pressing A. So it's fast mortal draw.
Yeah, there's one or two other ways you can access it too. Like if you're moving, let's see, you're slowing down from running or something and you press it, usually you get one of those too. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but yeah, it's a couple of frames faster. It's actually a couple of frames slower overall if you include the animation of Link finishing the attack, but it hits the guy faster, and that's all we care about for that particular use.
Also, just looks way cooler.
True.
Now, what normally we'd be
right.
doing here, yeah, I was gonna say, what normally we'd be doing here in an RTA run is that you would be putting on map glitch, and you would basically jump out of bounds and hop in. But this is a different way to access King Bulblin.
Yeah, for some reason the trigger for King Bulblin extends up and down. I know it extends down infinitely. Upwards maybe, I'm not sure. But yeah, you can just get on top of that and start the fight.
Yeah, if you want a really fun strat, even as a casual, if you put on map glitch and go back to the loading zone that you walked in from Gerudo, and you can do this really, really long jump attack. It goes for like 15 seconds or something really long, and you just fly through the void until you hit the trigger.
Even do it on the Wii version. Fun fact, you can stay in this burning building as long as you want to. Nothing will ever happen. Oh, did you do the weird cutscene thing? No, okay.
No.
Oh, where
it
you
was
bonk,
slower.
and let him go.
It's slower? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it wastes a couple frames to do it.
Yeah.
So there's a Poe back in the Bulblin camp. There's a heart piece as well that we could have gotten beforehand, but the Poe is only available after beating King Bulblin and leaving, so just going to get them both at the same time. Didn't you do something really cool here? I don't remember what it was.
Oh, it's the heart piece. It's the
Yeah, so I use bomb arrows here to blow up the boar, and then use the boomerang to pick up the heart piece. And that just saves time over having to like go up to the boar and then like mortal draw it. It saved
fact,
about a second and a half, I think.
the fact that you doubled back to get it from the corner because it wouldn't make it around is really cool.
Yeah, that was
Well,
also to manipulate the Poe's position,
Oh,
so he would be closer to me.
Someone in chat was wondering how spins are way faster. But that's in GameCubes you can just chain spins by just kind of slowly spinning the stick and pressing B. And the whole animation of charging up an attack is a Wii only thing.
So you did make it by night.
There we go.
I was worried.
Great. A sub. Oh no, just ticking over. A 241 enter AG.
That's amazing.
That's
for
fast.
this route.
That's faster than new routes enter AG and end.
Yep.
And we skip a huge chunk of stuff.
This dungeon's gonna be fun.
Yeah, bit of
Yeah,
of
so
brake
this
sliding.
is the other application of brake sliding that Teabag was talking about earlier. If you do it in sand or snow, where you're supposed to have this trudging animation, and you do a forwards brake slide, then you can go through it really fast. And if you do an inverted brake slide, then you also go through it really fast and do a really funny animation, but I don't think you do that. Hey, it's never useful. So
Yeah, no, I never do that in this task. I did actually come across it while doing this section, and I was like, what is this?
yeah, it's pretty cool. If you do it in the right place too, you can like get it to run up against a ledge that he doesn't climb, so you just bounce back and forth between the ledge and the sand.
Here's the infamous Arbiter's Grounds door.
Yep.
But it's just a gate. Let's just clip through it.
Yeah.
I mean, we do kind of need the pose for 100%.
Yeah.
Who needs them?
That's actually something that is quite interesting in Hundo is the fact that so in 80% we do a trick called Po1 skip, which, yeah, guess what? It skips the Po1. But in this run, because we need the Po, we fight Po1 and then continue to do Po1 skip.
Yep.
Yeah. And Po1 skip in this task is incredible. So
Yeah. TAS Po 1 skip is crazy in 2024.
Yeah, so what you'll
Better
actually
than Wolf Po 1 skip. Wait and see.
Yeah, it's brilliant. What you'll actually see is when TTM's killing all the different pose, basically they'll be backflipping towards the door with the camera turned around, and basically then they'll be able to dash straight out of the animation, like Beast was saying earlier. So you can make it in some like instances, difficult word, nearly halfway across the room, before the cutscene's played.
Some more brick sliding. So you have to kill before you can dig up the chain that he just pulled to lower the stairs to this area. You have to have killed one Poe because you need the Poe scent. Otherwise, you just can't dig. Oh yeah, you just skip the redead.
Redead
Nice.
skip is
Going that fast is. I think people have tried it RTA, and you can get up here. Like it's not that bad, but then sometimes you get stuck. Like you get frozen by the redead, even when you get up there. I think.
and the bubble there attacking you is not always guaranteed. Oh, you are part of a wall.
Nice. Oh my god.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's possible to get the bubble to hit you during that animation, and you can start a run.
Yeah, forget everything I said about backflips and all that. We're out the door.
Yeah.
And
Incredible.
the bubbles can continue to push you to the door during the cutscene.
Yeah.
Was that
We're
really
gonna
hard
use a
to
rat friend.
manipulate?
Oh yes, that was probably the hardest thing to manipulate in the entire dungeon.
So
It's-
that one on the bottom there, that was called Speed Rat. So that's our friend Remy. So that is actually RTA viable. There's a bit of a setup for it. There's some parts that can mess you up that kind of are out of your control, like based on where the rat is. But there is a setup that is mostly consistent, I'd say.
I think we need some silence for Po 1 skip.
Sure.
This is. And there you have it. Oh, with the heart, I forgot about that.
Yeah, so it actually ended up after I finished this dungeon, it actually Beast actually noticed that I picked up the heart with the boomerang, and that actually slowed the boomerang down slightly. So yeah.
Up until there, though.
Yeah.
Amazing Poe one skip. And some free rupees
don't-
too.
Don't let the facts get in the way of a good story.
Sorry. Oh yeah, you found this. Or am I remembering? Did you find this or did Eck find this?
I think Eck found this.
Okay.
Nice news.
Doggy nose.
But yeah, the reason for that Poe 1 skip was it skipped the 2 rooms that we normally have to go to before Poe 4 when we do Poe 1 skip RTA. So yeah, having Poe 4 before Poe 3 just skips a few rooms we would have to go to on the way to Poe 3 normally. And then this is or not this door, but the next one is the example I was talking about earlier of a door that's locked. And we're entering it from the wrong side, so we won't actually see the lock, but we'll hear it as we open the door, and we still need a key for it. So we've got a small key from before, and you just heard the door unlock. I guess you can't actually see the lock after the door opens.
Going the other way normally, this room can be quite painful. Lots of enemies and all that, but because we're coming at them from the other side, the Redeads actually don't see us. Which is really nice.
The frame perfect chain drops are so good.
Yeah. And what you actually see is that when TTM was going for going towards the Poe, if you do a jump attack towards the Poe before it completes its like screaming animation, it'll just cut it short.
And then this one, I think you said you tried to manip the Stalkins to stab you, but it didn't actually end up saving time. What you had to do?
Yeah.
Sorry.
So it's weird. The Stalkin, like when they try and stab you, they stab you like just a little bit higher than they can hit you. So you can't actually get hit before before picking up the Poe soul. So yeah. And anytime I did get hit, it was too late in the animation and it didn't save any time.
There's all 4 Poes and 1 heart piece, and then the heart pieces in this dungeon, it basically doesn't change the route from any percent at all. They're really just on the way to the things you're doing anyway. So we're going to skip a little bit, go backwards here and get the boss key. This is old news by this point, though you did have a nice quick climb in there.
Yeah. I did try doing the quick climb from the other side, and every time I tried it, he just kept clipping out of bounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, it clips out on the side you did too, but
Yeah, but I could never get it to happen on the, or I could never actually get the quick climb on the left side.
unfortunate.
Yeah, because it would have been slightly faster too.
Yeah, that makes sense. So here's
So
a bit of parkour, and we can shorten the any percent version of it by just doing a backslice over the ledge. And then here is an important use of the brake slide. Whee!
So here's a very cool trick using the helm splitter.
Oh yeah. This is RTA viable. It's just hard and doesn't save that much time, so no one does it in runs yet. But maybe someday we'll start adding that in runs. Like I've done that, and I think G's does that in Arbiter's ILs.
Yep.
Yeah, that was really cool.
So what's actually interesting is that between the boss key and apart from that helm splitter, we do all of that in RTA runs as well.
Yeah.
So all that human movement, as we call it, is fully possible, and it actually
Well,
isn't as hard as it looks.
So the long brake slide we don't do. We do a setup to
No.
make it a shorter brake slide because well, I'll talk about this in a second.
Yeah,
Head
hold
sword skip first. So this is just gonna be a super jump, just like early Master Sword earlier. That skips the Death Sword fight. You just jump over it.
But this time the enemy is really far away from where Link is, so he really has to jump to try to get to it.
And that one's RTA viable as well. It's just a little hard. But yeah, in this game, so brake sliding involves holding ESS, which for anyone unfamiliar is just you have to hold the control stick right outside the dead zone at the center, but not too far, otherwise it won't work. And unlike in Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask, where as long as you're within the ESS range, it doesn't matter where you are in the range, as long as you're in it, it works. For TP, and this is true for Wind Waker too, the exact value your control stick has matters. So really long break slides like that, where you preserve your speed that long, are only possible if you're just barely outside the dead zone, which is really hard to do reliably RTA.
And now we get to skip. Oh wait, we do not get to skip Stallard.
In to win. And if you get off and roll, you can save a little time.
I think that roll is frame perfect too.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are others like that later, but that are easier, but that one's frame perfect. Oh, do you do the cool LJA here?
Yes, I do.
I want to say
That one saves about 1.7 seconds, I believe.
Really?
I think.
Okay, because I remember, I don't remember whether it was Jim or Eck, but one of the two saying it was like 2 frames or something. Did you do it a different way?
No, I did it the same way.
Yeah, I didn't time it because I was told it was faster and just believed whoever told me that.
Oh, I see.
Okay, well, guess we don't know how much faster it is then, but
Yeah, mashing for the spinner doesn't matter. It's just at least 4 per second or so.
oh yeah, are we gonna do Stallard skip?
I mean, a lot of people asked me that when I was running Hundo.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate because like Stallard Skip was just becoming a thing, and people were like, "Oh my God, Stallard Skip!" But we need the heart container.
Yeah.
Everyone get your metronomes ready. That's so cool.
What?
Yeah.
What was that?
Yeah, so you can get stuck on Stallard's hands during this fight, and if
Oh.
you do that, that actually allows you to get to the spine a little bit faster.
I like that one. Getting off
I
the
think-
spinner at the end.
I think the third one there, where you basically just broke through the wall. I think that happened to someone. I think it was FX was showing it like ESA or something like that, and just breaking through a wall, which is just I don't understand how that happens. Like, was that hard to manip?
The wall
The
spawning.
Yeah, breaking through the wall on the final hit.
So, I think you just have to have a good position going through it, or a good angle, because it didn't take me very long to get it, but it is fairly finicky as well.
So now we're gonna do the fast knockdown. So again, this is all RTA viable. We have like a setup with visual cues or audio cues. And actually, if you fail it, there's also backup methods. And there's either a break sliding method or just one where you stand in a spot.
You spin and win.
Yep, this is the spin to win boss.
For
Yeah.
everyone asking, yes, if you skip Stallard is still alive.
Yeah.
It doesn't die when you leave
Yeah.
the room.
Which is
That
actually
would be nice.
Which is great for low transforms.
Yeah, exactly. That's part of the low transforms route, is doing Stallard Skip and then coming back for reasons.
Oh yeah, so I should mention that there are 2 different spin attack animations you can do. There's a clockwise spin and then a counterclockwise spin. Counterclockwise spins actually have an extra hitbox, so that's what makes the 1 cycle on Stallard possible. the counterclockwise spin attack is actually, I think it's 1 frame faster than the counterclockwise, but it doesn't have the extra hitbox.
I thought I remembered someone doing the staggered 1 cycle with clockwise spins. Oh, this fight is really cool.
This is, yeah. The second you pull out a bomb, I just start laughing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this fight has 5 Shadow Beasts. Throwing the bomb there to get 1, and then have the other 4 wrap around Link here.
Having all 4 of them get, like, come over to you is very, like... I normally the way we do it in runs is you kind of segment them. You'll take a 2, the 1, and a 2. Just because they don't always love looking your way. They find walls very interesting.
So the bomb that I threw actually kills 1 that's a little bit further away from the ones that I did the spin attack on. So that just made it so I didn't have to like run over to it.
I didn't actually know a bomb killed them like straight up. I didn't know that was something that inflicted damage on them. I don't know why it wouldn't, but
Yeah.
Nice spinner. So yeah, as I mentioned before, the reason we didn't do Snowpeak earlier is because we need the fishing rod upgrade. So we're coming back here now in order to get Ashe's sketch and also finish cleaning up Zora's domain. We have a few collectibles to get.
I think as we start getting like further and further into run, when we start getting to towards like Temple of Time, start adding in like moon boots and stuff like that, you start to see some really just like we're already seeing crazy movement. Like we're not even 3 hours into the run and we're through Arbiter's grounds.
Yeah.
Did you get the free rupee? No.
No. It wasted I think 5 frames.
Really?
Yeah. Because you have to be pretty close to it to pick it up, and that
Yeah.
wastes a few like running frames.
I guess that makes sense.
To be fair, if you cut a single piece of grass here, you'll probably get 5 as well.
True.
This area is really laggy on console.
Super laggy.
Yeah.
Actually, something that you were doing in this, which I don't think we did before, is that when you were jumping into water there, that backslice there is really cool to get past their text.
Yeah.
But basically you would jump attacking into water to be able to mash straight into it. Because normally what we've done is you jump into the water and then you claw shot and then cancel the claw shot, and that will you'll be able to swim straight away. But the way you've done it with jump attacks, actually we've started doing that, and a lot of people have started doing that in runs.
Yeah, I found that to be just slightly faster than doing the claw shot method.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Sorry,
So
someone just said
we-
something in the chat, and I would laugh so hard if someone did a roll goal TAS.
There is an old rule
Actually,
book.
yeah,
And-
and actually Trog did a roll goal task.
Oh, was it Trogs? Well, now I feel bad saying this because we beat at RTA.
Oh, really?
Well, not for multiple roll goals in a row, just individual levels. We beat RTA. Maybe it was. I don't remember. Sorry, Trog.
Oh yeah, Trog, thank you for finding that discovery for brake sliding as well. I guess we can get into that later, but
Yeah, so we're here for the fishing rod, but there's a golden bug, 2 pose, and a golden wolf here, and we set this up so that we can get all of them now. So we're just making the trip to Graveyard. Well, aside from getting Zora armor.
I've got a weird little fun fact about this this hidden skill. For some reason,
Yeah.
this is the only hidden skill that doesn't continue on if you don't press A. Basically, the text in the top left that says hidden skill, you have to press through, but the rest of them play through like a cutscene, which I didn't know.
Yeah, not sure why
Yeah,
it's that way.
yeah, I
Yes.
noticed that too when I got to this section. Like you see the text box at the top just disappear like instantly.
Yeah, I don't know
That
why.
normally
I didn't.
doesn't happen.
I learned this in my PB, and it lost me like 10 seconds, and I started freaking out thinking the cutscene had soft locked.
That was your PB.
That was my PB. That's why I didn't get second.
Oh,
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So
That's
this hidden skill
unfortunate.
jump strike is kind of unwieldy for combat, and in fact, we're never going to use it for combat. But it is extremely useful for other things, because it's a big, tall jump, and we can make it bigger and taller even, with a glitch
Yep.
called Moon Boots that we'll explain later. And this is why we needed to go out of our way for hidden skills. This is going to save us quite a bit of time.
yeah, we duped the skeleton guy.
Yeah, Jizzle Jazz would have been good, but it's not fast.
Also, right there, kind of a weird thing, but there are times in this game where, like, you can't immediately, like, show an item to an NPC for, like, a specific amount of time. After you gain control of Link, you have to wait until you can interact with them again. Otherwise, Link just holds out the thing in front of him, and it's like, you can't use this here.
So now we'll go to Snowpeak.
Did you roll back out in front of Rallis when you went to warp?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'll get excited for a bit of SSX tricky, bit of snowboard.
Oh yeah.
Not going on a spiritual journey.
Oh, unfortunate. So snowboarding, and this is pretty fun because basically you get to do it the first time when you go here, originally trying to go to Snowpeak, and then you have to do it twice later on, once against Yedo and one against Yedo. And during the while you're going down, there's trees along the way, and basically they have, it's like the first tree I think is a blue, then a red, then a purple, I want to say.
Yeah.
Basically through, so it's a really good way to get rupees. The only problem is it's easy to miss. We've talked in the past about including treetops as part of a route, but there's no guarantee you'll get them because the snowboard movement is a little bit finicky. Sometimes I feel like you jump really far, and then sometimes I feel like you don't really jump far at all. Or you can do this. That's so good. So you'll see they're doing spin attacks in the midair because basically your speed is higher when you're in the air and snowboarding. I don't know the exact numbers. I think it's 70. When you're in the air. So basically when you jump, you want to stay in the air for as long as you can. So doing spin attacks as you go is really good.
Yeah, so it's when you're in the air, your speed is locked, and it can get to a max speed of 70, which is higher than it ever gets on the ground.
It's amazing.
You can be in... Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, and the mid-detects.
That's so good.
Ugh.
Yeah, we don't do it RTA like that, if anyone was wondering.
Yeah, that's very risky to do RTA.
Yeah.
So here's Snowpeak. Snowpeak is the most broken dungeon in the game, so it's pretty cool. We're going to immediately do a big sequence break and get this second heart piece first by just LJAing across.
And then there's a...
Claw shot up through this floor because it's only got collision on one side. Then RTA, it's faster to do a different route through this, but I think just because you can do that LJA so quickly, it's faster to do the task this way. Now we want to get the ball and chain, and so we can just clip through this ice wall. Oh, right.
Yeah, so you can actually clip clip straight through that armory instead of just the ice, and it saved. I think that was 8 frames as well.
That's... Yeah, I've never seen that before, other
Yeah.
than this. So yeah, and we can get into Darkhammer's room by clipping through the door, using the freezered, and then opening it from the other side. So getting to the other side didn't put us in the boss fight, mini-boss fight. So yeah, that's a very unintended sequence to get to the ball and chain.
Someone was wondering why we go right door instead of left door. I can't remember what the frame difference is between taking the left door compared to right door on double doors. Anyone knows?
It's 20.
Yeah, 20 frames.
20 frame difference. So that's why we go right door all the time.
There are a few exceptions where there's a load zone right after the door, and regardless of which door you go through, you come out on the right door on the other side. And it's the exiting animation that really saves time. Oh yeah, so he got the ball and chain before the cutscene happened. There was one frame where he could pick it up because it landed near him.
Now we get to see some really fun movement through Snowpeak. If you've ever gone through Snowpeak, there's a heart piece right above you where we start. And it's kind of hard to get up to. Normally you're supposed to basically go through the chandeliers, hit him with the ball and chain, but that is quite slow. So you'll see a different way to get up there.
That pretty much speaks for itself.
Yep. It's crazy how early in the charge that is. Like
And
normally-
we can do that. Yeah, exactly. We can do that one RTA, but because the keys flying pattern is unpredictable, we do it a little bit slower. Take a little more care.
That's so good. Oh, it stuns him as well.
Oh, that Chilphos is so annoying RTA.
Yeah, it's actually funny that it worked out that way.
Oh, the freezing. Oh, yeah.
You can just ignore these guys, and then that's it. That's all the collectibles. This dungeon had 3 pose and 2 heart pieces. Nice opening the door. So now
Yeah,
you
here's
just...
the easiest freezer skip in the dungeon.
Oh,
wow,
yeah.
I didn't know you could go that damageless.
Yeah, I found that during tasking this section.
It's pretty, like, normally you just kind of roll into it and then it unfreezes you and it's fine. I didn't know you could just charge straight through. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the boss key is right here near the boss door. This room is going to be sick. But, yeah, we skipped every cannon puzzle. No cannonballs armed in the making of this task.
Or block puzzles. Well, yeah.
Yeah, and the soup. No soup was harmed.
No
either.
soup.
So this room with bomb arrows is super cool.
I'm getting the guy as he falls.
Oh,
and
and
the
the
40 rupees.
Yep.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That room was a lot of fun to task.
So a slight deviation from RTA route is that normally we want to get there's a bubble at the start of the dungeon where basically TTM got the first PO that was inside the statue. We want to get that as well just because we're tight on rupees. And the whole goal is that basically when we get out of Temple of Time, we want to have 600 rupees. But you're at 596, so I think you're going okay.
Yeah.
That was Yetta's freezered costume.
Not even Halloween yet.
Not yet. Getting ready. And then Blazzetto Phase 1, just a bit of free ball.
Backflip at the start.
Playing some advanced ping pong here.
Oh, there's
And-
actually the cool movement at the start of phase 2.
Yeah, so for Phase 2, you can save a little bit of time by knocking down the icicles before they start trying to drop. So there are just fewer of them to drop and it takes less time. If I remember correctly, you got 6 at the beginning?
Yeah, you can hit 6 of them before they fall.
Yeah, hitting multiple with one throw. And then we generally don't do that RTA. It is used in ILs, but just because it makes this part a lot harder. But this being a TAS, of course. Get an easy one cycle.
Yeah, in RTA we go up next to a wall, and then we will bonk our sword off of the wall. And what we want to do is use one of the icicles to basically send us outwards, so that we can continue to hit Blizzetta inwards. But if you start destroying those icicles at the start, it's unpredictable as to which icicle you've destroyed, so you could break the wrong one.
Yeah, you can easily get knocked out of the ring and be unable to hit Blizzetta. Or you can accidentally not take damage, so you won't have iframes when Blizzetta falls. It's a little bit harder.
Yeah, not really what you want in a 6.5 hour run.
Yeah.
Now we get a great cutscene.
Yep.
And hopefully a sick backflip.
It does save time.
Yes.
Now we're gonna get to my favorite part of the run. Temple of Time onwards is just brilliant.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed you didn't say Eyes of Yedo.
Oh, we're looking into him now.
Look into Eyes of Yedo.
And we
Who need
know the
mirror?
answer to the question, who need mirror? We do. This is 100%.
Yes, we do.
I'm assuming you do the really fun movement off here. Do you throw the ball and chain off the back of Yedo?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. For some reason this works. I don't really understand it.
And this isn't... That works for a lot of different things. I don't know why it sometimes doesn't work.
Yeah,
but,
sometimes
you
it
can
hits
get
the heart
hammer
container.
that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Someone asked why the gainer is a gainer instead of just a backflip. I have no idea.
It's probably
Well,
something to do with like Link's like Yedo. Like they want Yedo to hit Link. I don't know. Because I guess if you backflipped out of that, Yedo would probably miss Link. But that would be
Well-
quite funny.
I mean, I don't think they planned for you to be able to input anything there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They're like in 18 years' time, a couple of speedrunners are going to ask these questions.
So there are a bunch of overworld things that we can do. I mean, really, that unlocked up Ho and snowboarding, beating Snowpeak. But we're going to save that for later because we'll need to spend some in-game time. Now we get to do some moon boots. So we're going to Temple of Time, and to do that we're going to go through the second Grove sequence. And normally what you do is get the golden chicken from Russell. You watch a whole cutscene to do that and get over here very slowly. What TASMaster did instead is something called moon boots. He used Jump Strike, the 6th hidden skill we got, to get not only the nice amount of height it normally gives you, but some extra height. And the idea is you start doing a Jump Strike with the iron boots on, and then if you force unequip them by equipping over them on one of two frames, then you get some extra height. One of the frames has more height than the other frame. And that gives you a whole lot of height, which... Actually, well, did you do a version of this, or the human version?
Of Grove 2 skip?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did the wolf version.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
so we
great.
won't see another one for a little bit, but...
Yeah.
Yeah.
See one at the other end of Grove. I remember trying that jump attack there, and it is so precise because you can accidentally target the puppets through the wall.
Yeah.
Oh, and you can land in the water from that post hole get, but it costs time,
Yeah.
which is unfortunate.
If it cancelled the Poe pickup animation, that'd be great.
So here's a really neat trick. Very nice for Hundo. Normally, well, normally you don't do this.
No.
Yeah.
So normally you have to keep chasing Skull Kid and then do a fight with him at the end, but if you do that, you skip the rest of the sequence and you get to this area, which is actually the first Skull Kid fight area, like when you're going to get the Master Sword. Oh,
so
that's
good.
so cool.
That's a good
That's
cancel,
so
yeah.
good.
So the wolf version of that you just saw has never been done RTA. People have tried. It's really hard. We do a human version of that that's significantly easier, though definitely not easy, and uses that glitch moon boots in RTA runs. But this is really advantageous for us because we're not only skipping the rest of that Grove sequence, we're also getting this stuff done, this grotto and that Poe soul, we're getting those out of the way just on the way to Temple of Time. And one really unfortunate thing about finishing the Grove 2 sequence normally, killing Skull Kid, well, not killing, but finishing the fight with Skull Kid, is that it sets time of day to day. And there's one Poe in the Master Sword area that is really convenient to get right now since we're here already. So by doing Grove 2 skip and skipping the fight with Skull Kid, daytime wasn't actually set. It's still 5 a.m., which is what it's normally set to at the beginning of that sequence. So we have time to get this Poe before it turns day at 6 a.m., and that skips a whole trip back here later.
Yeah, Moon Boots is something that we'll continue to use. Not necessarily always with the bomb boost, which we would have seen if they weren't Wolf. But kind of from here on out, it plays just getting us up to place. So you'll see that we accessed this part of Grove without going the normal way, where normally you go through, you push a block down, and you come through that way because you fought Skull Kid. And now what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to Moon Boots back up into the area. So you'll see that in just a sec.
You can open the door from behind, too.
Yep, that is true.
Oh yeah, I forgot you did this fight this way. Oh yeah, wasn't it like killing the Keese reduced the number of hit stun animations or something?
Yeah, so if you hit the Shadow Beast at the same time you hit the keys, it actually will eliminate the hit stun completely.
Nice. So yeah, there's
Oh,
another
roll
Moon
into-
Boots with some janky collision there because you're not supposed to be able to get there.
Yeah, the roll underneath the
actually-
barrier.
It's actually very easy to void out with that collision as well.
Mm-hmm.
So you basically just get crushed by the railing.
I got the roll under the railing one point in a run, and I was so confused. I couldn't recreate if I wanted to. Like,
So we're entering Temple of Time here at around 3:17:40. What
Oh.
time would a RTA run normally enter Temple of Time?
I know
Um,
finishing Temple of Time is around 350 for RTA.
All right.
yeah, but probably about what 20 minutes.
Yeah, this trick
Is
is
it-
really cool. So he used a pot to activate a switch, and that's really precise. We tried coming up with an RTA setup for it for a little while, but it's really precise. I think Ekke came up with that for the All Dungeons task.
Yeah, you need like a very specific position and angle for the boomerang throw.
If you
And
want to,
skipping,
oh, sorry, you.
I was just gonna say skipping Uku here is really easy. Just LJ.
If you want an exact number on it, Beast's world record enters Temple of Time at 3:40:01.
Oh,
Ooh.
So
so
about
slow.
22 to 23 minutes. That's such a cool claw.
Yeah, you can just jump attack over these gates.
This is what we were alluding to earlier. So basically, there's this really fun trick where if you stun an enemy with a boomerang and then perform a helm splitter, it's called LHS, so long helm splitter. Your forward momentum continues. I think that's the way to explain it, Beast. Would you say?
Yeah.
So you're able to basically get up on top of there. For the time before that, we used to have to basically ball and chain down the little statues on the side. And then later on in the dungeon, we used to have to do a moon boots with a bomb boost. So it made it much easier. It's actually a surprisingly easy trick. I think there's like a 10-frame window or something for the A press.
Something like that.
So it's
That's
actually a
really cool.
surprisingly easy trick.
Spinner and statue
yeah.
skip here.
Yeah. So it was a great discovery by a rando runner.
Yeah, shoutouts to just casually doing lots
No.
of precise LJs.
You got it backwards again. That was the Reddit one.
That was the red. Oh my god. Yep. Shout out to everyone. You know.
Shout out to everyone.
Yeah.
And yeah, the
just-
pressure plate. Oh my God, doing the throw before the cutscene. Yeah, the pressure plate was what interrupted the Poe soul get. We do that RTA too. Also, I saw someone saying this. The long helm splitter is just what it sounds like. It's actually just a longer helm splitter in that it gives you more distance. It doesn't actually give you any extra height.
And for some reason, it only works on Los Alphos.
Uh,
Well, it's only applicable, I guess, is a better way to put it.
Yeah, there are not very many enemies that are helm splittable, and then of those, there aren't any many that can get stunned outside of Shield Bash. I want to say, actually, yeah, I'm not really sure, but yeah, we only know how to use it on Lizalfos at least.
Yep. And you'll see it come up again now in a minute. And this used to be in a really annoying room. Trying to do another moon boot, so it took a load of time off of Templar time as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even that it's so much faster than what we used to do, it's just so much easier.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
super
I think it's
freaking-
like 2 seconds faster optimally. But
Yeah. But basically, you wanna try and do the like you wanna press A for Helm Splitter just after the rank has come back and hit, basically come back to you.
yeah.
Yeah. So we used to have
Because
to do
normally-
the movements there.
Yeah, normally Helm Splitter kind of looks for walls and makes sure that you don't have enough speed to get over them.
I forgot you do that.
Yeah, so we can do a spinner bomb boost over that electric barrier. If I remember correctly, that saved about 3 seconds compared to stepping on the switch and doing an LJA.
Yeah, it's kind of dumb, but the reason at least I don't do that RTA is because of equips. You have to, or yeah, I guess you don't have to actually, but you end up equipping, or the best way to do it is equipping over bomb arrows, which is just annoying to re-equip. Yeah, I did a cool statue skip there, or I guess scale skip. That's one.
So-
There are a ton of different ways to do that.
Yeah.
Normally
we
RTA
can do
we
that
do.
RTA, but it's just a lot slower.
Yeah, and we do it with Moon Boots RTA, but it's just harder to control the way that TasMaster did it. Oh, this room is awesome. I love this room in Passes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
this
second
is
you-
my favorite room in the entire dungeon.
Yeah. The second you see Helmasaur shells, you know it's gonna be good.
Boing.
Boing.
Does anyone know why that works?
I think it's like
I-
Helm Splitter shells interacting weirdly with each other or with the sword or something. Like their collisions just trying to rotate in Link's hands or something like that.
I know I've accidentally gotten it a couple of times where I've done it and now I tried to like take out my sword and I've accidentally thrown it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had that a few times too.
Yeah. Helmasaur shells always move in the same direction when hit or dropped after you kill them. The more you know.
In this room, I'm just going to say shoutouts to Demon. Not going to say why.
He'll love you for that.
Here's another spinner
Oh,
bomb
yeah.
boost.
Does that just work out well in terms of, because you ran out of bombs at that point, so there was only, did that just like line up really well?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, this movement is really cool.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's good.
The climb skip.
That was the absolute worst damage boost in the entire TAS. Because it took so long to get the spiders in that position.
And what did it save? Like a half second?
Yeah,
So-
around that.
This skip is an example of a Moon Boots bomb boost, so he's not only going to get some... Oh, pulling the bomb there.
Oh wow.
Not only going to get
Oh
some
my-
extra height from the Moon Boots, but a bomb boost on top of that to totally skip the Dark Knight fight. And we
So
do that
we
RTA too, but just not quite that fast.
Yeah, I was gonna say we hug the corner and use like a visual cue, not jumping from the far end of the platform.
Yeah. When you see him pull out the bomb right away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it saves about
Mm.
25 seconds RTA, I think, over the fight.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. And now we're used to clipping through gates, but now it's time for doors. This will be door of time. I'm not gonna talk over. I'll just let it happen.
Pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah.
There you go. Statue pushed him through.
Very quick.
So put the question marks in chat. Basically, when you run to the corner at a super specific angle, you can get the statue to push you through. We have two setups for it, RTA-wise. There's an angle setup, using an angle on the door, and then there's also a buffered setup for it. But yeah, it's a super specific kind of angle and frames for the rolls.
Yeah, and the fact that we can do that makes it really important that we can get the heart pieces on the way up the dungeon, because really casually what you're supposed to do is go up the dungeon without getting any heart pieces. Really, or pose either, yeah. No collectibles. And then on the way down, when you're escorting the statue, you gain access to those things. Or with the Dominion Rod too. But since we have ways to get all of those things early on the way up, we just skip the entire trek back down. And then the Armagoma fight is basically just pure RNG. I like that you got the music glitch.
Yeah, if you hit her like on the very first frame possible, you can keep like the chance music going indefinitely until the second hit.
Is it actually just one frame?
I think so, yeah.
Wow. That's crazy that people have gotten it then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it feels semi-regular. But,
Yeah.
yeah. So there you go.
The way that Goma crawls here is just RNG. It needs to crawl over at least 3 lights before it stops. Oh yeah, of course it has to drop its babies too, but after that it needs to crawl over at least 3 lights. And then it's just a 50-50 shot that'll stop on the next light it goes to. And then it's not just a matter of how many lights it goes to, either the pathing between lights matters as well, because like if it goes diagonally across, that obviously is going to take longer than going from one corner to the next one. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And also how long it takes to go up the wall.
Yeah.
So which wall it chooses to climb up.
Is considering how much I like the music in that phase, it's unfortunate how quickly we can finish it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the same with all the fights with good music. Like the Blazetta fight has fantastic music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Deku.
Yeah.
Virus.
Virus is great. Virus is just the most bland boss fight. I like the idea of it. It's just, yeah. And just like that, we're done Temple of Time. That was pretty fast. We were in here for maybe like 10, 11 minutes, I want to say.
Yeah, that was hasty.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
What did I say?
about
We
11
entered like,
minutes.
yeah. Like I said, we entered around 3:21 or something. Or sorry,
We entered at 3:17,
3:17.
I
Yeah.
believe. Yeah.
So yeah, that dungeon is one of the most fun parts of Hundo RTA, and was very cool to see tasked.
So now, what's really exciting is we get into basically the final day-night cycle. So for RTA runners, this is a big kind of make or break point in the run, and because it's the last cycle, you don't want to miss anything. And so, if you miss a PO, the final PO generally is a PO in Hyrule Province near the ice, just outside Upper Zora River. And basically, if you miss that PO, you then, at the end of the run, have to go back and get it. Loses you kind of the bones of a minute, give or take, because there's not really a war portal right next to it. And basically, it's gotten to the point with this day-night cycle that we almost have different levels of it. So runners will opt to kind of split up the cycle across different parts of the run, just because it's that difficult. And it's very, very unforgiving. Bring it the whole way.
And of course,
Yep.
for task purposes, I had to make it harder, because
Yeah.
otherwise it would be too early.
Yeah.
Get to pose before night.
We still had some downtime at the end of the day-night cycle, but it
Forgot
wasn't
about
as
that.
much. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, there was a side hop there.
not as shameful as the last one.
Yeah.
But again, on the new Honda route, I think you would have had you would have spent plenty of time. There's at least 6 more seconds of time
Right.
spent.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
Yeah, the thing with the new route uses King Bulblin. You use the King Bulblin fight to basically set the clock. Do we do map glitch?
No. Unfortunately not. It would have saved time by itself, but the fact that getting map glitch doesn't spend in-game time would have
That
made
was
it slower overall.
Yes.
I really wanted it to be in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I even tasked it to see if it was faster, and it didn't end up being faster for in-game time purposes.
So this is this day and night cycle basically has a lot of kind of wrapping up the storyline. So we've got Hylia's memory quest within this. So we'll have like the wooden statue. We got to go to Vernada's letter. The doctor, all that kind of stuff. So we kind of tie a knot on a lot of the story by the end of the cycle.
Yeah, and really that's just for a couple of things. All the intermediate items like the wooden statue and all that we don't need for Hundo. What we really need is the horse call, which is at the end of that whole sequence. And we need to get Hidden Village to the right state where we can get the final heart piece and Poe there. Amazing.
106.
And I'll just void so that he respawns up at the top again and can snowboard again. That's a little bit faster than warping back.
I think the RTA record's like a 101 or something, but that's with map glitch.
Yeah, I want to say 102.
Yeah.
Like a low.
So basically, if you apply map glitch to disable the loading zones, you can effectively do a beeline from the corner the whole way across to the finish line. It just requires a lot of kind of consecutive spins and a good angle. But as we were saying before, the idea of setting up map glitch costs too much time to benefit in this scenario.
Yeah, and if you try to do that without map glitch, you're going to void out.
Yeah, it's a big void plane.
I don't really know how the voiding works, but I don't think it's possible to avoid.
In terms of RTA world record in terms of runs, it's probably a 109. I'd be shocked if anyone got a 108.
No, there have been plenty of 108s.
Oh,
I don't think there have been any 107s.
Yeah.
I think you never get them because you always go for treetop rupees.
Yeah. Love the treetops. And so what's also important here is that TTM has 600 rupees. So we have to, within the cycle, we're basically going to buy Malamart. So we've got to give 1,000 rupees to Malamart and then plus a follow-up 200. So we've got a couple of bugs to give over and a couple of purchases to make.
So there's a Poe here that's available any time of day. So we're gonna get that now. And RTA runs will often get this right after Snowpeak, but it's actually a little bit faster to get now, and we've got to spend some in-game time.
Something I don't think we pointed out before is that you'll see whenever TTM is trying to kill a Poe and basically charging up the Midna charge attack and then delaying and then putting on the Midna senses. And basically the reason for that is that when you put on the Midna sense, the Poe's going to start flying upwards. So what you want to do is you basically want to effectively intercept that. So if you leave your Midna senses off, it'll start flying downwards and then intercept it before it goes the whole way up. And here's our first donation cycle.
Excellent sound effect.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I forgot that was a thing.
Yeah, so you can walk into the loading zone before you like finish the donation, and once the cutscene stops, you just immediately exit.
Yeah, so we shot that
Blind bomb arrow shot.
Yeah.
shot the bomb arrow so that the boulder exploded after he started opening the door, so it didn't play a little cutscene.
Yeah, you didn't see it, but a rock did disappear in that moment.
Yes.
Trust me.
Did you get the other one earlier?
On the way into... No.
No.
No? Huh. I'm surprised we didn't route that in.
Oh, no, because he rangs it through the rock.
Oh, that's why. Yep.
Yeah. I was having a moment too. I was like, why? Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I'm
Yeah.
glad I remembered it when we were making this.
Yeah.
Or, I say we were making this when you were making this. I didn't make it.
Right.
Didn't mean to take the credit. Oh, so this is another example of something we figured out could have been a little bit faster, but we didn't know about this until afterwards. You can... There's a glitch to warp underwater, I think, on the Wii version, and it's not present on the GameCube version, but with a trick called UMD, actually the same one used earlier to get to Snowpeak early, to set map glitch, you can... the whole idea is that it delays pulling up the map, and if you pull up the map to warp and then delay the map pull until you get underwater, until you get the chest, the map will come up then, and it'll still let you warp, as long as you were able to warp when you initiated UMD. So you could just warp from underwater. Would have saved a couple of seconds.
Yeah,
I think I
we just
tended to,
realized
like-
it too late.
Yeah, I realized this, I think, right after you finished.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was also our only mailman we will see of this run. Does everyone say hey?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, T-Bag mentioned earlier, we have to see the mailman once because it's just part of the hundo requirement. We have to get the post bag. So that's where we put it, and it's convenient to put it there because there are a bunch of postman triggers we would have to avoid during this day-night cycle if we were trying to skip them.
Yeah, and also the reason it makes sense to get that one is because you're warping to Castle Town, you have to transform anyway. You may as well get the transform as part of the mailman.
Yeah, mail isn't required. Well, I mean, at least one piece of mail is to get the bag.
I
as
think
for- Go ahead.
somebody just asked if swimming directly down with Zora armor is faster than using iron boots. When I was tassing that segment, I timed swimming down with Zora armor to be faster. So, in fact,
guess-
during Morpheal, it might have actually been faster to do that there as well, but I didn't think about it at that point.
I think I tested that. I tested that RTA once, that whether swimming down to Moorfield, but for RTA it was definitely faster for iron boots by like a handful of frames. So maybe with optimal task mashing, yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe.
because the way swimming speed works is that you just mash A, and every time you press A, it adds, I forget what the increment is, but some set amount to your speed up to a maximum of 22. So with optimal mashing, you can get to top speed really quickly.
It's probably negligible.
Yeah, it's a tiny difference, I'm sure.
Back to more buggies.
Yep, here's round 2.
Shout out to 100% Plus, which is a much longer category where we give 2 bugs to Agatha at one point and then give 22 bugs to her in a row at another.
Oh my god.
And actually, if
It
you're a big fan
is-
of mail, you can get it in that one as well.
What?
You can read the mail.
Oh, yeah, it's true. Oh, there's a really cool skip coming up. Get your meows ready.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah.
Here it comes. All right.
It doesn't look like much.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense unless you know. So if you just walk straight to Telma, there's a little cutscene that plays, and then you have to wait a second to hand her the invoice, or sorry, to hand her the letter. But if you talk to Louise in just the right place, then she'll kind of push you into the cutscene trigger during the meow animation, and that deactivates the cutscene. So then you can go give the letter to Telma straight away.
Saved like 5 or 6 seconds.
Yeah, I think it was 6 when I timed it.
Yeah, it's very precise too. So it's like people go for it RTA, but it's not always guaranteed that you'll get it.
I get it very rarely.
Yeah.
I think your gold has it, and I've always been like, why is Peace Gold so much better than mine?
Yeah. Dumb.
It's just the cat. just while we're talking to the doctor, someone was asking what the requirements for Hundo Plus is. It's basically everything that's in Hundo except like the fishing journal, any quote unquote collectible that we missed. You have to get them like compasses, dungeon maps.
You have to open all chests.
Open all
including ruby
chests. You have to fill in your map entirely, so go to every every room of every dungeon.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like an extra 2 hours, 2.5 hours on top of Hundo.
Yeah, it's about 2.
Yeah.
Well, it's 2 and it's not very optimized because it's such a ridiculously long run that no one's done very many of them.
Yeah. It's like an 8.5 hour run.
So in order to do the hot spring water mini game or quest or whatever you want to call it, you've got to talk to this Goron by the bridge.
Wow, their talking range is massive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can talk from so far away that you can just warp from the same place you talk.
Every time I've ran it, I've almost like I'm right behind him, like next to him.
Oh. Yeah, well, if you, I do that RTA, there's a really good queue for it actually. It's right after the second dash in the area. You just transform from there, and then you can do that.
Oh, you know. It's so good that you don't read that sign either time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very close every time.
Yeah. That's an RTA moment. You'll just be like, oh, never mind. Oh, so you're
Forest
doing
Temple's that way.
Yeah, you're doing the flip. So you're doing Hylian shield to donations. That way you can hit the loading zone.
Yeah.
Whereas
Yeah.
RTA, I've never seen anyone go Hylian shield first.
Yeah, it ended up being very slightly faster just by a couple frames to do that.
Yeah, what the person in chat said about Hundo Plus, you basically have to manage your rupees because in this game, if you have a full wallet, like even if you have 581 rupees and you open a 20 rupee chest, it'll tell you to put it back because you can only hold 19 of them.
Yeah, the route prioritizes getting magic armor so that you can just drain rupees.
Yeah. That's
So
actually
this
quite
minigame,
Oh,
he's basically just running straight to the load zone, which is supposed to be harder than this. And what we do RTA is run around the perimeter of this area because that avoids the levers spawning, as you see right now.
There we are.
TASMaster doesn't care about that.
My heart rate is going up watching this.
Yeah, if you fail this in a run, that's just a ridiculous time loss.
It's a bad time, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially because you're on a tight in-game time.
Yeah,
launch.
unlike other mini games, if you fail this, there's not like a menu that pops up saying, "Do you want to try again?" You just have to go back to Kakariko.
Yeah.
I guess like an interesting thing is that time of day actually doesn't pass at Kakariko. That's something about it. So all the time we've been going back, and making those donation trips, the time hasn't been moving.
What if you miss the throw? So it's kind of hard to miss the throw, but for some reason, sometimes... I think I've only seen clips of this happening in a rando, so it might just be a rando thing. But I've seen people throw the water at him and it just kind of slides off to the side. It's really interesting. I've never seen it in a vanilla run. So that was the end of the day part of this cycle. And again, I underestimated the TASMaster. He is going to get to this Poe a little bit too early. Not as bad as last time. I think it was 6 seconds, he said.
Yeah.
So
We have a little bit of time here to just mess around a bit.
I'm better prepared for the next Hundo task now.
Yeah.
Which starts tomorrow.
Yep.
Really cool animation cancel.
Yeah. So the reason that we want it to be night entering Hyrule Castle is that the next step in the Hylia's memory quest is getting the wooden statue in the area south of Castletown, and you can only do that at night. On the way there, we'll stop at Giovanni's place and get the bottle from him, which has great fairy tears, which we'll use later on for a pretty cool trick.
What's actually interesting in this game is that we don't, well, I guess in this route, I should say, is that we actually don't come back to Giovanni with 60 pose.
Yeah, that's not required.
Yeah, it's not required as part of this. So basically, we'll never have to come back to Giovanni now. So we're getting the fairy tears there for the 20 po. I need to stop saying rupee. Requirement, but yeah, we won't come back to him again. Great fairy tears for 20 rupees would be great though.
Yeah. Very nice. That's unfortunately the last we'll see of Louise.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it is required to talk to Louise before we go out to South Castletown entrance because that is what makes the stealth the what are they called again?
Hellhounds.
Cellhounds, right? That's what makes them spawn here.
Did you test that, by the way?
Uh,
Well, I mean, I know it's true. I'm just wondering why you're bringing it up.
I didn't test that, but
Oh, okay.
I think I had some.
That's
knowledge
so
on that.
cool.
That was so good.
That was so great. Oh my, look at the rupees.
And the animation skip.
And the cutscene skip. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
There's a lot going on here. So
The way
And then
they
the rupee
landed it, you
text,
can
yeah.
just the way that you can just like side hop out and get like 3 yellows in a row.
yeah.
So basically, normally there's a cutscene that'll play where the wooden statue pops out of thin air and just like a little bounce onto the footpath. But if you stand exactly where it's going to end up, you can skip that cutscene. Just saves a few seconds. But getting that on top of the fast Dalhound kill and also all the rupee tech skips, that was way faster than RTA.
Yeah, that was insane.
Getting 80 rupees from it is unheard. I think in the route for RTA we write if you're lucky you get 35. Like
If you're lucky, you get like 60.
yeah. Yeah, I think we aim for 35. I think that's like
Yeah.
yeah. This
Well,
is
we aim for none
manageable.
now.
Yeah, true. Yeah, 100% does go through Cave of Ordeals. Yeah, we'll get to Cave after Palace. Some cool movement here. So basically, there's a silver rupee hanging out in the belt at the top, and basically, if you roll along here, and just so far,
Incredible.
you can the side hop there, skip the rupee text as well. I've probably had 1 rupee text in this run, I think, maybe 2.
I think it's just the one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's intentional for a trick.
Yeah, true. There's been yeah.
Wait, is that including rupee chests? Like, have you not opened any rupee chests?
Yeah, I don't think I've opened a single rupee chest so far.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
I
You, I
skipped all the
think
100 ones.
you do get the 50 on Bridge of Hylia, right?
Yeah, I get the 50 on Bridge of Hylia, and then I think the other 50 in Lake Hylia, while getting the Poe.
Okay, yeah.
That-
Oh, you know what? Okay, you have gotten a bunch of rupee text from Agatha.
Yeah,
true.
That's true.
That's such cool movement. The side hop off facing towards the wall.
Yeah. So, fun fact, this Poe that he's about to get is only available after beating Goron Mines. Just a last little bit of cleanup for Deathmount. Oh, that was really cool.
Jump attack onto that.
Yeah.
Did you find the roll there to be faster?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, it's shorter than the, like, landing
The
animation.
landing, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you can hop onto all of them like that. I think it's just that one because of the slope.
Oh, that brake slide was so slick. Yeah, now we're just going around to places that have Poes and cleaning them up. So, like, Cat Gorge, we could have gotten a bunch of bugs and done the cave earlier and stuff, but there's one Poe here that's only available at night, and this is the perfect time to get it. Also, for routing purposes, it's kind of important to put this here because I mentioned like a couple of hours ago that this is one of the few places, or maybe the only place, it's the only place I can think of, that you can warp to that has horse grass very nearby. And Epona is really useful for a big arc around Hyrule that we're going to do, collecting Poes and stuff in a moment.
Yeah.
And we don't
The
have the
only
horse
useful
yet.
the only useful place near Horsegrass. I think you can warp Ordon Spring, but I don't think that's going to be much use to you.
Yeah.
So fun fact, you can use bomb arrows to burn webs instead of the lantern.
Also use ball and chain.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a random moment. All the little things, like you using the spider there to kind of push you towards the chest with the lantern animation.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And here it's going to be faster to just save warp out of the cave. So as soon as the postal registers as him getting it, he's going to save. This brings him back out to the bridge. Then a couple more things before getting Epona. There's the Poe to get.
Oh, and some heart pieces.
Yep.
So, for RTA runs, this Poe and the heart piece we're about to get, this would be the point normally where runners will do this earlier in the run. They'll do this before Snowpeak, just because of how tight the post-TOT cycle is. I think only Beast doesn't do it. The rest of us would take this earlier in the run.
This is a very easy double claw shot skip. There are other ways to do that for the Wii version that can't LJA. Can't boomerang
Yep.
LJA.
It's very cool, the Wii version.
Yeah.
They basically use an enemy and get across that way.
There's also a wolf jump. You can just
Yeah,
jump.
there was a wolf jump that was figured out a bit ago. I know it's because it was useful for rando. That chest is now Sphere 0 as far as I'm concerned.
Yep. It's Hansen time.
Yeah, I believe this is the longest. I believe this is the longest Epona section in the run.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Actually, tassing Epona movement was not very fun, just because of like figuring out when the best time to dash is.
Yeah.
I think there's 3 opponent sections across the run. There's earlier in the run, there's now, and then there's going towards Hidden Village.
Oh wow, yeah. Get this off of opponent. That's so smooth.
Mm.
I'm not gonna say the true name of
I
this
was
Poe
going
on
to say
Jimmy's
the
channel.
exact same thing. We won't name the tree, but that's a tree.
A special name for that Poe. So just because there are no portals near here or the Poe and the bug that he just got, we're doing all of this in one long Epona arc. Just the fastest way to get around. Very smooth L slide into the target range.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of the few rupee chests he's going to open. It's just because he's going to be transforming anyway, and the chest just does that without calling Midna, so it barely costs any time.
If you would like your comparison to RTA update, world record just left Temple of Time. If you'd like to.
Wow.
that bug there actually by the Stallhounds is actually a really awkward bug to get because the wall it's on has a little bit of a lip above it, so it blocks the boomerang a lot of the time. But obviously you just made it look easy.
All these instant bug pickups. I'm jealous.
Yeah.
There's one more nice opponent slide to the door. Oh,
Oh,
oh
into the right side.
man.
Yeah.
So good. 70 speed opponent slide to the door.
Yep.
Or sorry, no, it's 73 and then.
I think it does drop a little bit because I'm holding target there to
Ah, okay.
like influence my angle.
So here's flight by foul. Do you get the top chest?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So get 100 here, and then there's a heart piece here and a Poe.
That was so satisfying. Just the
Yeah.
major drop at the start. This part of the run is quite stressful for runners because if you fall off, the cycle is basically dead. There's no fast way to get back up to the top. You just have to go take the cannon and go up again, which also costs you more money.
Nice. It's funny because this TAS is beating the pants off us, but like I'm kind of proud of how far we've taken 100% in TP because it's a really long run and a lot can go wrong. But we're at the point where like missing this cycle and losing 1 minute is a big deal.
Yeah. It's been pushed really far. Like I saw someone ask in chat earlier, like, what's the best summer best? It's like a 606, I think. I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. My son was 606.
And then with the reroute and all that kind of jazz, yeah, it's somewhere, 606ish. But that obviously doesn't mean that a 606 would be possible by a person. There's a lot of RNG in this game. It also helps when stuff like this gets made because it just helps us think about stuff a bit differently.
So got a few posts to get here, like I mentioned earlier, when we went to Snowpeak early, or to get the portal early anyway. We missed 2 pose on the way up because one of them was only available at night and the other one was faster to get with that one. We also skipped this one because we didn't have the ball and chain yet. So we're going to get all 3 of those together.
Something that was cool there with the ball and chain is that if you, I don't fully understand terminology for it, but basically if you hit the ball and chain from a certain distance away, I think it's if the ball and chain was going to hit the same item twice, I think is what it is. It will cancel the ball and chain throwing animation. Is that correct, Pete, in terms of terminology?
I'm not sure about the hitting it twice thing. I don't know why. I know how to do it, but I don't actually, like, I've never thought about the exact reason it happens.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just animation cancels. Doesn't actually throw the full length.
I think if you just hit like a wall while you're using it, then it causes it to end early.
Yeah, but like you can do it on movable blocks in Ice Puzzle Cave too.
Yeah.
That was so cool.
I guess it's just like a distance thing then, like how close you are to the object.
Yeah.
In that case.
Yeah, those are some RNG tree rupees. We basically just tried to take as many rupee chests out of this cycle as possible, since it's a TAS. Those trees can drop up to like 35-ish rupees. Oh, I love this short jump to the Poe.
There's one on the stairs, I think, in South Castle
Yeah.
Town as well. Yeah. So this final Poe here on the bridge is normally where the RTA hundo cycle will end, and normally it's just about to turn to day.
Yeah, I'm not even close.
Not even
and this route did some extra stuff too. The
Yeah.
Snowpeak stuff usually would happen later on.
Yeah.
So this is the last Poe of the cycle. Well, it's not really. It's the last Poe that cares about nighttime of the cycle.
Did you actually find out what time of day it was when you got that Poe? Do you know by chance?
I don't know because like I didn't have like an actual time of day value, or like I couldn't
Sure.
translate the value that was shown like in the memory address into a actual value. So
No, fair. I reckon it's somewhere high 4.
probably.
Yeah, sounds right. This bug is the worst one in the game.
Yep.
Just
Not to be
flies all
confused
over the
with-
place.
Not to be
Oh, this
confused
is-
with the worst Twilight bug.
This cave is really
Yeah.
cool. So there are 3 block puzzles that you'd use the ball and chain for, but we have the power of moon boots and LJAs. So the nice moon boots bomb boost up on this one. Can quickly LJ over here. Oh, it's faster to do the second one. Okay, so RTA we transform for this one and just jump. But
Yeah, I did test that. This ended up being very slightly faster.
And then the problem here is, at this point, how do we get out? Gonna get the heart piece, and then if you were to save warp, you'd go all the way back to Upper Zora's River at this point, which is not where we want to be for this route. Though for the new RTA route, we do.
These are the quick throw cancels I was talking about, though. You can see that normally when you throw the ball and chain, it has to land, and then it has to pull back to you, but this just quick cancels it. It's way faster if you can get all these down.
I was doing the last puzzle. And
And then
then,
throwing a bomb for good luck.
yeah, yeah. Celebrating. Move the block off the switch.
Oh, wow.
Brought the gate back and voided out. This just respawns them at the beginning.
Yeah. Yeah, so the whole premise of how the new route works in RTA is that basically, you do that puzzle. There's an LJ you can do to get through the gate, and then you would save warp, and then the save warp will bring you back to the last load zone you were in. So it'll bring you back to upper. Oh, you go.
Well, no, you go ahead. It's just, yeah, go ahead.
The terminology is very precarious. But yeah, basically, it'll bring you back in this scenario. Bring you back to Upper Zora River, which is really good because then we can just go Upper Zora River straight into the Isa 2 minigame. So it all works out really smoothly.
Yeah.
Is,
The thing about save warping is that there are basically some areas in the game that set your save warp spawn position and some that don't. And between Upper Zora's River and now, we haven't hit any areas that set it. So there are actually some cases where you can go, like you can warp somewhere, go all the way across the map in Hyrule Field, save warp, and you're back in, wherever you warped to, all the way across the map.
That double poke kill in that grotto, that looked really easy. The timing on that is actually very, very tight.
Oh, yeah, that's part of the reason it's nice to get the purple rupee chest earlier. Didn't get text from that.
Their text, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, didn't have to side hop more realistically. Smooth. Oh yeah, Hidden Village is coming up. That's so good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. If you haven't seen any of like the whips, be prepared for Hidden Village.
I like the attention to detail there. The that series of spinner tracks is getting slower. Well, most of them, each one is slower than the previous one. So he was staying on each spinner track as long as possible before jumping to the next one. So for reference, because someone's talking about this in chat, my my guess as to how long this task is going to be was 5:15. I still don't know the answer. We'll see soon.
If you want to hear a bit of fun, there was a community forum where a bunch of runners put in what time they thought it would be, and we've had a range of from 4 hours 45 to 5 hours 49. So there's an hour and 4 minute gap between all the guesses. So there's like 35 runners have guessed, which was really exciting.
Yeah, if I were guessing right now, I might not still guess 5:15, but I'm not really thinking about it because I'll know the answer very soon.
Yeah.
But Yeah, this is very fast.
It's the thing is for the 10 cycles, it's too fast. Like,
Yeah.
there's not enough content in the game to fit in that portion.
Yeah, well, there is, but we didn't know how to route it.
Yeah.
At the time. I mean, like I said, even without rerouting, there are a couple of things we could have done better for in-game time management. I didn't realize the TAS was going to be that fast.
No, it's impossible to it was done with the best you could have done. Like it's impossible to understand how fast it could be when it's never been done before.
Yeah.
The only way
And,
to
like,
truly understand how fast it's going to be is to actually TAS it.
Yeah.
Hidden Village, here we go.
All right, here we go.
Incredible.
Yep.
TP time lock. Yep. Oh, there's a really nice side hop here too.
Wait, so for 100%, do we have to do the Skybook quest or no?
No, we just
no.
we just need to get the book.
Okay.
But
Well-
we don't actually have to go collect all of them.
It's really that we need the Domrod recharged. We don't actually need the book.
Oh,
we need the
that's
book
right. Yeah.
to charge the
We-
Domrod. In fact, that I mentioned earlier that this run ends with more items than you're supposed to have in a casual 100%. That's because we don't do the Skybook quest. Normally, when you do the Skybook quest and give the Skybook back to Shad, he takes it, or you don't have it anymore anyway. But because we're not doing that, we're actually going to end with the empty Skybook in the inventory too. Yeah, so in here there's one tiny spot where you can transform for some reason. You're not supposed to be able to transform anywhere in here.
The Howling Stone. That was lovely.
Gave up at
That's
the
everything.
end.
That's everything I wanted it to be. That was beautiful. As Nintendo intended. Yeah, there'll be a trick coming up after this sequence called Early City in the Sky. And although it doesn't look like much, it's actually a very easy trick to perform. It's a huge sequence break. Saves
Even
us
for Hundo.
so much time. Sorry?
Because I was saying even for Hundo, because in any percent it skips beating Snowpeak, going to Temple of Time, beating Temple of Time, all of Hylia's memory quest, and all of the Skybook quest, which is just huge. In Hundo, since we have to do most of those things anyway, because it's Hundo, it saves less, but it's like 10 minutes or something.
And it doesn't look like much. It's basically just a transform and a warp. But the fact that it works is very impressive. We've got a couple of cutscenes come up around this time of the game. As this is for an RTA runner, this is normally your break time. So we got the cool. You got he's too used to it. He's programmed that way. Yeah, you've got the Hidden Village statue. The Hidden Village Howl. You've got the Hylia memory cutscene, which is it's like a 52-second cutscene, unskippable. And then you've got the cannon as well. So it's a good time of the run. Normally about 4.5 hours in. You can get up and stretch your legs and all that stuff. So we just picked up the Hawkeye there, which unfortunately, unless you went for any style points, I don't believe we'll be using.
No.
As much as fun as it is. An interesting thing I didn't actually know about the Hawkeye until Rando, I believe it was, is that if you fail the archery heart piece minigame, you can then go buy the Hawkeye. Because I guess that's the whole purpose of the storyline, that you can't hit the long shot, so you buy Hawkeye. But here we go. This is Hylia remembering us. Great cutscene. The opponent having a boogie in the background.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, what's opponent so excited
Yeah.
about?
I've never understood it. So that is the end of kind of us wrapping up the bulk of the story. That's a lot of it done now. It's a bit of a dungeon rush, kind of like we got City in the Sky coming up, and then we're gonna have Palace and got Cave of Ordeal still to go. So there's a lot of content thrown into the last kind of hour and a half. A handful of collection things we need to do between City and Palace to get the final hidden skill and stuff like that. But for runners, the end game it's very difficult. It's really easy to lose runs after 4.5 hours. One, because you're tired, and two, just the dungeons are very difficult. And like City in the Sky is a very difficult dungeon. But this is the skip we were talking about before. So you show Shad your book, and then you'll be able to clip him behind the statue.
I'm very excited for City in the Sky.
Yeah. I'm excited for Cave of Ordeals.
Yeah.
Cool turn.
Yep. The one frame
Yep.
turn.
Yep. I started doing that in runs and I never understood how. It's like a Koro TD move, I think. It's like a...
Yeah.
It's not like just a press the first possible frame. It's like down the line.
Yeah, reactivating the Dominion Rod is part of the under definition.
Nice with the senses there.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not supposed to end the game with the Skybook. No reason to require that. No, it doesn't stay in your inventory once you give it to Shad and Domrod. Or sorry, and move for the owl statue.
Again, for some reason, the greatest music in TP always gets run short. I don't know what it is. Every time the soundtrack is great, it's always a short sequence. Yeah, we're off to City.
I forgot I was watching a TAS for a second, and I saw you start aiming the claw shot from there. I was like, he's never going to get it from this angle.
Too used to correcting me, is it?
What? Just mistakes I've made.
when you're so used to it not working that you're just like, yeah, this is gonna work.
Oh, I'm kind of surprised I haven't seen this question in chat, because usually people do ask it, but I'll say just in case anyone watching this later is wondering. Why is the Zora armor still on? There's no reason to take it off. Yep.
Yeah, it would waste a little bit of time to like pause and unequip it.
Yeah. And we are going to use it some more later, so we'd have to unequip it now and then put it back on later.
Yeah.
Normally, the time to take it off for RTA would be just at the end of Palace, going into cave ordeals. Just because there's a couple of fire enemies, a couple of ice enemies we don't want to take a load of damage off. We don't take damage in general, but definitely not from them.
Yeah, the LJ, I love that in Temple. So he's going to do a trick here to not activate the fan at the top of the next room, so that you can go get the boss key early. That's not how he's going to use it, though. He's going to use this later on. I guess you do kind of use it that way, but not now.
Yeah.
So if you've watched RTA runs of this, you're probably familiar with runners going to the left side first to get a small key, and then bringing it over to the right side. And if you've watched passes of this before, then you're familiar with the idea of small key skip, which is a very, very difficult trick that, we would incorporate into low percent. Also, nice Baba kill. If we could, but it's just not RTA viable, at least the way we know how to do it without hidden skills. With hidden skills, however, there is an RTA viable version that Jeez and I came up with that people have done in ILs, individual level runs of just City in the Sky, but not in Hundo runs. But we figured out for the TAS that it is actually faster, and the whole route for this dungeon is different because of it. So this isn't going to look like the any percent TAS or the all dungeons TAS. It's going to look a little bit like it, but he's going to open the compass chest so that he can stand on it to get a little bit of extra height. But instead of moving each of these two blocks a bunch of times and then doing a really precise claw shot, all he's going to do is a jump strike Moon Boots LJA to get on top of this door, backflip, and then get a jump off of it, and then LJA to the next pillar. And this is already enough height to just claw shot up. And again, that's possible RTA, obviously not as fast. RTA is real time by a human runner.
Yeah, so in I ended up tassing this entire dungeon twice with both routes just to see which one was faster. And overall, the small key skip route worked out to be about 24 seconds faster.
And thank you for doing all of that work, because
Of course.
this is so cool. I've never thought about dropping off of that one early. Huh. It doesn't even matter, because...
Yeah, it doesn't save any time.
Still gotta wait for the vent or the wind cycle.
Oh, such good timing.
I did love before when you were going through just when you were talking about small key skip, that the fact that when you got that Baba, it also dropped a blue on you.
Yeah.
While you were in the spinner.
Yeah, getting that Baba to like not hit you is very difficult. In fact, I spent several hours just trying to get that to happen.
It was worth it.
Very.
So that jump down with the iron boots, that is, we do that in RTA. Obviously, we should just, our camera's a little bit different for it.
And dropping down during the cutscene, that's frame perfect. So there's a mini boss fight down here, but there's a pretty conveniently placed claw shot target, and we're just going to use that instead of doing the mini boss fight.
That's an awesome setup.
Yeah. pretty quick.
That actually, for RTA now, there's actually been an angle buffer setup found for it. So you used to just have to do a couple of slashes and then aim it, but now there's an actual angle buffer setup for it, which is really cool.
Yeah, pretty reliable. It is frame perfect, but not that hard and easy to retry.
Yeah.
So because of the route that's they're using here, the save warp point is here. In a lot of speedruns, the save warp point is back at the small key because of a cutscene skip that we do. But we never even went over there. So, and we never will, actually.
Wow, Iron Boots side hopping, my beloved.
I love it. That's faster.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't get great wind RNG on my second trip through here, so I had to do that instead. I think the wind RNG is determined like when you enter the dungeon for the first time, and I didn't check what it was when like after a save warp. So
because it's pretty slow to go all the way over to the small key, TASMaster is actually going to do the rest of the dungeon in reverse.
So yeah, shoutouts to this relatively newer clip that was discovered by I think the username was Kai.
Yeah, Muffin.
Yeah. Muffin now. Yeah. Muffin Cup.
So, a little clip up there. Save some time. Can we come out and get this Poe?
I was so close to the edge.
yeah.
Yeah, this is normally the end point of a long arc around the west side of the dungeon that starts in the small key room. So just going to go back through in reverse. I guess this room is not very interesting. The next room is pretty cool, though. And the one after that. So this just works out really, really nicely. Over here there's a Poe, and then getting back, you don't really want to wait a P-hat cycle. So he's going to do a very precise claw shot to get back just in time to make a very quick P-hat cycle to the next door. There you have it.
Yeah, that worked out way better than I expected it to.
And that's the only reason this strat ended up being fast, I think. And then there's one last heart piece here. And that's it for collectibles. So now we can just save warp and head to the boss.
Also got some cool movement on the way to the boss fight, and a cool strat in the boss fight. There's a lot going on. City is a very, very hard dungeon. It's almost like an aim map, I think, like some of the time. Like it's just too much. Just a lot of sharp aiming with claw shot and ring.
Oh yeah, we are currently at 69 bonks.
Nice. Oh yeah, one of the few times you'll see a runner just enter this door as human. Outside of glitchless, I guess.
Yeah, we don't need to transform because we don't need to turn off the fan for a third time. We just go straight to Argarat.
Yeah, it's already got everything up above the fan. Oh, instant shot. That's so good.
Of course, getting all the two-handed grabs.
Yep.
Yeah, the two-handed grabs are just RNG.
Are we going to see double bomb arrow?
No.
No,
Apparently
it,
the,
it didn't end up being faster than the TAS strat.
Yeah, the TAS strat's really cool. But I was hoping we'd see double bomb arrow. So this is not the route around this room that RTA runners usually take. These shots are very precise, and I think the last one is like frame perfect or something.
Yeah, I think so too.
That's still pretty cool. I'll pay it. It's alright. So the RTA strat there normally in that tower, as you can expect, we don't normally do all that. But basically in Hundo you can shoot a bomb arrow up really high and hit a switch that's near the top of the room, and it'll start the cycle a bit earlier. Saves a couple of seconds over the kind of the any percent strat, if you will. But it's really cool. It's really fun to grind. And if you're wondering why the TTM's just kind of hanging out, basically if you go outside by those pillars on the side, Argrok won't swoop in and basically do like a first drive-by effectively. And now if we come out of this cutscene and we close up in the pillar and then close up straight across to them, we can get a quick first phase.
TTM, did you say that you can get cool game on cycle 2 as well?
Yeah, you can get cool game on both cycles, which is interesting. In fact, actually, I did get cool game during this fight.
Nice. For anyone who doesn't know, cool game is a glitch that soft locks you on Argrok's tail. You just get stuck. If you clutch out on the first frame, or I think X said a second frame work too in some positions, then you just get stuck and Argrok flies you around the arena and you can't do anything except save war.
It is pretty fun to watch. So there's going to be a cool strat in this fight here, where basically we're going to use the Great Fairy Tears that we picked up from Giovanni. And what that lets us do is it'll let us two-cycle the fight. So first off, we're going to throw ourselves off the edge, because that's the fastest way just to reset the cycle. And now basically we're going to go up, we're going to hit Argrok 4 times, come back down, and on the second cycle you'll see there's a setup used so that basically we can drink the Fairy Tears and then still get around to the back of Argrok. And that will basically save us on a cycle.
Oh. Oh yeah, and the quick heart drop there was just so that the animation of drinking Great Fairy Tears takes less time. The length actually depends on how much health it needs to fill.
Does that also impact how quickly Argrok did an attack?
I don't think so.
That Argrok attack was like before your second claw shot up. That's the only reason I know.
I think it's relative to the. I think if Argrok or if you meet Argrok in the same position that he's at, he can shoot a flame earlier.
Yeah, if you start claw shotting up too early, that'll happen. Which in this case isn't too early; it's the right amount of it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, this trick is kind of tight if you're a human aiming, just because the duration of the Great Fairy Tears isn't that long. Basically, if you take your time aiming, then the Great Fairy Tears will run out right before your last slash, which sucks. But it's not that hard. We do it RTA.
Say it's like 25 or something.
I've never timed it. I don't know.
An RTA update. What are we at? Basically a 4:31 leaving city.
Yeah, just about.
What we got here? We've got
Should be over 5.
It is indeed. It is a 5:02 normally to leave the city.
So about
So-
half an hour ahead.
Yeah, just over half an hour. If you want to know where 431 is in the run, they're back with... They're going to Hidden Village.
Mm.
It's crazy when you think about it, but also I'm not gonna compare you to a machine beast, don't worry.
Nice. Bleep blurp.
I'm sure Beast could match this task with enough practice.
I think so.
If I tasked it and did all the secret strats that I didn't tell the TASMaster about, I'd probably still not do as well because I don't know how to task.
So fun thing here, putting on your iron boots before you pop in into the cannon. That just basically lets you land on the bridge instead of the water. Small time save. But yeah, I think it's a 4-frame window or something for the B press.
I think so,
Take
yeah.
your word for it. Nice extra jump slash.
Actually, I think that was a spin attack.
Oh, that makes more sense, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, was it an auto spin?
No, I had enough time to do like an actual spin attack before warping. This is not. This task is not spliced. This is one continuous run.
More rupee text, but this is okay because we need we'll be getting rupee text later on in the run when we go to Cave of Ordeals, so it's fine to get it now because trying to skip rupee text through all the Cave of Ordeals just would not be feasible.
Yeah, there's no save warp between here and then. There should only be one more save warp in the run, I think. Or, oh, wait.
2 more, I think. Yeah.
Oh, right, of course, from cave.
Yeah.
So if we hadn't needed Koro for text displacement earlier, we would be buying his bottle here too. This is our last Faron cleanup trip, but we already got that. So just coming for the heart piece, which we use the Dom Rod for, and for this Poe that only is available after Forest Temple. Nice parkour. Oh, this is really cool. So he's doing UMD again, Universal Map Delay, to make the map come up before getting the Poe text. So he warps away early. Do you remember how much time? Do you remember how much time that saved?
I think it was around 3 seconds.
Nice.
It's
Yeah, I thought.
it's pre-recorded, by the way, the person who asked.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
this,
thought.
we did play live at some point, but this is a recording of that just because obviously we don't want something going wrong during this stream.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I didn't think about using UMD for the pose until that one, so that's why it's there like very late in the run. And now we do star 2.
I don't remember what time you got for this, but I'm pumped. I think RTA record for this is like 23, so 6 point something seconds, or 106 remaining. And that's on Wii. Amazing.
Wow. A 20.8 or something.
Yeah. You're giant and quivering.
Our final buggies trip for the run. So you may be wondering there, every time TTM's been going to Agatha, just before we get there is opening item wheel and closing it. That's just basically that clears the banner in the top left. So the banner in the top left says Castletown or whatever. For some reason, it makes it really, really hard to open a door. So it makes more sense just to open and close it, and it clears it. I don't actually know why it makes the door so hard to open. I just know it does.
Yeah, I think you can't actually open the door until that banner disappears. So opening the menu just makes it disappear faster.
Yeah. There's actually a weird thing. I think it's is it when a banner is at the top of the screen, time of day doesn't progress? I think it is.
I don't actually know.
I remember we had it. Beast, do you know this? If I remember there's a point in time we talked about the whole idea that if the banner was at the top of the screen, time of day wasn't progressing.
Yeah.
Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. If the
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, I stepped away for a second. If the banner's at the top of the screen, then time of day isn't progressing, and then yeah, you just pull the item wheel to cancel that, so you can open the door too.
Yeah, it's weird that it doesn't progress time of day.
Yeah, just I mean, it makes a certain amount of sense, I guess. It's like a text box.
I mean, while those banners are up, like, you can't do... At least I know in Twilight Princess HD, you, like, can't call Midna, like, or use the gamepad screen while those banners are up.
Can't call Midna. That's interesting. Because in
Or, excuse
SD,
me.
you can't.
Sorry, you can't open the map. That's what
Yeah.
it was. Yeah, never mind.
Okay, that's the same then. And of course, we can never interact with our gamepad screens.
You can now
Giant
hold up to
wallet.
1,000 rupees.
Which we actually will do.
Yes, we will get up to 1,000 rupees at some point.
Because you notice that there's one heart piece that costs a lot of rupees that we haven't contributed any to yet.
I've got such a weird question for you. Did you have to do multiple runs of Castle Town to make sure the people get out your way?
So manipulating the RNG for like the NPCs was actually kind of weird. I tried things like entering through the door like on different frames to see if it would influence the RNG, and it did. But obviously, I want to leave like the buildings as quickly as possible, so I don't just want to stand around like wasting frames. So there really was no easy way to manipulate the RNG.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, but I think I got relatively decent RNG.
Oh yeah, I was
that
curious. There's the low times you come in from South Castle Town and there's 8 people blocking your way.
Yeah.
That was kind of why I was wondering.
Yeah, I don't think in that case it actually matters because I need to roll to Malamart anyway. So.
Yep.
Here's the
Alright.
final hidden skill, Great Spin. And it's going to save some time in Cave of Ordeals and Palace.
Great skill. A strange little time save you get when you learn this trick is that if you do a backflip into it, and then great spin, it saves time. I don't really know why, but it just seems to work.
Well, it's because the main guy doesn't have to get back up before talking to you.
Okay.
Wow. Hit him anyway.
Oh yeah, so for anyone who does not know, to use Great Spin, you do need to be at full health. So if we want to make use of it, we have to not get hit at any point.
And that becomes a huge thing for RTA runners for the rest of the run. So when we go through Cave of Ordeals, the whole idea is try and take damage, ideally not at all, or as minimal as possible. And then in Palace of Twilight, if you take damage, you can't Great Spin Zant. It's a whole thing. So it's super important to not be taking damage. All right, time for Palace.
The bee attack. That saves, I think you said 0 frame.
Yeah, it just makes it so I don't have to like go down that really steep slope because you lose a lot of speed.
It's something with the cutscene where it makes Midna's head really big in the when you're talking to her.
It was a cool strat here to hit the dent head twice with one charge.
Guess we're saying that is something we do RTA. It's only on select Zant heads because I think they need to be floating somewhat.
Yeah, they need to be a little bit off the ground. So like in the next room, there's another one, but it's very close to the ground, so you can't do the same strat.
And just like that, we're up to Phantom Zant 1. So Phantom Zant 1, for any percent normally, is like a multi-stage thing. So you would hit him with 3 slashes, or sorry, a slash and 2 spin attacks, and then you would let him respawn and go again. But because we have Great Spin that does so much damage, we were able to one-cycle him each time. So this is why it's so important to not take damage late in the run. Because you want to have this Great Spin. It's a big difference if you don't have it.
In a TAS, it's less of a big deal because a TAS can do a one cycle that's triple frame perfect. Also amazing. Spawning right next to you.
Yeah, it's possible for Phantom Zan to just spawn right next to you.
I think I've had him start next to me like maybe twice ever.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's very rare
feels
to
really
have
rare.
it.
And then just overlapping the cutscene of the stairs rising with the cutscene of the hand rising.
And this is also where we'll see what we saw earlier, where we saw the L sliding. So this is really good to bring the soul different places. You'll actually see in the next room. Yes, the next room. We're gonna L slide effectively past an enemy trigger. So the enemies will only spawn if you're holding the soul and you hit a certain point. And basically what you want to do is you want to get to that point and then L slide past the trigger so those enemies don't spawn. So you'll see it just after this next batch of enemies. So if you go up here. So we're going to target it and we're going to slide past where the enemies are supposed to spawn. Never mind, they spawned out. Never mind. You didn't care.
Yeah.
For RTA runs, we care about whether or not they spawn.
Oh yeah, I had meant to time this for RTA, because leaving the soul up there seems nice. Oh.
I guess, yeah, I was about to say, I guess that's the fear.
Very
Unless you
hard
do
to
it
predict
further
whether the
right.
cog will decide. Oh my god. Yeah, can't do that one RTA.
Yeah,
That was
getting-
actually like. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, getting hit at all will cause Link to drop the Saul, so...
Yeah.
And gets rid of Great Spin, which is important here.
Yeah, that too.
Oh, it's barely gonna make it. Yeah, that's so nice.
So, fun fact about that LJA, because we have Jump Strike, there's actually one extra frame
Oh, yeah.
before we can do the LJA. So I actually had to throw that soul a little bit earlier than you would normally.
This is
Doing the
quite
tiny LJA here.
yeah. This is quite a difficult room RTA. Known as stupid room because it's just very difficult. it's just very easy to get knocked down. Zen can spawn a head position, and it just, yeah, it's a very difficult room. If you're wondering about the rang throw there, basically used to stun the shadow beasts, to basically they go to charge after you, and that's kind of their animation, and basically it breaks it, which is really nice.
No scope.
Spidey, yeah, Spidey shot.
Time for what I assume will be a second very quick Phantom Zam.
I wonder
would be
where he'll
correct.
spawn.
Whoa, that's crazy! How did he do that?
Very, very good RNG.
I call you the RNG master.
Okay, I'm amazed you can roll for that much of the fog.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have no idea how the fog works. I would like to know that someday.
Yeah.
That might be.
I've
a
also,
topic.
you can go through a little bit of it, but like that felt like you were going straight through the middle.
Yeah. I think
Yeah,
in
I think
this,
every pass has done that.
yeah. I think in this Phantom's Ant room, I think you can go a little bit further into the fog than the first Phantom's Ant room for some reason. It's interesting.
The fog is just a suggestion.
Yes.
Oh, that's an amazing roll.
Oh, that was a smooth break slide.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I remember you did this room in a cool and aim-intensive way.
Yeah. We just have to wait a little bit for this platform to get where we want to go.
That's great.
Not over yet.
Yeah, so here it's faster to throw the Saul, so you can roll over to the platform and have it start moving quicker.
Goodbye, cruel world. Yeah, if you throw the souls off the edge, they just respawn their little platform for them.
Cool
The
turn.
teabag turn.
Yep.
Oh, there's a cool strat in this room. There's a little puzzle down below, but we can skip it and save a couple of seconds.
so fast you don't even see the sword swing animation.
Yeah. That one's a really cool one because normally you can't transform while the boomerang is out. You can only transform once it gets back if you've thrown it, but the fog still auto-transforms even if the boomerang's out. That's what makes that possible. If we could do that in more places, then more tricks like that would be possible.
Yeah, I believe that's the only like major sequence break in Palace of Twilight.
It's pretty linear as a dungeon.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, hey, here's a room, you have to go through the room. There's a couple of cool LJs. Like, this is a cool LJ. Palace has the walls in Palace, like behind the wall. Sometimes has some weird kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Like some texturing behind the walls. So sometimes like that LJ there sometimes can be a bit finicky.
Yeah, there are a
Same
couple
in
of jump strike LJs, but I don't think you ended up using them here.
That's really
I guess
cool.
they were slower. They look really cool though.
I didn't even consider just going through the fog without having to clear it.
Yeah, that claw shot through the fog took me so long to get.
Yeah, I remember doing that, taking an annoyingly long amount of time.
Yeah.
Burge business. I think you end up killing all these guys on like one hit stun.
No, about 5.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I tried to get one hit stun, but there's just too many of them, and they're like at different distances. So
No jump strike LJ, but at least you got the backwards LJ.
yeah,
Yeah, the LJ he just did is ridiculously precise. It's not worth doing in an RTA run. Kind of changes this whole outdoor area. Getting the heart.
This room here is pretty cool. I think especially when you're learning. But although you can't always see it there, there's the platforms off in the distance. So effectively we're gonna LJ out into the distance, and then the platform's just gonna kind of spawn out of midair. That's a really cool way to get 20 rupees.
Yeah.
That's not always at 20, is it?
no,
I think you get a couple other 20s, right?
yeah, I get like 2 more.
So they're potting here, then the one in the next room.
Yeah.
That is crazy. That is amazing.
Yeah.
I was like, what's he gonna do with this pot?
Save a little bit of time with shield bash there.
Hey, have you used shield bash?
Yep.
Yep.
Look at this go.
Oh yeah, that jump attack is also annoyingly precise. Like it's not actually. It's not that it's that precise. Like you can totally do it just by lining up, but it only saves about a second. So if you take a second lining it up, it's not worth it. And of course, it risks falling all the way down. Very smooth.
I've never seen someone get so much money in Palace.
Yeah.
Normally Palace is just like the get through it dungeon. It's like no focus on rupees whatsoever. You're up like 65.
Yep.
I think you had 2 starting.
Yeah. There's definitely a couple of reds, a couple of blues. Or a blue, sorry. Time for Usurpator Xanto.
So this fight is made a little bit faster with hidden skills. It really doesn't save all that much time.
Yeah, it's basically where we use Great Spin in this. We could just line it up with the fourth hit of a combo. So if you were doing 80%, for example, you would do 3 slashes and then a final hit, and you time that final hit to land as it landed. Whereas now, obviously, because we have Great Spin, or we can do the 1 cycle. So if that's a thing. That is very much not an RTA strat.
Yeah. There's actually the 1 cycle on these phases is done a little bit differently because we have Great Spin. Great Spin just does too much damage to do like an initial auto spin. So I instead do the sequence that we just saw earlier.
Yeah, on the Goron Mines section there, we can do a 1 cycle, but we do it differently where we'll do a jump attack into an instant spin, and then you'll do 2 or 3 slashes, and then basically you'll effectively charge it up. So hold B and then cancel it. And go again.
Also, there was your fish suit dance.
Yep,
As required.
I appreciate that.
The speed TAS so I removed that is ridiculous.
Yeah,
Like how fast it
such
accelerates.
acceleration.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, the rest of these cycles we can't, or the rest of these phases we can't cycle. That was really cool, though. Oh,
Yeah, I found that it was possible to hit, like, or get Zant off the pillars just with 1 ball and chain hit. I think it has to do with, like, pulling out the sword on the very first frame the pillar gets hit. For some reason, that makes him fall earlier.
And then after that we go into Cave of Ordeals. It's gonna be
That
so
last
sick.
phase.
Yeah, that last phase is about 6 seconds.
For those of you looking for your RTA update, because a couple of people have said a sub 5 palace is
I don't
incredible.
want to know.
You know, deafened for a second. World record is fighting Argrok.
Oh.
Don't worry, you did the fight really well, Beast, if it's anything.
Thank you.
No worries. So yeah, if you haven't seen Cave Ordeals before, it's basically, it's 50 floors, and the whole idea is that the floors basically ramp up in terms of difficulty. So it starts with just like 1 Boko, and then it gradually keeps going on, and by the end of it, you're fighting, like 3 Aralfos, and 2 Freezards, and all this kind of stuff. A couple of Dark Nuts in there as well. And basically, we use this as a great time to fill up our wallet. So conveniently, it lines up with the fact that we just got the giant wallet from Agatha, so we can hold 1,000 rupees, which is exactly how much we're going to need. And each enemy has a chance of dropping a green, a blue, or a yellow, and then there's a couple of dig spots in there as well, to get like a 200 rupee and all that kind of stuff. So for I think the RTA best is like a mid 16. But yeah, as you said, the
well,
whole. Oh, you go.
In the context of a hundo run, it's 1639.
Yeah. And basically, the whole idea of the reason we need to go in here in the first place is because there's a Poe waiting for us on floor 44. So we actually, that's just insane. So we actually don't need to complete the whole thing. We actually just need to go and get the Poe, and then we can save warp.
Oh man, it's so nice seeing all of this happen. We came up with like a meticulous plan for all the ways that cave ordeals could be faster than RTA could do it. It's so nice seeing this in action.
Yeah. So on CSR for this, we have a floor-by-floor guide on, hey, here's how you should probably approach it if you don't want to take damage and a good way to get them. And TAS just completely throws that all out the window.
Nothing but yellow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice.
Is that
Wait,
final hit on the... Was that a rolling...
It was like it went to the left, like the ones in Hype Cave.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, like a... Whatever you call it, like a rolling... Yeah. Like you do the roll.
Oh man.
Shooting the keys with an arrow. If you are a wee 1.0 runner, you can actually just skip below the floors of Cave of Ordeals, because for some reason the Rang will turn, will shoot the flames out on a lot of floors.
Arrow strat on that is really cool.
Yeah, I couldn't really get all of them to be in the center, so...
Yeah, that makes sense. That was nice.
And then a bomb arrowless strat on this room.
Also, the fact that you're at 337 rupees after 10 floors.
Well, I started at 88.
Yeah.
88,
so
yeah.
250 rupees in 10 floors. So yeah, normally we have to use dig spots to make sure we hit the right amount, and even in RTA, we're still only going for like 850 or 800, depending on which route you do.
For the people asking in chat, the reward for beating Cave of Ordeals is filling a bottle that you already have with Great Fairy Tears, and that is not required for Hundo. All we need is the pose, so we're actually going to stop after 44 floors.
Oh my god, the RTA strat.
Yeah.
The first showing of RTA.
Yeah. Yeah, that was really the best strat for that room.
Yeah, it's an awkward room.
Oh man, I love that. Oh, the 3 clump.
I didn't even know that was how they work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never. I can say I've never shot a bomb arrow to chewer, but now I'm gonna start doing it.
Yeah, I tried very hard to get all of them to be like together, and no matter what, there was always just one somewhere else in the room.
Oh no, it's a decent.
Oh, he lagged out.
Very nice. Yeah, getting so many rupees, you don't even need the big spots.
No. I guess becoming wolf is more of an inconvenience than anything for the Poe floors.
Yeah. Oh, the next floor is going to be really nice. You can make all the levers spawn in one place and then get them with one hit stun.
Of the tiny circle.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
so
okay.
cool.
That works too.
Yeah. We were doing that, and there was a point in time, I think, around the time you were grinding, you were making this, a bunch of people started grinding the IL for coup because of this.
I don't know why that poke really got me.
Oh yeah, the first two.
Yeah.
I had to wait for the shoes on the ceiling to fall first. So
Oh my god. Just did that room with 3 great spins?
yeah.
That's nuts.
We normally have to basically take it in sections to make sure they don't all fall down at the same time. So like you clear out the left-hand side, then gradually work your way in. Otherwise, they all just like merge together.
Oh yeah, so we picked up a gold or a rare chew jelly, and that will actually be useful for the B scan and boss fight or phase later on.
Oh yeah, the sword clank that he did entering this room got all the Bokos to aggro and run to him. That was actually a pretty recent find.
Also, just love that we haven't put on the Hylian shield.
Yeah.
I don't even put on the Hylian Shield RTA, but I do put on Hero's Clothes. Oh my god. Those ghost rats can go everywhere. That's so ridiculous. Nice.
Ball and chain quick drop.
Yeah. You know what? I've never even thought about facing away from them in this room, because that makes them not attack.
Yeah. And that floor is where I get the most amount of rupees. I think I get about 102.
You're at 750. Oh,
Without the dig spot.
Yep.
yep. Nice.
That is nuts.
That's interesting.
That's a cool strat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another one of those situations where I just couldn't get them all to be in the center.
Nice. Oh, that's so cool.
How? How did you not take damage?
I have
Oh
no
wait,
idea.
did they attack you? Did they attack the bomb arrow?
No, I think I was just barely like out of the range.
That's cheating. Standing there without those alphas attacking for 2 seconds?
Yeah.
That's not allowed.
What can I say? I just got really good RNG.
Oh my god, you're at 1,000 already.
Yep.
I kind of wish you would. I kind of wish we had lied to you and said you had to finish Cave of Ordeals. I want to see the last floors.
If I actually had to finish all of Cave of Ordeals, that would have been probably worse.
Yeah, fair enough. I can only imagine how hard this is to TAS with how the enemy RNG works.
Yeah.
Because for anyone who doesn't know, the each floor spawns when you enter the previous floor. So right now, you just entered this floor. The next floor has loaded. So all the enemies are already moving around, and everything he does in this room affects where the enemies go. It affects his RNG. Okay, the enemies weren't moving around in this room, but normally. Also,
Any
amazing
other enemy.
spin cancel. Yeah, having ball and chain out does make you fall faster. It's like iron boots. Small and lower setup. The double.
I tried to do this room with a charge attack, and it's super finicky. Sometimes they just don't get hit.
Yeah, just misses. Oh man. That's nice. Oh,
Oh,
my
that's
god.
so cool.
That's the whole floor.
Yep.
Incredible. The floor after this one, or sorry, 2 floors after this one.
Oh,
Wow.
how did... What? Did you pay them off every time that it hit me?
Nice. All right, yeah, this floor coming up is the hardest floor in the hundo, the amount that hundo does. Oh my god. Incredible.
Oh, wow. The mid-air bomb arrow.
Yeah, so bomb arrows can do multiple hits on Dark Nuts, and each bomb arrow hit knocks off, I think, 2 pieces of armor instead of only 1, like a sword slash.
It's interesting that isolating them was better than like double great spinning them.
Yeah, it just I think it's mostly because of the bomb arrow strat. They get farther away from each other.
Yeah, I think for RTA, because like when in like ILs and stuff, when you do it, they get really close to each other. So basically, by the time they lose their armor, they're effectively on top of you. So you can just go for both of them.
Yeah.
Not too much you can do to speed this from up.
Yeah.
Well, being able to shoot the front of the statues is really nice.
Yeah.
But like realistically, it doesn't work half the time.
That's a good question in chat. So yeah, normally transforming just for a small amount of movement is slow. It's not worth it. But in this case, the doors of Cave of Ordeals continue to open. Like, if they've begun opening, then if you start transforming, they'll continue opening during the transformation, so it doesn't actually cost any time. And Wolf can move a little bit faster than human, so you just get that extra little bit of fast movement. And then the fairy automatically transforms you back. Oh, the shield!
Yeah. So
I love
yeah,
that.
I got an arrow to get stuck in my shield.
That was nice. And then this is it. This is the final floor. That's TAS Cave of Ordeals.
Do you have a
Incredible.
final time on what it was?
I think it was a 12:56.
Yeah, so that's 3.5 minutes of 3 minutes 40 seconds ish faster than the fastest RTA time. Granted, it might be better to compare that to an IL time.
That's a
Oh,
brilliant.
was that a
Yeah,
cancel
the
with
slip.
like a
That's a
like a slip on the slope?
Yeah, you can land on that slope while you're collecting the Poe, and it allows you to escape the animation.
That's cool.
Yeah.
There's a nice Bushman skip here that'll coincide with Epona coming.
Oh, we get to do cats.
TAS
Everyone's favorite.
Oh yeah.
So we gotta go to a grotto and just grab a quick heart piece. But then we got the cats minigame. So return to Hidden Village. There's 20 cats. And then you basically gotta find them all. And they have like rough areas they're in. Some of them move around. Some on like the second floor of the building can fall down. But yeah, it's fun time, and the music is great.
Yep.
You get to hear more of it this time, I think.
I would be amazed if it were shorter than Hidden Village. Then again, I've been amazed several times today, so.
The cats aren't there last time.
Yeah, the cats only are there after you have gotten the horse call from Hylia, and you can only do that after you've gotten the Ilya's Charm from Hidden Village 1, so you necessarily have to leave Hidden Village 1. Good morning.
I was going to say the same thing.
Shoutouts to Interactive.
Yeah.
Oh, not talking to opponent?
Nope.
We didn't buy a pretty flower in the post-TOT cycle either.
No. Yeah, this is the second to last heart piece in this route,
Yeah. This and
Yes.
Charla.
and the final Poe. Gotta talk to 20 cats.
All right. Everyone start counting.
Nice, you got the orange cat to fall. Oh man.
Getting 5 already is wild.
This is surprisingly tricky to do RTA. To do it
Yeah.
fast anyway.
Yeah.
Because
The railings are weird.
yeah, the railings are weird, the camera's weird. It's just a lot of really tight wolf
Oh, nice
movement.
barrel.
Yeah. And then, of course, there's the RNG component of the cats moving around.
Yeah, but all like the side hops you were doing on the second level, like it's so easy to target a cat and then you're having a bad time.
Yeah.
And then sometimes they don't fall, and then when the time you get up there, they do fall, and it's just the whole, yeah,
That is a fast cats.
yep.
Started it by attacking the Cuckoo and finished it by attacking the Cuckoo.
I'm sure it deserved it.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's the final Poe. Oh, that was fast. Oh yeah, doing the UMD trick again.
Yeah.
Wow, so he skipped the fast text box. Wait, was that even worth it?
The fast text box.
Yeah, because that was the final Poe, so it would have been a fast text box.
Oh,
I guess
didn't
if
even know that.
Oh, well, if it saved 3 seconds on the other one, probably did save time on that one.
Yeah.
I feel like the normal Poe text box isn't 3 seconds longer.
All right, time to give away some money.
Yep, 50 rupees at a time.
Yep.
Here we go.
Yeah, that was a postman skip, entering Hyrule Castle. The final postman skip.
This is unironically a very stressful part of the run RTAA because it's like if you give the wrong amount or the wrong multiple, it can just be really awkward. So if you accidentally give 130 and then the rest 50s, you're like, oh, well, I've only got 20 rupees left. I actually can't fulfill it.
Yeah,
And
if
also
you have
the-
exactly the right number.
Yeah, and also the menu isn't the most responsive. There's like a delay from the time the list pops up and when you can actually put the input in.
You know, that goes by a lot quicker when you're not doing it yourself.
Yeah.
It's like buggies.
Yeah,
You feel like when you're doing Agatha, you're like, oh, this is taking forever.
yeah. It's because it's actually a surprising number of inputs you have to
All right,
focus on.
did you bonk?
Yep.
Good. Nice.
He bonked on every other loading zone.
I was gonna say.
Yeah. Yeah, my general rule of thumb was to like not bonk through loading zones if it wasted time. So pretty much every bonk I do through a loading zone didn't lose any time, and that was one of them.
Yeah. That's a staple of RTA running. You have to bonk there.
Yeah.
I guess while we go through another unskippable cutscene that is of a significant length, I guess one question that I had, TASMaster, is if you had like a specific part of this run that was your favorite to TAS, or maybe your least favorite to TAS.
So I think my favorite segment to TAS was City in the Sky because of small key skip. I did have to TAS it twice just to see, the difference between the two routes, but both routes were pretty fun to TAS, and it was cool that small key skip actually ended up being faster. As far as least favorite part, I actually would have to say Temple of Time because of some of the RNG components of it. Some of the skips that you have to do require like for example that damage boost with the spiders.
Yeah.
That one was
Yeah,
really terrible
having
to do.
to have the RNG cooperate with all of the spiders, basically, I can imagine being a nightmare.
Yeah.
It came out really well, though. I appreciate all the effort.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, the only thing standing between us and the end of the game is Hyrule Castle.
Don't forget, there's this door here, too.
Yes.
Thankfully, we
Wow,
can
you got past it.
push open the door. Yeah. Wild,
Okay.
we can do that.
Now, the only thing is the castle.
Oh, yeah, so this is going to be a bit different from RTA. There's a pretty difficult trick that you can do to get the small key in the east wing a little bit faster than you can get the small key in the west wing. So it's just doing an LJA barrier skip there. And we'll go over to the graveyard.
No, you don't need to turn in all of the bows.
No, just need to get them all.
Yeah.
KB4 is not fast. Like KB4 is faster with Great Spin, but not compared to this strat, and this strat is really hard.
Yeah,
I had actually, I had thought that KB4 was going to be faster as well, but I think you said you tested it, right?
Yeah, because the KB4 fight is only shorter, I think, by one Great Spin, or one spin attack because of Great Spin, and even then, I timed this to be about 2 seconds faster than that.
So this LJA bomb boost is really precise. And the setup requires a frame perfect input that you saw there. He went to the ledge and dropped but landed back on it. Oh, nice.
Yep, the chain drop. Yeah, that LJA bomb boost actually involves you hitting the bomb in midair to be able to get up onto that platform. So it's a very precise to do.
I think Jeez was going for it when he was doing ILs.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think he was having fun with it.
Yeah, I'm sure he eventually stopped. I remember seeing him do KB4.
Rush got some cool skips coming up as well. Even though I think Hyrule's fairly linear. Got Dark Nut skip coming up, which is pretty cool. Couple of barrier skips.
That side hop barrier.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that's very casual.
And do you do the one, skip one claw shot?
Yeah, side hopping into that barrier trigger actually ended up saving 1 frame compared to jump slashing, which is interesting. And here's the Dark Nut skip.
Yeah. So if you get rupee text while you're auto jump strike, sorry, if you hold a jump strike and then get rupee text, it automatically releases the jump strike, and then you can't activate the trigger for the fight while you're in that jump strike. And now you keep the Dark Knight music for the rest of the interior of the dungeon.
I'll also say that is RTA. That's something we do in runs. It
Yeah.
takes like 20 to 25 seconds over fighting them.
This is the new lantern puzzle strat. recently discovered that we can do the lanterns in that order, or do the torches in that order, which is not the intended order. There's just enough time.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, one bomb arrow.
The camera angle was so wild. It looked like we were playing an FPS for a second. About to go get the last key of the run.
Meet the friends we made along the way. That we actually made along the way.
Yep.
Yeah.
The true TAS is the friends we made.
Your TAS is the bazooka we made along the way, as demonstrated by this cutscene.
Not a bazooka, it's an exploding eagle.
Oh man, we're up to 93 bonks so far. Will we get to 100?
Guess it depends how much you play around in the Zelda fight. If you're just
Yeah.
like, waiting for Zelda to start hitting your head off the pillar.
Yeah.
I respect the grind of the person in chat of FTab just counting the bonks
Yeah.
for the last 5.5 hours.
That's tab for you. Very nice roll.
That's what's amazing about the run. Like across the run, like rolls being perfect, the frames you save over every save warp, like knowing you can just instantly reset, like just the tiny things, text mashing, all that kind of stuff.
Man.
It's all the tiny things add up so fast.
Yeah.
Nice skip.
Oh, this is so smooth. Oh yeah, and
Oh yeah,
The spinner skip. Or the barrier skip to the spinner wheel.
let's quad shot past this guy. Very nice.
All right. What are all of your Puppet Zelda cycle predictions, chat?
Going a strong 12.
19 arrows enough to defeat Ganon?
I hope so.
Oh yeah, that's right. The TAS is gonna crash here by opening up the item wheel.
Yeah. You know what? It actually would have been a pretty funny troll to do it like one frame before the text box showed up,
Yeah.
just to scare everybody.
Oh, it would be fine if you crashed in general. Just like we're sitting here 5.5 hours, like yeah, this one actually never ends.
Oh, yeah. That would have been the ultimate troll.
We don't get a final time.
Or like you did one version that actually finishes, but this is the
Yeah.
one that doesn't.
Yeah.
Oh my. So it's that kind of task.
Yeah, there's a very large amount of manipulation that has to go into like making Puppet Zelda as fast as possible. Because it's not just getting a 7 cycle, but it's also getting, you know, just these charge attacks and also having these charge attacks happen as quickly as possible.
Very fast.
Yeah, literally every single piece of movement in that fight was to manipulate the RNG.
Now we get to bring back the golden chew jelly from
Yeah.
rare chew jelly from Cave of Ordeals.
Swagger. Yeah, so with Rare Chew Jelly, you can 2-cycle Beast Ganon. You can also 2-cycle Horseback Ganon, but that saves less time, and we only have one, so I was going to use it here.
Well, you got it on third hit.
Oh, nice.
I can give you your final RTA update of the run.
Oh.
The world record is fighting Zand.
Yeah.
You sound so defeated, Beast.
Yeah, I know. I'm feeling kind of. I'm feeling
I
kind
don't
of.
think I'm going to top this one. Unless something... Unless he has a bad spin attack moment in the Ganondorf fight.
I feel like I'm upset, Beast.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, that is insane.
Yeah, that was nice. What? How are you not getting knocked off?
I have no idea.
What, you went through it?
Yeah, I just
That
went
was-
straight through.
Oh my god. That was interesting.
Was that really hard to manipulate, or did that just happen?
It initially was a little difficult to manipulate, but once I got him like running beside me, it all just worked out.
I don't know how you didn't get hit. You're like one of them. Yeah, you clipped straight through him.
Yeah, I have no idea why that happened, but I thought it just looked funny. So Ganondorf has told us his desire.
This one cheat.
Will he be freed from desire?
Gotta give him a foul blade. There you go.
GG.
GG.
GG's.
And that's it.
Amazing.
Smashed it.
With at least, by the timer that I was using, a final RTA time of 5 hours, 33 minutes, and roughly 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a little bit off. When I timed it, it was 5:33:01:49.
Okay,
So-
yeah.
Yeah, that's incredible. It's such a long task. You weren't familiar with beforehand, right? At least.
I'm sorry.
I was just saying it's incredible because it's such a long task, and you weren't really familiar with the game beforehand on a technical level, right?
Well, I had some like technical experience with the game, but I'd never done like a speed run project of it like this.
Uh-huh.
So, in fact, the game that I have more experience with in terms of speed running is Ocarina of Time. But I wanted to change it up a little bit, and now we have this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
This is amazing.
This is incredible. Thank you for your hard work in making this happen.
Yeah, of course.
If you want to hear something crazy on the prediction end of it, someone was 5 seconds off.
Nice. Who was it?
Really.
Morgan.
Nice.
Wolf
Wow.
Garden. Yeah, they guessed at 5:33:07.
Yeah, I guess I went a little low on my guess.
Yeah.
What did you say it was? 5:15, Beast?
Yeah,
5:15,
5:15.
Imagine being almost an hour faster than RTA.
I can imagine it. I mean, the all dungeons tasks. Well, it's hard to say because like these are so. It's so different, RTA and task times. But yeah, the all dungeons task was like half an hour faster than record.
Yeah.
I think my all dungeons PB is not as optimized as my Hundo PB, but just scaling that up, that's nearly an hour at Hundo length. And then of
Yeah.
course there's all the RNG in Hundo.
And actually, speaking of the All Dungeons task, I want to give a huge shout out to Ekke for creating that task. It was incredibly helpful during specifically the dungeon portions of this task. It provided me with a good frame of reference of how the dungeon should look. So thank you, Ekke, for putting in 4 years into that project. And if any of you in chat have not watched that task, I highly recommend watching it. Oh yeah, and I did not equip iron boots for the credits.
It's
Unfortunately.
slow.
It is slow.
It's true. It would have been probably at least half a second to a second slower.
Yeah. I know, run invalid. Sorry, guys.
There you go.
Yeah. That's how I said I'd give a sub to the person who got closest.
Thanks for the money, I guess.
Nah, that's alright.
Oh, do you know the task time? TTM?
I did not get the task time. I just got the RTA time.
Let's see, if we're going by like power on to last input, I think before starting the file is like an extra 50 seconds, and then after beating Ganondorf is like an extra 12 minutes or something. So it's probably
Yeah.
something like 5:45, 5:46 for
Yeah,
like
probably.
for like in quotes official task timing.
Does anybody in chat have any questions?
Yeah, we got a long credit sequence.
Yeah. Do like a 12 to 13 minute Q&A, I guess. Okay, I was thinking this question was going to come up. Will you submit this to TAS videos? So the unfortunate answer to that is no, because I didn't know this at the time when I started the task, but this task was actually done on a bad like ISO dump of the game, which can cause various instabilities, and one of those being like low frame rates and periodic crashes, all of which I ran into during the production of this task. So, and TAS Videos specifically has a rule against accepting runs that are done on bad ROM dumps, so unfortunately, this will not be submitted. I know, it's sad.
Some people are asking if it's going to go on YouTube. Are you putting the video on your channel live?
Yes, this task will be uploaded to my YouTube channel. I'll probably schedule it just to upload tomorrow. But yeah, and once that's done, I will let everyone in the Discord know.
I was going to send the link to your YouTube channel in chat, but I don't want to get timed out.
Yeah.
I think that's probably fine.
Yeah.
Mods, please leave me alone.
Yeah, this task took about 15 months to finish.
What was the time for the shootout in Hidden Village? Oh, I'd say 15 seconds from the looks of it.
Yeah, I don't actually have the specific time for that.
They don't give you an in-game timer for that minigame.
You don't need to catch. You don't need to catch all 6 fish. You just need to catch at least 1 to put the fishing journal in your inventory.
Yeah, not required in Undo rules.
The goat's time was 1384 for goats 2.
I guess on that bottom question, I don't know if there was many things we discovered that made your testing more confusing. There was a reroute, but that was so late in the process that it would have involved effectively scrapping the bulk of the work and going again, and it wouldn't have made that much of a difference, realistically.
Yeah.
I think more what happened was you found new things that we then implemented into RTA rather than the other way around.
Yeah, that sounds about right. So that 4-year TAS project I recommended is it's the Twilight Princess All Dungeons speed TAS. It was done by Ekke, and it took over 4 years for him to do it. As of right now, I do not have any plans to do another TAS project. In fact, I'll probably take a pretty long break from tassing for a while.
Might become the knitting master.
Yeah.
The RTA master.
Yeah. TP Hundo RTA, pause champ.
Would you actually consider running TP now that you know kind of too much of it?
Yeah, now that you know
consider
you're going to know
giving it
the
a go?
exact lines to roll over in Faron at
Yeah.
the beginning of the game, are you
Yeah.
going to put that knowledge to good use?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
I want to see you zooming around Ordon. Yeah.
What was the hardest RNG to set the values right? Arguably the rupee RNG at the very beginning of the run, running over the patch of grass with Epona to get 16 rupees. That process in and of itself took about a month.
Did you use any tools apart from Dolphin to create it?
Nope. Well, I guess I did use a memory viewer just to get memory addresses so I could see like my speed and position, but that's really it.
This is just for everyone in comms. Does this task inspire you? Well, the 3 other... I don't want to speak for Jim and for Beast. We've all run the game for a bit. Jim runs the HD version at the moment. And Beast and I ran for the last kind of couple of years. But it's amazing to see kind of how far it's gone. Beast mentioned it during the run. Like, this never... 2 years ago, this would have thought never been possible. So I think TTM deserves a huge amount of credit for showing something 45 minutes faster than the world, or 40 odd minutes faster than the world record. Like, I would have never found this would be possible.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't inspire me. I mean, it does inspire me. Sorry, I started that badly. in the sense of like, yeah, that definitely doesn't inspire me. All right, your turn. No,
Wow.
in the sense of like trying to push to be more like the TAS in an RTA setting, it's just not reasonable. But yeah, in terms of like hard work and dedication put into something that came out really, really well, and yeah, just as a work of art, that's an inspirational path.
I
So what's
didn't.
Yeah, the
Oh, sorry,
decomp.
go ahead. Oh yeah, the decomp question. I was about to
Yeah.
answer that. I did not make use of the decomp info, so for this task.
Yeah, for those who don't know, there's been a decomp going on for quite a while now. Like Taka, Dragonbane, a couple other people, I think. Fino. Yeah, they've been decomping TP for a bit, to try and get a full understanding of what's going on. It's obviously quite a difficult thing. I don't remember the percentage they were on at a time, but someday we'll have a full understanding of why everything works the way it does. But they do a phenomenal job, kind of behind the scenes. They don't really get enough credit. But they're all great at what they do.
Yeah, I believe I don't know what the exact percentage is, but I want to say it's like getting up to like 40% or something around there for
Yeah.
the
Which is amazing.
combined percent of like the rels and the doll that have been decomped.
Yeah, which is so good. 'Cause I remember when it was at like in the teens, like less than 20%. Tak has dropped a link in chat there if anyone wanted the decomp info. If that's kind of your kettle of fish. Never mind, the link doesn't work.
Yeah, Sky says it was 40.96%.
Yeah. So maybe someday we'll understand why things work the way they do.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, You go
sorry,
ahead.
go ahead.
No, you.
Well, okay. Well, just to bring up something real quick, I did mention early on in the run there was a discovery about brake sliding that was recently figured out by Trog, and it actually started out in Wind Waker first, but then he dropped the link to a video of him doing a weird thing with the camera in Wind Waker where you sort of keep it like perfectly centered on Link, and that allows him to preserve the brake slide speed for a much longer period of time. And he figured out a similar thing in Twilight Princess, where if you alternate between like left or right ESS and then left or down left or down right ESS every other frame, it allows you to preserve your speed for a much longer period of time. And of course, that was discovered right after this project was done. So
Would have been a 5:15.
yeah.
I
Maybe
don't
18
know,
minutes
I don't know if it would have
on
saved
breaks.
18 minutes
Yeah.
with slightly better or more efficient
Yeah.
brake slides.
A gift sub could have been yours.
Yeah, he measured it over a period of like 24 frames. 124 frames, and compared to just holding ESS down, alternating between those ESS positions was about 0.5 units faster. So, yeah, it would have made it just a little bit faster over the course of the run.
Can I ask a general question about for you, TTM? What tasks have you done in the past? Like, have you done previous projects before this?
Yes, I have done multiple Ocarina of Time tasks. Mainly, I've done a few like meme categories, like dank percent, go home and die percent. But I also did like defeat Ganon, no SRM, and all medallions at one point. So, yeah, I already had tasking experience prior to tasking this game, but this was, like I said, this was the first task project I'd ever done with this game.
Those are all much shorter categories, right?
Yeah, defeat. Well, at the time that I did like defeat Ganon for OOT, that was like a just under 15-minute category. Now I think it's even shorter because of the new Ganon floor discovery.
Yeah, I think it's
yeah.
double 11 now.
Yeah.
Well, and that's without intro, so I guess
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, and I did not do intro skip for that.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, that's it. That's the task.
Very
Amazing
nicely
stuff.
done.
And that is the end of the video file.
Yep.
We made it.
All right, so we're watching the whole thing again right now, right?
Yep.
Encore.
Yep.
Gotta
Let's
have a
watch
victory
for-
lap.
Yeah, we'll just do a 12-hour stream. How about that?
Yeah, that's when we reveal it's Hundo Plus. Still got 2.5 hours to go.
Yeah.
It actually might be kind of interesting to route Hundo Plus with Hundo having already been done. Maybe.
Almost like DLC content. Like,
Yeah. Maybe
yeah.
New Game Plus, Hundo Plus.
Yeah. I'll leave you to that. I'll leave you. You can have that. I'm not doing it.
Task Jotwad live. Well, there is already a Jotwad task that Gymnast did, so
And if anyone feels like improving that one, they can be my guest.
I don't know if it's
Yeah.
possible to improve the poetry.
Oh yeah, that's yeah, that part is I don't know about beating the poetry.
Yeah.
Even with faster brake sliding.
Well, and also the Epona clip out of bounds.
Oh yeah.
Oh
in
yeah.
Kai.
But yeah, I guess does anyone on commentary have any final thoughts?
I'm good. I enjoyed that a lot.
Yeah, I enjoyed that a lot. Thanks for having me.
Anyone have a favorite break slide that spoke to you at some point in the run?
Honestly, the thing that sits in my head so much is the opponent seam clip during Zora armor.
Yeah.
That's just really stuck with
Oh
me.
yeah.
I was just like, it just caught me off guard. I've seen it before and it just threw me. I was like, never mind.
Yeah. You know, you never expect to see it in a run like, especially like Hundo.
Yeah. And also the credits he was wearing Zora armor, which is something I've just never seen because we always take
Oh,
Zora
yeah.
armor off.
Yeah, it's very rare.
Yeah.
I guess you'd see that
So-
in glitchless, right? I think we leave Zora armor on.
Yeah,
Ah, yeah, true.
at least in HD glitchless.
Yeah.
Probably in
Yeah.
Wii Hundo as well, because they do Cave of Ordeals before Palace.
Ooh, yeah, good shout.
But yeah, I wanna thank everybody, you know, who took the time to, you know, watch this. I'm glad that there were so many people looking forward to it. And obviously thank you, Jim, for hosting this event. And thanks Beast and Teabag for helping out with commentary. It was very helpful.
Had a
Thanks
blast.
for asking us. Well, thanks for
Yeah,
asking
thanks
me. I
very
won't
much.
speak for anyone else, but
You know, thanks for asking, Beast.
yeah.
Yeah, thanks for asking. Beast.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as I know, you guys hated it, so I won't speak for you. Just rolling your eyes this whole time.
Yep.
Another brake slide.
But yeah, so I guess that will conclude the showcase for the Twilight Princess GameCube 100% TAS. Don't know if we'll ever be doing another one of these. Depends on if anyone decides to make more Twilight Princess TASs, I guess.
Yeah, we'll see.
Still got some really cool categories that are currently untasked.
Yeah, if anyone feels like making a glitchless TAS, that one's still open.
That would be so good.
Not that you can't make another 100% TAS if you really feel like it. Ooh.
Or if you want to task no save and quit.
Yeah, no save and quit's
Yeah.
also an option.
Pirate
the dog.
RTA. All mirror shards, yeah. New Game Plus. could be
Rando
cool.
TAS?
Ooh, rando tasks would actually be pretty interesting, I think.
Yeah,
Low
low
transforms would be
task.
the most chaotic thing.
Or just low percent.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Gotta get those optimal rupee slides in.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Hold a dog. Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, I think that'll be it from us. So hope everyone has a fantastic rest of your Saturday or Sunday. And yeah, we'll see you later. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Bye.
I bet.